Hey, big brother, I just want to discuss this with you. Our mom's had a weak heart these past 2 years, and sister-in-law is hot-tempered. And then there's fourth brother. Second uncle focused on the main point, explaining Lianxing's actions to big uncle, then added, "Do you remember when Qibao got lost?" Mom hesitated and said she saw human traffickers. She chased out of the hospital and happened to meet fourth sister-in-law. Do you think such coincidences happen in this world? Lian Fan frowned. Are you saying Qi Bao's disappearance is related to fourth sister-in-law? Lian Rong quickly waved his hand. I never said that. Only those involved know the truth. But Mom has been overly protected by Dad her whole life, so being deceived isn't impossible. Of course, I'm just guessing. Anyway, fourth brother's written contract can't be wrong, right? And fourth sister-in-law wanting to sell third brother's house. Liancheng wouldn't falsely accuse her, right? Young people these days are eager to move to the city. Liancheng probably had a reason for selling the house. With a little guidance from Lian Rong, Lian Fan understood all the details. He sank his voice. Don't tell your wife about this first. Got it? I just wanted to warn you first. Liancheng isn't a careless kid. I think he's really angry this time. And about tricking third brother out of his pension. When Dad and Mom just returned from the city, I felt fourth brother and his wife had something fishy. Dad looked serious all the time, probably because of some disagreement. Fourth brother, after so many years in the city, he still hasn't learned well. Marrying a wife like that. Sigh. All right, little brother, go home now. Your younger siblings might start to worry soon, Lian Fan said as he turned to head home. He hadn't forgotten to bring 2 bright orange tangerines. At the main hall of the Lian family house, Qi Bao was sitting on a small stool, holding a milk bottle. He was building blocks with his little brother and looking toward the gate. When he saw a figure coming out of the night, he eagerly ran over. Big uncle, is there fruit paper? You little rascal, I haven't forgotten you. Lian Fan pinched Qi Bao's small nose and took out 2 oranges from behind. Wow. Qi Bao cheered like a little chick, sticking out his little bottom, waving his tiny hands behind him, with big eyes wide open. Ignoring the big hand reaching out for a hug, the little one picked up a large navel orange and happily ran into the house. Grandpa, Grandma, Grandpa, fruit, fruit. Oh dear, the baby fell down, his little feet slipped, and he tumbled to the ground. He quickly got up again, mumbling as he went. Big uncle. His hand froze in midair, his mouth twitched, trying to smile but not quite. He patted the dusty bottom of the little one, then picked him and the orange up together. Little foodie, did you get too excited and hurt yourselves? Does it hurt? Qi Bao hugged the big orange, which was only a little smaller than his head, and nodded vigorously. Fruit, with a serious, innocent look, Liancheng. His eyes were only on the fruit, nothing else. Wow, my little treasure wants to eat the fruit. Grandma came out happily from inside, taking Qi Bao from Liancheng. Grandma will peel it for you. Liancheng looked at his big uncle, who seemed hesitant to speak. Just as he was about to say something, the second uncle, who had just returned, patted his older brother's shoulder and said, Let's wait until the fourth brother comes back. Let's go inside first. Liancheng suddenly smiled. It's good that everyone understands each other. There's no need to talk about it now. He turned to look at his grandmother. The fourth uncle is really a part of her, and if things get tense, he's worried the old lady might not be able to handle it. The 3 uncles and nephews exchanged glances, understanding each other without words, and decided to put the matter aside for now. Qi Bao made Grandma laugh happily, which also made him feel happy. After eating the orange, he was led by his little brother to walk around the house with Grandma and Auntie. The men gathered in the living room, watching TV. Their eyes were all on the screen, but their minds were elsewhere, distracted by the little ones. They couldn't compete with the women in the family for playing with the kids, so they just sat quietly. Qi Bao came downstairs, calling out, Go, 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 go. Our room is so pretty. So pretty. Everyone's gaze turned to him at once. Qi Bao hesitated, his little mouth opening and closing. Grandpa said, Oh. The little one likes it. Grandpa chose this small sofa. Isn't it beautiful? Second uncle said. The small wardrobe and wooden horse were made by someone I found. Fourth brother grinned. Hee hee, the pink, chubby teddy bear was bought by me. Third brother added, the small table and chairs were arranged by me. Big brother cleared his throat. And the climbing wall? I built that. Plus me. The little car was a gift from my little brother. Lien and hurriedly ran over, worried that his sister might forget him. The eldest uncle looked on silently. Today, he had been holding the baby all day. Qibao had had enough. He tentatively stepped forward, sidestepping everyone, and quickly ran to Liancheng, grabbing his hand to go upstairs. Go, time to sleep. Qibao is tired. Liancheng stood up, being pulled by the little one as they headed upstairs. Everyone else. They all wanted to see the little one sleep. The bed. The bed, yeah, Lien, and my mother are not very skilled at using it. I went up to check. Uncle Li, second uncle, and the brothers quietly followed behind. Liancheng. There's no need to be so sneaky in our own home. The door handle in the children's room is designed to match the height of a small child. Qibao turned it and opened the door easily. Liancheng held Qibao's small hand and led him inside. Inside, there was a tiny sofa, small table, little chairs, a dressing table, and a small wardrobe filled with tiny clothes, shoes, and hats. Next to it was a small bed. But the problem is, Liancheng pointed to the small bed, which was only 2/3 his height. Grandma, isn't this bed a bit small? What should I do? Grandma patted Liancheng on the back. Small? This is Qibao's bed. You sleep in the room across the hall. That room faces the courtyard and has large floor-to-ceiling windows. If you shout loudly, everyone can hear you. Lianzan peeked his head out from the doorway and said mischievously, My sister is only one. Since there are too many people at home, for fairness, my sister will sleep in the children's room. In other words, my sister doesn't have enough space, and no one else should try to take advantage. You probably don't realize how much my little sister depends on him, do you? Uncle Lee squeezed into the room, looking a bit awkward. The small bed was made by Uncle himself. If eyes could have warmth, then the doll in his arms would melt. He had been staring all day. When would it end? Mom, it's so cold outside. Go back to bed. Qibao. He looked up from his brother's arms. Grandma, time to sleep, he said, then nuzzled his little head into Liancheng's chest, acting like a baby ready to sleep. Grandma's eyes instantly turned red. I can't bear to part with him. Qibao is so small. Her frail hands gestured helplessly. So tiny. I lost him. It's my fault, all my fault. Huan should also blame me. All the pain, guilt, and self-blame over the years burst out like a dam breaking, pouring from her eyes. Sure enough, those moments of happiness and relief were just pretend. Grandma's heart condition. Although no one in the family said anything, Liancheng knew it was related to losing Qibao. She was helpless in dealing with this little old lady. Here, take it. Liancheng gently placed the soft bundle of Qibao into Grandma's arms. When she released her, she gently curled Qibao's small hand. Qibao's tiny hand shrank back into Grandma's embrace. She quietly winked at her brother, her curled eyelashes fluttering. Her brother's secret signal was received. Liancheng smiled. I'm going to sleep now. Grandma, you should go back to your room and rest too. Liancheng left the children's room, quickly went to get help, then sneaked back to her own room. A few faint starlights shone through the window onto the floor. Liancheng lay on her bed, closed her eyes, and listened quietly to the sounds from the next room. Grandma was humming a lullaby while holding Qibao and pacing back and forth. Qibao, sleepy and drowsy, mumbled, Grandma, sleep too. Sleep in the bed. Okay? Grandma smiled kindly and affectionately, tucking Qibao into bed. Qibao pulled her small blanket up, closed her eyes obediently, pretending to sleep. In her heart, she silently thought, hurry up. Grandma. Go quickly. Baby needs to find brother. Grandma tucked in Qibao's blanket, looked at the chubby little doll, and felt like she was dreaming. Grandpa tiptoed in quietly. Is Qibao asleep? Just fell asleep. Grandma made a shushing gesture, stared at Qibao, hesitated, and reluctantly left. Grandpa's expression darkened. Grandma was taken away. A faint sound of the door closing. Qibao couldn't wait, rolled over and sat up, feeling around. She saw the latch on the bed rail, her little face lighting up with excitement. This thing. It was in Pai Pai's cage too. She grabbed the latch and pulled.
Clang. Émoticône n'en croyant pas ses yeux. Et.
The door opened. I gently covered the pink cuddly bear with a blanket and patted it, saying, "Sleep well, sweetie." Oh. Qibao slipped away, a tiny figure, sticking out its little bottom, crawled down from the bed. Afraid that the cuddly bear might run away, it closed the door again, then hurriedly ran straight to Lien Cheng's room on short legs. Just as Lien Cheng was about to get up, he heard someone twisting the door handle and lay back down. Qibao ran to Lien Cheng's bed and softly called out in a shy voice, "Go go." Feeling a bit guilty, Lien Cheng found it funny. He turned over, resting his hand on the bed frame to protect the little one, pretending to sleep. "See, Bao? Big brother is really unreliable." He didn't wait for the baby. It seemed Qibao realized that Big Brother was asleep. He tugged on Lien Cheng's arm and climbed onto the bed, grumbling softly.
Ooh, ah.
Big Brother's sleeping position isn't quite right. He used all his strength to lift Lien Cheng's shoulder.
Ah.
The flat little belly was revealed. The little one was satisfied. He clapped his tiny hands, snuggled into his brother's arms, and looked for a comfortable spot. His chubby little face rubbed and rubbed and rubbed. And then, no sound, Lien Cheng. So he was just a flesh and blood mattress. He looked down at the little one's fluttering, curled eyelashes, turned his face slightly, and noticed the round, chubby cheeks sticking out even more. Well, the mattress is just a mattress. At night, everything gradually fell silent. Suddenly, there were rustling sounds coming from the children's room. Lien Cheng's eyes snapped open. Having walked alone in a post-apocalyptic world for too long, his instincts kicked in. Faint sounds intertwined in his mind, forming vivid images. Could it be Grandpa and Grandma? Carefully, he tiptoed into the children's room, hearing barely audible rolling sounds. He pushed the little bed with Qibao into the hallway. Lien Cheng didn't expect his grandparents to come, stealing the child, in the middle of the night. He looked down at Qibao, who was happily on his little finger and sleeping soundly. Outside, his grandmother's surprised scream was heard. Lien Cheng was startled and quickly wrapped himself in a small blanket, then got out of bed holding the baby. "Good grandson. Where is my good grandson? Only the hugging bear is here. Where is my treasure? He was just lying quietly in his bed a moment ago." Boo-hoo. Everyone in the house heard this crying and shouting. Lien Cheng suddenly opened the door. "Grandma, your grandson is here." His grandmother's crying suddenly stopped. "Xiao Cheng, this is your fault. How could you steal your sister?" He wiped his nose silently. Only an elder could say such things confidently. Trying to hold back his eye roll, Lien Cheng changed hands and gently covered Qibao with his small blanket. His grandmother wiped her face and reached out to pick up Qibao. Lien Cheng turned sideways to block her. "Grandma, go back to your room and sleep. Qibao is sticking to me tightly. I might wake her up," but Grandma didn't believe him. She raised her hand, acting stubborn like a young girl. "Well, then just take this little darling." He didn't resist anymore. He gently supported Qibao's little bottom, letting Grandma take over. Qibao's chubby little hands clung tightly to Lien Cheng's clothes. Grandma tried to pull him. "Oh, you're squeezing so tight." Lien Cheng rolled his eyes again. Qibao seemed to be waking up, turning his head drowsily to look at the mischievous Grandma. "Sorry to disturb your sleep." Qibao let out two sleepy whines, sounding like a mix of complaint and affection, then turned back into Lien Cheng's arms. He quickly held the baby close. "See? You can't do without me. Grandma, Grandpa, go back to sleep. It's so cold." The weather was getting colder, with signs of a harsh winter approaching. Fortunately, their house was equipped with a powerful heating and cooling system. Without it, the elderly and the child would definitely catch a cold. After his grandparents left, Lien Cheng returned to his room. "Lien Cheng, are you okay?" Downstairs, Big Brother's voice could be heard. I looked down through the window. In the yard, amidst the cold wind, and an uncle, aunt, and friends stood in a line like guards. It's okay. Go back to sleep quickly. Seeing a few people walk away scattered, Liancheng finally relaxed and lay down with the child. This commotion completely woke him up. Liancheng one-handedly held the baby, while scrolling through his phone. Recent earthquakes have caused tsunamis that have swept through many countries. Along China's coast, officials have issued multiple red alerts, closing schools and office buildings. However, the waves keep coming one after another, each higher than the last, expanding the affected area. The number of dead and missing people is rising sharply. Northern and southern Anhui are not true coastal cities, so they are less affected by the tsunamis. But tsunamis often come with tornadoes, and strong winds have caused inland cities like northern Anhui to experience hurricanes, leading to many casualties and property damage, which are still hard to measure. Outside, cold winds against the doors and windows, making a loud whistling sound. Gaoshan village looks like a peaceful paradise nestled on top of the mountains, slowly settling into calm amid the chilly weather. With the crowing of a rooster, the busy life in the mountain village begins. Grandpa was shouting downstairs early in the morning, saying he was going to pick fruit today because his little girl loved it. The fruit orchard might suffer because of this. No matter how cold it is, Grandpa's love for his granddaughter keeps him going. Liancheng silently complained. Last night was too late, so today the little baby was a bit lazy, snuggling in her brother's arms, still half asleep. He changed her into a soft, pink wool outfit that Auntie Xian had given her, with yellow embroidery of flowers on it, matching a cozy hat of the same color, making her look adorable and warm. Liancheng picked up the little girl and kissed her chubby face. Qibao leaned to the side, then snuggled back into her brother's arms. He took the small coat and tiny shoes that Grandma had prepared. Grandma was waiting eagerly at the door. Suddenly, Lian's little head popped out from behind Grandma. He had been waiting for a long time. Yesterday, they agreed to go out and play with his sister. But Grandma wouldn't let him in the house, treating him like a thief. Lian stretched his neck and asked, Qibao, little sister, are you awake? I want to take you to pick fruit. By the way, he went to show off to his little friends. He has a sister, but they don't. Hee. His grandma easily saw through his little grandson's thoughts. She smiled and teased, You. Forget it. You're always busy playing by yourself. Can you even take care of your sister? Grandma, what are you saying? I'm the older brother. I should have some sense of responsibility. Who does she think she's looking down on? He is sure he can take good care of his sister. Lian nodded quietly and gently touched his sister's small hand. Sister is the best. Soft, cute, and not mean to him. Ugh. Qibao pinched her little pink fist and rubbed her sleepy eyes. Grandma, her soft, childish voice made everyone feel warm and happy. Oh, good girl. Do you miss Grandma? Liancheng was momentarily distracted. Did Grandma rush downstairs with the little one? Liancheng. There's a saying that's hard to know if it's right to say. This grandma is not the same as that grandma. Luckily, the little one was just looking for food out of habit, not causing trouble. Liancheng prepared the milk, fed it to Qibao, and the little one fully woke up. She hugged her bottle and rolled on the sofa. Dad, uncle, and friends had already gone out to pick fruit. Lian was anxious and kept turning around. Qibao, when will you finish your milk? We're going to pick fruit. Are you coming? No, I'm going to play over there. Don't bother sister while she's drinking milk. Grandma, annoyed with her mischievous grandson, shooed Lian off the sofa. Lian stomped his foot. He wanted to go pick fruit, his favorite fruit. He made a funny face at Grandma and quickly ran outside the yard. In the kitchen, the smell of rice porridge gradually filled the air. Through the semi-transparent glass door, the busy figures of the ants could be seen. Qibao's little nose twitched. She used her hands and feet to slide down from the sofa. Hey, good girl, what are you doing? Tell Grandma. Grandma will help you. Drink your milk properly. Qibao pouted her little lips. She handed her bottle to her brother and pushed Grandma's hand away. She is a big girl now. She wants to do some work. She slipped her little feet into her shoes, stood on her heels, and trotted toward the kitchen.
Whoa.
My dear, slow down. Don't fall. Grandma tiptoed quickly to catch up. With Grandma's help, the little one could easily tire her out. Grandma, don't worry about her. She's just a mischievous kid. Grandma turned her head and shot Liancheng a sharp look. Since she was young, she's always been lively. Liancheng hesitated, words caught in his throat. Your obedient grandson isn't mischievous. You, old lady, can do as you like. At the other end of the living room, Qibao had already pushed open the kitchen door with a clatter. With small hands gripping the door frame, a fuzzy little head peeked out from the looking around. Second aunt tilted her head and suddenly saw the well-behaved little one. She immediately smiled and squatted down. Qibao, are you hungry? Not hungry. Qibao took a small step into the kitchen. Qibao is working. So awesome. Oh, so impressive. Wait outside. It'll be ready soon. Second aunt coaxed the little one and was about to take him outside. Qibao turned around, barely taking half a step with his tiny feet. Grandma came in, reaching out to pick him up. Qibao, the kitchen is smoky and dangerous. Be careful not to get hurt. Qibao struggled free. He turned and ran back into the kitchen. When the housekeeper grandma cooked, he always helped. He wouldn't get hurt. Qibao was like a little round ball, tilting his head up, spinning around between the two ants' legs. Big Aunt looked down and saw the troublesome little one. She carefully moved her knife, chopping vegetables. Qibao, go outside quickly. The food will be ready soon. Huh? Oh, he responded with two half-hearted sounds. But he kept staring longingly. After a while, what can a baby do? Liancheng simply couldn't stand it anymore. Auntie, just let Qibao do some work. If she doesn't help, you won't get anything done. This wasn't a big deal to say. But once he said it, Grandma's sharp eyes shot over again. Liancheng. He hadn't said anything wrong. It turns out that Auntie listened to good advice. She handed Qibao a bowl and said, Qibao, help Annie put this on the table. The little one holding the bowl quickly ran outside. The Lien family has many members, and they all use a big round table. Qibao tiptoed and managed to place the bowl properly. After finishing one, she ran to the kitchen. Auntie handed her another bowl. Grandma followed Qibao, watching her with both worry and happiness. All 13 people's bowls were set on the table. Now, maybe it will be quiet? Qibao ran back to the kitchen. Auntie said there were no more bowls.
But,
wake up, chopsticks? Auntie was cooking hot dishes, and second aunt quickly took Qibao to the side.
oh,
My little one still knows about chopsticks? Yes, yes, Qibao nodded her little head. Her brother said children should be clean and use chopsticks to eat. Grandma looked like a fan. Oh, my clever little grandson. So smart. Liancheng rolled his eyes openly. Second aunt casually picked a few chopsticks from the rack and handed them to Qibao. Take these quickly. Qibao took the chopsticks and hurried to set them on the table. But something felt wrong. She scratched her head. Although she didn't know numbers, she knew one small bowl matched one pair of chopsticks.
but now.
This morning, the meal took a little longer to prepare. Grandpa, uncle, and friends finished their work and came to eat. Seeing the little one worried, they headed to the kitchen again. Liancheng quickly grabbed her and pulled her into his arms. Come play with me. Who wants to play with you? Qibao kicked her little feet around. Just as Grandma's sharp eyes were about to catch her, Liancheng hurriedly whispered, Let's go make something delicious. Now, the little one is quiet. They reached the eaves. Qibao took out the small cart, her tiny kitchen, and some ingredients from the space. In the yard, there is a shed for raising chickens and ducks. Grandpa and Grandma raise dozens of chickens each year to give eggs. Any extras are taken to town to sell, but they first eat what they need. Liancheng casually took a few eggs from the chicken coop. Soon, the smell of fried eggs filled the yard. Liancheng picked up a fried egg and just took a bite when he suddenly felt a cool breeze behind him. Is that how you play with Qibao? Grandma asked, a mix of anger and teasing in her voice. Liancheng twitched his mouth. Hee Grandma, listen to my explanation. No wonder. You haven't brought Qibao home for so long. You're so irresponsible, letting a little kid cook for you. Suddenly, a dark shoe sole came flying. Lianqing hurriedly covered his head. His brother was chased around the yard by Grandma, running and jumping. Qibao was happily dancing around, waving a small shovel. Go, Grandma. Keep it up. Is this matcha-flavored little bun making fun of him? Lianqing gritted his teeth. Little rascal. I will cut ties with you. Qibao. He waved his small shovel again. Go, go, go. Keep going. Little rascal. Which country are you from? Qibao shook his head and continued frying eggs, smiling mischievously. He said, Baby is from China. Grandma, leaning on her knees and catching her breath, said, My baby is from our country. You stop. Stop. Grandma, let's call a truce. I just got home yesterday and you're already giving me shoe soles to eat? That's not very nice, is it? Not very nice? What's not nice about it? I think it's fine. Grandma raised her shoe and kept chasing him. Qibao watched happily. Shouldn't he keep performing? There was more chaos with chickens and dogs. After cracking the last egg, Qibao wasn't done playing yet and immediately called out, Go, go, no more eggs, eggs. I don't have eggs either. Ask Grandma for some. He's almost eating shoe soles and still asking for eggs? You managed to take care of the old lady, and now everything is settled. Lianqing was worried about tiring the old lady, so he had to endure a stern scolding. Qibao pouted and looked at Grandma, who was exhausted on the ground. Grandma took a deep breath and said, Baby, let's stop for now. Grandma will take you to eat. Qibao, like a little puppy, whined happily. Want to give Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, Xinxing, and Guogua some eggs. Fried eggs, meat. So tasty. Grandma's eyes filled with tears instantly. Her little treasure had gone through so much outside. How can such a small child know so much? Her gaze towards Lianqing grew more unfriendly. Lianqing. Does he think anyone will believe his excuses? That morning, there was an extra fried egg in one bowl. Qibao picked up his small spoon and said, Eat your meal, looking at the bowl with no rice or vegetables, just a plain fried egg. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Eat up. Qibao fried the egg. The rice is in the pot. Finish eating and then serve yourself. Grandma's words made everyone fall silent. Only Lianqing sat between Lianzan and Lian and looking a bit nervous. This was so unlike his usual personality. In his past life, when faced with this situation, he would have just walked away. But things are different now. Anne prepared a special egg custard just for Qibao, which he loved very much. He hummed happily, burying his face in the bowl, quickly finishing the custard. Still wanting more, he licked his lips with his pink tongue, like a little hungry kitten. Lianqing suddenly felt that he didn't deserve the beating he received today. Qibao had been living and eating with them all along. He had never prepared any baby food for Qibao. The two aunts, almost in tears, ate their eggs quietly. Grandpa, uncle, and friends were a bit better, but still not much. They all praised their sister for being so capable. This drew a scolding from their mother. Your sister can cook now, but what about you? Besides eating and playing, what else can you do? Lian and silently remained silent. After dinner, Lian realized that Qibao's plans were more than just a little. First, Qibao drove around the yard, then, encouraged by the young man, he slowly slipped out of the yard. Grandpa, uncle, and brother sat under the eaves, looking at the baskets of oranges and grapefruits in the yard, thinking about how to handle them. In previous years, the farmhouses near the town at the foot of the mountain would attract many visitors who came to buy fruit. Fruit merchants also came up the mountain to pick up goods. This year, due to natural disasters like earthquakes, tsunamis, and tornadoes, tourism has basically stopped. We have to try going down the mountain, or these fruits will rot on the trees. Grandpa took out his pipe and lit it. Because Qibao had returned, the women in the family were not allowed to smoke, but Grandpa had worries. Lianqing was silent for a long time before speaking. Grandpa, we need to sell these fruits, but not right away in the next couple of days. Last night, there was a hurricane in northern Anhui, and the situation at the foot of the mountain is still unclear. Second uncle looked confused. Can the wind from the sea reach the mountain? Lian Qing shook his head. It's not just the wind. There's also the risk of landslides. Although the mountains don't experience tornadoes, mountain winds can be very dangerous. Large trees can be uprooted. Many areas have rocks that are heavily weathered, and even a small aftershock can cause a landslide. Second uncle died in a landslide, and the eldest cousin Lian Xing's leg was broken in one. All timelines have been disrupted, making it impossible to predict exactly when a landslide might happen. The wind last night was quite strong. It's best not to go down the mountain now. Moreover, just at the start of winter, 2 snowfalls have already occurred on the mountain, which is very rare in the high mountain village. The roads are slippery and accidents can happen at any time. Grandpa tapped a cigarette and said, "There's no rush." The earthquake in northern Anhui was handled quickly. I believe Lianqing's judgment. Several uncles and brothers looked awkward and didn't speak. It was a lucky coincidence. Lianqing didn't know what these people were thinking. He was very worried about Zhao Yan and Li Yaowen. He called them early today, but no one answered. He sent messages, and Pang and Shout Song responded, but Zhao Yan and Li Yaowen still had no news. Right now, Zhao Yan, who was hundreds of miles away, just crawled out of the basement, barely escaping with his life. He was holding his younger brother, Zhao Ziyu. Ziyu looked clearly frightened. In the past few days, northern Anhui City experienced continuous storms. After the earthquake, tall buildings were destroyed by the wind, turning into ruins. Zhao Yan looked at the destroyed houses, fallen trees, and his battered home, and he was overwhelmed with shock. Zhao Qinggong helped Qi Rufang come inside and said, "Zhao Yan, pack your things quickly. Let's go. We can't stay in northern Anhui." What? Leave. Where could they go? Zhao Yan was stunned for a second. Zhao Qinggong urged him, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take everything edible and drinkable from the house." After the earthquake, supplies in northern Anhui were very scarce. Zhao Yan's family was doing relatively well, but some families had already run out of water and food. The government had opened up reserve supplies, but because of the strong winds, they were delayed on the road. Many routes had landslides, and trucks with people and goods were lost. During the hurricane, helicopters couldn't fly, and all flights were canceled. The disaster affected not only northern Anhui. Relying only on human help for rescue was like a tiny ant trying to shake a big tree. The government was also struggling, trying to patch things up, and everything was in chaos. End-of-world predictions were everywhere, and many groups believed the world was ending. Zhao Qinggong's friends came from all walks of life. Some knew more about the situation. Seeing society's order about to break down, he considered himself not a good person, but definitely a person with a conscience. Zhao Qinggong started in car repair and modification, and he also ran a car parts factory. Recently, orders increased a lot. He sold all the goods he could produce, paid the workers, and then dismissed them. He was planning to take his wife and children to escape. It's best to escape with trustworthy friends. At this moment, he couldn't reach Li Yaowen, Wu Zixuan, or Old Zhang, and they all quickly hung up his calls. These people had lost their minds, thinking they could be heroes. He didn't want to join them, but where to go was a problem. Currently, the affected areas were big cities on the plains, so they could only go to the mountains. Zhao Yan first thought of Gaoshan village. At home, after discussing selling fruit, everyone started bagging the fruit. To store it for a long time, it needed proper treatment. While the family was busy, 2 elders arrived at the door. Both wore Lei Feng hats and looked somewhat alike, one older with a cane. "Grandpa, third grandpa, why are you here?" Lian Cheng immediately stood up. His grandfather was the second oldest among his brothers, with 1 older brother and 2 younger brothers. Except for the youngest, the other brothers still lived in Gaoshan village. Their family was once a prominent clan in the village, but they declined because they couldn't have daughters to marry outside. Grandpa was the head of the family, known as the clan leader. Lian Qing quickly helped the old man sit down. The old man was over 80, but still healthy, sitting upright on the stool. "Second son, I came for 2 things today. First, you've been secretly bringing my mother to your house for almost a year, right? Shouldn't you bring her back to me? The second matter is the great joy of my little granddaughter's return. Should the old Lien family prepare a celebration? Although it's phrased as a question, Lien Qing could hear the firm tone that left no room for refusal. The word, secretly, was used very subtly. It turns out that Grandpa and Grandma are quite used to doing things this way. Lien Qing secretly glanced at his grandfather. The old man smiled without feeling guilty. Big brother, what are you talking about? My daughter is living well here. When Qi Bao comes back, the old folks are happy. You take her away and see if she's willing. As for the wine, we'll do it. We'll have the New Year's celebration together. As the New Year approaches, it's customary for families to prepare special foods and celebrate with wine. Isn't that just perfect? Great-grandpa and second great-grandpa. You have a granddaughter, and you get to decide. Shibao drove her small cart back home, bringing not only Lien but also the eldest grandson of Grandpa Lien, Lien Shuangzi, and the youngest son of third grandpa, Lien Lizhu. Lien Lizhu is Lien and Shibao's little uncle, and he is the youngest among the Lien family's uncles and older brothers. When third grandma was in her 60s and pregnant with this child, many people said she was an old woman giving birth to a pearl, which caused some jokes. However, third grandpa believed it was a girl and, ignoring the rumors, still had the baby. The older brothers at birth treated him like a sister. Perhaps because they shared similar experiences, Lianin and this little uncle got very close. Plus, with Shuangzi, the three are about the same age and height, so they are known as the little trio in the village. Besides Wang Wazi's son Zhang Daku and his grandson Zhang Xiaohu, these three almost walk around the village freely. Now, with Shibao, who is just a small helper, the four of them are quite proud and wandered around the village for a while. As soon as the small cart stopped, a long line of relatives from Grandpa Lien's and third grandpa's families followed behind, all coming to bring gifts. There was a chicken, a duck, a small dress, a box of milk, a set of toys. Even Aunt He from next door came to join the fun, bringing a basket of eggs. Lien Fan and Lien Rong's brothers and sisters-in-law quickly received the gifts, took out tables and chairs for the celebration, and set them up in the yard. They also brought out peanuts, melon seeds, and fruits for the new year. Everyone was busy preparing. This was the first time the Lien family gathered so completely. Many uncles, older brothers, and relatives Lien Qing didn't even know. After a quick count, there were about a dozen. The little one's support system was quite strong, so strong that in the future, they'd have to be careful when disciplining him. Unaware of his unkind older brother's plans, the little helper was busy making relatives with others. Shibao was so enthusiastic because she had just discovered that whenever she called someone big brother or uncle, they would give her a piece of candy or a small gift. If she was a bit less lucky, she might even get a red envelope. The little girl thought there might be some benefit to her actions. She carried her small bear backpack and wandered among the crowd, looking for things to find. She was small and didn't recognize many people. Older people she called uncle, and younger ones she called brother. Even if she got the names wrong, it didn't matter. She just wanted to give them things. Lien Qing followed behind the little girl. When he recognized someone, he greeted them. If not, he just smiled. At first, the girl was a bit greedy. She called out, brother, and someone gave her a piece of candy. Seeing that the brother also had a candy, she cheerfully called out again. The brother smiled and gently poked her little face. Now she understood. The gift giver only gives once, and if she called again, she wouldn't get anything. She called out to everyone one by one. Her small bag and big bag were filled with gifts. She saw 3 old men sitting under the eaves drinking tea. She happily ran over, tilted her head, and sweetly called out, Grandpa, Grandpa. Of course, she was calling her great-grandfather and her third great-uncle. As for why she didn't call her own grandfather, it was because he had already given her a gift. The clever girl knew this well. Each of the 2 elders handed her a big red envelope. She pouted and squeezed her small hand. The red envelopes were thicker than the ones before, probably the most useless ones. Her pockets were already full, so she handed the envelopes to her older brother. Did she see him as a trash collector? But he liked it. She tidied up her small bag. Don't ask what she was packing. She wanted to keep all the tasty treats. Liancheng often went into the space to tidy up her little collection of broken toys. They were used to this routine. Then, Lian and her friends called her over, waving. Qibao, come on, let's go play in the woods. Her mother was stunned. Her little sister was so young, and she was taking her to play in the woods. Auntie was about to grab her leather jacket, and Grandma's shoes were already ready. But suddenly, Qibao's small bag was too late to carry, so she dragged it on the ground. Her little feet patted quickly. Come on, little pot. Napping sister. Napping Qibao. She was afraid others wouldn't take her along, so she acted spoiled, making her older brother feel embarrassed. Grandma paused and instantly froze, looking at the tiny ball rolling and tumbling outside. Her legs are so short. How can she run so fast? Liancheng smiled slightly, looking at Grandma with a half-smile. This is your obedient granddaughter. Not only can she fight, but she can also trick the traffickers easily. Of course, Liancheng didn't dare to say this out loud. If he did, it wouldn't be just a slap on the back of the head to settle it. Grandma glared at Liancheng. What are you looking at? Hurry up and take your sister. The shoes were ready, so how could he not go? Liancheng quickly chased after her. Not long after Liancheng left, someone else arrived in the yard. Village Secretary Hewenji. He was about 50 years old, not fat but not thin either. He stood with his hands behind his back at the gate, waiting for someone to come and get him. Secretary why are you here? Uncle Lian was the first to come out and greet him. Grandpa Lian was old, and usually the head of the family made decisions. The older uncle usually handled things outside. It was polite for him to come out and greet. Hewenji didn't like that and snorted. Why am I here? The mountain road is blocked because of the earthquake, and the highway bureau can't send people. The town asked the village to handle it themselves. Now the whole country is promoting self-reliance, opening up life channels and quickly transporting supplies from the mountains to the disaster areas. Such a good deed that benefits everyone. But you have no sense of participation just gathering here? And last night, there was a power outage in the village. Repairing the electricity also needs manpower. You old folks. He pointed at the people in the yard, looking exasperated. It was as if the old Lian family had committed some terrible crime. The young members of the Lian family rolled their eyes, pouted, and some turned their faces away. Lianfan smiled politely, joking. We haven't received any notice yet, right? I personally informed you all that you are coming. Now that I have received your reply, except for those who are unable to have children, everyone in the family, regardless of gender or age, can come. Please gather at the village entrance immediately. After saying this, Hewenji turned and walked away, looking busy and official. Secretary, it's almost noon now. Even a cow would finish its lunch before going back to work, right? Andy teased sarcastically. Hewenji paused for a moment, waved his hand, and said, let the family bring the food. We won't starve. Everyone knows that Hewenji's son, Hewenzong, is busy with his mountain business. Maybe he's trying to make quick money during the crisis. Someone whispered, but it was just a quiet comment. After all, sometimes they also sold things wholesale to Hewenzong. Since the mountain road was built to connect to the village, Hewenzong started trading mountain products, fruits, poultry, and other mountain goods. He bought low and sold high in the city, making a profit from the difference. Of course, this was not wrong, but Hewenzong set the prices so low that villagers often complained. Hewenji heard the complaints, but chose to ignore them. His son selling mountain goods was considered a contribution to the village, so he didn't mind the grumbling. Especially from the Lian family, who were rough and often petty. They were rude and stingy, preferring to sell vegetables and fruits to traders down the hill rather than to his son. Now, with the earthquake, the official sales channels were controlled by him.
Who would you sell to then?
Humph. Hewenji hurriedly left. In the Lian family's yard, voices of complaints rose one after another. The eldest uncle pressed down his hand and said, Everyone, quiet down. Quiet now. Today, thank you all for coming to see Qibao. There are things in the village that can't be delayed. The weather is cold, and without electricity, it's hard to manage. Those who need to work, go ahead. Those who don't, stay and help prepare a simple meal to send to the elders and children at home. As soon as he finished speaking, a younger family member responded immediately. All right. With Uncle's words, we feel much better. Even the oldest grandfather nodded in agreement. Lien Fan is becoming more like the head of the family. Our Lien family needs such a man. Organizing everyone and uniting us is the way to make each generation stronger. Uncle Lien smiled broadly, not only because he had gained the approval of the Lien family, but also because Lien Chung had prepared ahead by installing a solar and wind power system. During this cold weather, his young niece wouldn't have to suffer from the cold, nor would the whole family. The mountain often experienced power outages, and with such strong wind, he estimated that repairing the cables would take at least 2 or 3 days, especially without obstacles and with enough workers. Clearing the path and fixing the cables was urgent. The Lien family quickly split into 2 groups. One group stayed behind, mostly women, children, and the elderly. The other group, mainly young men, went to work. Uncle Lien took his eldest cousin Lien Xing, and second uncle took Lien Zan, both among the workers. Originally, second uncle planned to take Lien Luan, but Lien Zan insisted on going. All the chores at home are done by third brother. I have no chance to show my skills. You're just a student and you're not as good at studying as Lien Chung. You can't work as well as third brother. When the earthquake hit, who ran the fastest? What can you do? His biological father's teasing was the most hurtful. He just came back a little earlier than Lien Chung. Could that really be a reason for his father to criticize him? Lien Zan said nothing, silently standing behind Uncle Lien. Lien Chung and Qi Bao returned home. Only Grandma and a few aunts were in the yard, picking vegetables. He looked around and asked, "Where's my brother? He's grown up. Why are you still looking for him?" Grandma joked, and the aunts laughed happily. Lien Chung. Qi Bao was held tightly by his older brother, unable to break free. Hearing Grandma's words, he frowned slightly, pouting his little mouth in protest. It's just, Lien Chung looked at Qi Bao level with his gaze and asked, "What is just?" "You're still in kindergarten and you're a little kid. What do you know?" Qi Bao turned his small head, looking aggrieved at Grandma. Grandma glared at Lien Chung. "Just looking at a kid, and this is how you look at him." She wiped her hands on her apron and stood up. "Your uncles and brothers went to repair the mountain road." "What?" Lien Chung suddenly raised his voice. "Aren't you told not to go down the mountain? What bad luck, huh?" The young girl was unhappy, mumbling as she took Qi Bao. Qi Bao also hummed softly. "Little bunny." Grandma was happy again, gently pinching Qi Bao's tiny nose. "You're my little bunny baby." Qi Bao tilted his little head. "Little bunny baby, Grandma." P greater than over equal to W less than over equal to Q. She carried Qi Bao into the house. Looking up at the bright but slightly strange sky, her feelings grew more uneasy, and she quickly disappeared into the yard like a gust of wind. She hurried along the winding mountain road, racing fast, which looked like a deep carved out of the rock wall. This mountain cliff road is hard to operate with machines, so people are better at it. The village has an excavator clearing big rocks in an open area, while villagers carry smaller stones onto pickup trucks. Lien Chung saw the Lien family far below on a mountain cliff, the mountains blurred in front of his eyes. He heard voices of people talking and laughing, and also, Lien Cheng's ears twitched, and he heard the sound of rocks cracking. The mountain cliff is about to collapse. Lien Cheng blinked and disappeared instantly. Lien Erbor faintly heard Lien Cheng's voice, and when he looked up, he saw broken rocks hanging above his son's head. He had no time to react, and suddenly felt a strong wind past him, pulling him back several meters. In a moment of danger, Lien Cheng could only choose to save his brother in life-threatening danger. Lien Xing was next to Lien Zan, sensing something, and pushed his cousin away. With a shout from Uncle Lien and Lien Zan, the cliff broke apart, and large and small rocks tumbled down. Lien Erbo froze for a moment, watching a big rock fall from the sky, creating a large hole where he had just been standing. Did he just walk through the gates of death? It was like a thunderbolt hitting him hard, and the surviving Lien family members were just as stunned. "Why are you just standing there? Save him!" It was Lian Cheng's voice. Lian Xing's leg was trapped under a huge rock, and Uncle Lian and Lianzan struggled with all their strength to lift and move it, but couldn't do it. Lian Erbo finally came to his senses. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Quick, help save people. Several people, including family members, were hit by stones and buried. Lian Cheng didn't care about revealing his special abilities. He immediately flipped the stones, pressing on Lian Xing's legs and arms, then carried him quickly to an open area. After that, he turned back to help rescue others. With everyone's effort, 2 seriously injured people were dug out, mostly with broken bones. Lian Cheng used nearby materials like branches and palm leaves to stabilize the broken areas of Lian Xing and the other injured. The group worked together to lift the injured onto a vehicle. They planned to go to the hospital in the valley, but many roads were blocked by fallen rocks and landslides, which hadn't been cleared yet. The group had to return to Gaoshan village. Luckily, there was still a local doctor there. As Lian Cheng and Lianzan entered the Lian family yard, their grandmother was walking around holding Qi Bao. When she saw her dirty eldest grandson, she exclaimed, "What happened to you?" The people in the yard looked out curiously. "Quick, put the older brother on the bed," Lian Qing said, rushing to carry Lian Xing into the house with Lianzan. His third aunt and fifth aunt, the mountain collapsed, and Lian Sun and Lian Mai were also hit by stones. "Go back and check on them." Second uncle supported his waist, leaning against the yard gate, breathing heavily. Suddenly, the air became quiet. Then, the elders, women, and children in the yard came out one after another. Old uncle stood behind second uncle and slapped himself hard. Second uncle scolded and pulled his brother into the house. The house was crowded with people. Lian Cheng settled Lian Xing and looked around. "Qi Bao, where are you?" "Qi Bao." Everyone was confused. Hearing her brother's call, Qi Bao struggled to get down from her grandmother's arms. "Here I am. Qi Bao is here." Lian Cheng hurriedly pushed through the crowd, took Qi Bao, and went to the kitchen. At that moment, Annie just came out of the kitchen. Lian Cheng closed the kitchen door, took a small porcelain basin from under the cabinet, and said, "Quick, Qi Bao, give your brother the spiritual spring water." Qi Bao scratched her head, then extended her right index finger. The spiritual spring water turned into a thin stream, flowing steadily. Lian Cheng was anxious. "This is too slow. Qi Bao, take your brother into the space." Li Hua also felt it was too troublesome. She grabbed her brother's hand and entered the space. She filled a porcelain basin with spiritual spring water, then used her own cup and Li Hua's cup to fill it. The space changed again. Tomatoes had sprouted and the little chickens and ducks had finished their transformation. There was also Pai Pai Dog, who had been locked inside the space for a long time. "Howl. Howl. Where are you going?" "Where? And you're not taking long with you." Ignoring Pai Pai Dog's sad little eyes, Lian Qing followed Li Hua out of the space. Ant suddenly opened the kitchen door quickly. "What is Xiao Qing doing?" was he caught. He had to quickly explain, "Oh, I'm just getting some water to wash Brother Lian's wound." Ant. Washing with the porcelain basin used for soup at home? Ant was a bit confused about Lian Cheng's sudden appearance, but didn't ask. It was instinctive trust. Lian Qing took the water outside, cut off Lian Xing's pant leg, and used a towel dipped in spiritual spring water to wipe away the blood. The spring water was warm, so it didn't feel cold. But Lian Xing was sweating coldly, his face pale. His silent, painful cry felt like an invisible hand gripping everyone's hearts. Ant felt sorry for her son. She took the towel from Lian Cheng and carefully and gently wiped his leg. Usually fierce and strong, she was crying like rain. "Son, hold on, hold on." "Dr. Li, when will Dr. Li come?" There was only one doctor in the village. This time, 7 or 8 members of the Lian family were seriously or lightly injured. How could the doctor come so quickly? Lian Cheng half-supported Lian Xing and gave him a sip of spiritual spring water. "Don't worry, Aunt. Trust me, I won't let it be serious." Sunshine Kindergarten sent a thank you letter, thanking him for saving Teacher Chun and the children. He had already tested it. This method of saving people worked. Watching the basin of water turn bright red, Lian sat heavily on the ground and cried loudly. Because of me. It's all my fault. Big brother only tried to save me. Stop talking nonsense. Lianxing endured the pain and gritted his teeth. The family's motto is that brothers work together and can move mountains. Instead of risking your life for you, breaking my leg, what does that matter? A brave man should not be so useless. Why are you crying? I'm not dead yet. Perhaps to distract himself, Lianxing spoke a few words. If my older brother usually gave advice like this, Lianzan would definitely retort, what era are we in? Old family traditions? If the wisdom of ancestors really worked, the Lian family wouldn't have fallen into decline. Times are different now. Lianzan, a tall man, seems pretty helpless besides crying. Big brother, drink some more water. Everyone else go outside. Everyone felt uncomfortable. Liancheng felt a lot of pressure. His head was dizzy, his words were heavy, and suddenly, a strong sense of authority burst out. The family members were momentarily at a loss. Aunt finished cleaning Lianxing's leg, carried a basin of bloodied water outside. Everyone followed closely behind. Liancheng found bandages, gauze, and small wooden boards to fix Lianxing's leg again. Lianxing closed his eyes, and his breathing gradually steadied. Liancheng relaxed, feeling more and more tired. He slumped on the bed's edge. Only then did he realize his heart was trembling the whole time. Just now, that helpless feeling of being unable to save someone made him feel like he was back in his previous life. Because of the rush, Lianxing was carried directly into the restroom on the first floor, which had a window facing the yard. The family didn't dare go inside, only peeking through the window, especially Lianzan and Lian sneaking under the window ledge. Grandpa squatted by the eaves, snapped his pipe, and said, "All right, stop staring. Xiao Cheng knows what he's doing." From the way Liancheng took out those things and his skilled movements, Grandpa could tell that his grandson was not ordinary. With Grandpa's words, everyone dared not crowd into the house, except for one person. Qibao held her small bunny cup with both hands, pushed the door open looked inside. Seeing that Liancheng had finished his work, she tiptoed in, holding her small cup, tilting her head up, eyes full of tears. Go-go is hurt. Water, Liancheng thought Qibao was talking about Lianxing. He hugged the little one into his arms. Big brother is asleep now. Qibao, be good, don't cry. Bao hugged a small cup, and a chubby little hand brushed the messy hair on Liancheng's forehead. Hoo-hoo. The pain flies away. Just now, he was hit by a stone while trying to save someone, but he didn't mind. His hair covered his injury, so no one probably noticed. It was sticky, and there was actually blood. Liancheng smiled and comforted the little one. Be good, Qibao. Brother won't be hurt anymore. Guogua, be good. Water. Qibao handed her little bunny water cup to Liancheng. Since the last time Liancheng lost Qibao's water cup, she hadn't let him touch her bunny cup for a long time. Some children didn't think about it. She also gave her brother's cup to someone else. Only at this moment does the little one behave so well. Liancheng was quite pleased. He took a few sips through the straw. The little one was satisfied. Guogua, be good. The chubby hand gently patted Liancheng's arm, meaning he was hurt and needed to rest. Actually, he didn't really want to sleep. He was hungry. Lian Luan brought Dr. Li over, followed by Hiwenji and a group of people. As soon as Dr. Li entered the yard, he sighed heavily. There are rarely such cases of collective injuries in the village. Even if there are fractures or falls, they are sent to the county hospital. He knew what kind of situation Lianxing was in without even looking. But his supplies of anti-inflammatory medicine were running low, and painkillers were scarce. The roads were blocked now, so they couldn't send anyone to the hospital or get medicine. A skilled cook can't make a meal without ingredients, and he had no solution. After explaining this, everyone in the Lian family looked very discouraged. Then what do you suggest we do? The widow Wang at the village had jumped up. I don't care, treat my son first and bring the medicine. Old lady Wang, think logically. Your son has been on medication for 2 days. Just endure a little longer. There are more serious patients in the Lian family. At this moment, the people of the old Lien family realized that the mountain had collapsed in more than one place, and the injured villagers were not only from the Lien family. Hearing Dr. Li say this, Widow Wang was even more upset and shouted, "Old Lien family? Old Lien's family is giving you gold and silver, but favoring Old Lien's family has caused this disaster. I think it's Old Lien's family who brought it on themselves. Their granddaughter just moved in yesterday, and today a big trouble happened in the village. Calling her a troublemaker isn't an exaggeration. In my opinion, people from Old Lien's family shouldn't be treated." This remark from Widow Wang completely offended the women and relatives of Old Lien's family. Andy suddenly stepped forward and slapped Widow Wang hard twice. "You're full of nonsense. Who is the troublemaker?
Who deserves to die?
You can't speak properly. Today, I'll teach you how to behave." Andy works hard all year and has never been harsh to her mother-in-law. She eats well and is strong and healthy. When she gets angry, even the men in the village step back. Except for Uncle Lien. "Yun Yun, just speak. Don't hit anyone."
What?
"Isn't your son hurt?" Auntie started to cry again. Uncle Lien quickly comforted her. "No, it's not that. She just hurt her hand. It's not worth fighting over such a person." "Widow Wang. Is she showing off her love here?" Widow Wang rolled up her sleeves, ready to fight. "You old woman, dare to hit me. Today what?" Grandma suddenly grabbed Wang's long hair from behind and pulled her back. "Thinking you can flirt with some men and get away with it? Coming into my family's yard to cause trouble. Oh my." "Secretary, look quickly. Old Lien's family is bullying people. You need to control this shameless old woman." Grandma looked at Wenji with a meaningful smile. This old widow is looking for help. Besides her lover, who else can she turn to? Anyway, whoever shows up will take the blame. Wenji awkwardly cleared his throat. "Old Lien's family, please let go. We're all from the same village." Now, not just from the same village, even if she was born in the same, she wouldn't let go. If anyone dares to insult her good grandson, the old lady won't let this bad anger go, and no one will be safe. The people of the Lien family pretended not to see anything. After listening to the commotion in the yard for a while, Lien Chung led Qi Bao out of the house. When he saw his grandmother fighting, Qi Bao couldn't stay calm anymore. She broke free from her brother's hand, angrily rushed forward, raised her little foot, and stomped on Widow Wang's foot. Widow Wang is an adult. Being pulled by her hair by the elders was one thing, but to be bullied by this little one? Immediately, her old leg shot out to kick. In a flash, Lien Chung kicked Widow Wang's calf. If Widow Wang had been pretending to be weak before, this time, she really felt the pain.
Ouch.
The Lien family is fighting. Everyone is fighting.
Ouch.
It hurts so much. Someone stop them. Lien Chung carried his little niece aside. "Why did you start the fight? Look at your own strength. You're so small, one kick from her could knock you down. Adults fight, kids should stay out of it. Be smart." Qi Bao pouted her lips, rolled her eyes, looking defiant. "Lien Chung. Should I hit her again? What to do?" Meanwhile, seeing Grandma still wanting to attack her obedient grandson, her hand itched. She had just grabbed her by the hair to stop her from causing trouble, but this time she swung both hands, slapping her twice. Several of the Lien family sisters-in-law were there. Widow Wang was only on the receiving end of a one-sided beating. Wenji silently cursed inside, then stood up with a righteous look. "Where's the head of the Lien family? Come out and take control. You gave the most dangerous sections of the road to my old Lien family. What about you? What about your son? Your family is completely finished, right? We consider this a work-related injury. Is that how you talk?" "Yes, it counts as a work injury and the village must take responsibility. It must be taken care of." Someone from the Lien family immediately stepped forward to agree. Wenji impatiently waved his hand. "Enough, enough. Your old Lien family always causes trouble. I dare not offend. The medical expenses are covered by the village. The rest is on you." Lienzan was so angry he laughed. Lienzan still wanted to argue. "Stop. Don't argue anymore." Grandpa held a cigarette and tapped it on the tea table under the eaves. Dr. Li, since you're here, please check Lian Xing. It's not that Grandpa doesn't trust his grandson, but Lian Xing isn't a professional, so if there's a mistake, it can be fixed. Seeing Dr. Li go inside, Widow Wang, with messy hair and a fierce look, broke free from the women behind her and hurried forward, grabbing Dr. Li's medical box. The medicine is my son's. All of it belongs to my son. Dr. Li looked at Widow Wang impatiently. This person is really stubborn. Grandpa Lian was unbothered. Dr. Li, go inside and check first. See if there's medicine, then talk. Dr. Li nodded and went inside to look. Isn't the injury quite serious? He's already asleep? After a quick check of Lian Xing's injury, the bleeding has stopped, and the way it's fixed. Dr. Li frowned. Who treated this wound? Grandpa Lian quickly called Lian Xing in. It's my grandson, Lian Xing. Is there a problem? After hesitating, Dr. Li spoke. This wound was treated very professionally. But no medicine was used, he mumbled, unsure whether to say more or not. Lian Xing hurriedly explained as he carried Qi Bao. There is medicine. My Qi Bao is always mischievous, so I keep some at home. Not much, though. He let out a sigh of relief inwardly. Luckily, he had prepared during the argument earlier. He didn't want to reveal Qi Bao's space too early. Qi Bao pouted her little mouth. She admits there is medicine, but what does she mean by mischievous? The baby was angry and refused to be friends with his older brother. He struggled to slide down from Lian Xing and turned to pull Lianzan along. Lianzan. He was surprised and flattered. Aunt frowned, feeling that her nephew was acting mysteriously. She hadn't seen Lian Xing use any medicine. The blood he wiped away stopped bleeding. Dr. Li looked interested and asked, What medicines do you keep at home? Lian Xing took out a box from under Lian Xing's bed. Inside were medicines that Qi Bao had brought from the space. He didn't take many, just a box. The medicines included both topical and internal types, quite complete, but not many. Dr. Li pointed to a few medicines that could reduce inflammation and pain. Can I buy these? Lian Xing looked around the room. All the people there were from the Lian family. He nodded and said, Yes, but I have one condition. These medicines must be used first by my family. Dr. Li was too weak. He couldn't handle even one woman. Lian Xing didn't give him the medicines, but planned to go himself. After the Lian family left the house, Widow Wang was still arguing with some women in the yard. My son is the main support of the family. Can you really afford to lose him? Indeed, Widow Wang was in her 30s, widowed after her husband died in an accident. Her older son was just over 10, and her younger son was only 1 year old. The villagers felt sympathy for her. She liked to take small advantages, and everyone usually turned a blind eye. But today was a matter of life and death. Dr. Li had said her son was not in danger of losing his life. So, women from the Lian family, other injured family members, and Widow Wang fought and argued, spilling medicines all over the yard. He and Ji stood angrily aside, upset that they were fighting. What are you fighting about? We have no medicine now. Just work together to clear the road, and everyone will get through. All of you. Old Lian family. Our old Lian family? What about us? Lian Xing said calmly. First, the road isn't even open yet. Even if it is, can the town or county guarantee there will be medicine? Last night, 80% of the communication towers were destroyed by strong winds. News hasn't spread through the city yet, and many city residents are fleeing. Supplies in the countryside and towns are being stolen rapidly, especially medicines. Today, if anything happens to Old Lian's family, your village leader's position will be over. Old Lian's family has been injured trying to keep the roads open. We don't have medicine in the village, and we won't pay for medical expenses, but as for the roads, you all have to manage yourselves. That's true, someone said, and it seemed reasonable, so Hiwenji couldn't find a good response. Inside the yard, a few women were still arguing, and some were guarding the gate to prevent Widow Wang from sneaking away with the medicine. Dr. Li followed Lian Xing into the yard. Everyone calmed down for a while. Old Lian's family doesn't want your medicine, and I don't want the medical kit either. Old Li can't cure your crazy illnesses. Just go home and treat yourselves. Lien's main man also came out of Lien Xing's house, dragging his wife along with him, muttering vaguely about medicine. Widow Wang, with sharp ears, overheard and couldn't help but rush forward, hugging the messy medical box. There's medicine. Why did you only give my son 2 days' worth? At least 10 days or half a month of medicine should be given for injuries and broken bones, right? 10 days? Half a month? Are you eating medicine like food? Old Dr. Li glared at Widow Wang. Lien's family has medicine. The good medicine from Cheng was brought back from the city, and it's only for Lien's family.
You.
Just keep causing trouble. His gaze shifted to the medical box that Widow Wang was clutching tightly. Old Li shook his head in frustration. Only for Lien's family? Dr. Li automatically changed some words, and Lien Cheng did not correct him. In this world, you must first take care of your own family. Some people have medicine, but you can't give it to them, or they will keep asking for more. Widow Wang was persistent, but since the medicine was in Lien Cheng's hands, she dared not steal it or reach for it. Lien Cheng and Dr. Li visited several uncles, brothers, and cousins. Giving medicine was one part, but more importantly, they naturally fed these people the spiritual spring water. Lien Cheng brought a large, convenient, insulated jar. Following Dr. Li's instructions, he prepared the medicine and water, moving smoothly and naturally. Grandma, along with aunt and second aunt, divided the family's meals and delivered them to the homes of these uncles, brothers, and cousins. Everyone appreciated this kindness. The Lien family deeply values family bonds. After this event, people's hearts became even closer. Lien Cheng left enough medicine for the family and handed the remaining medicine to Dr. Li. Dr. Li then delivered it to the households that previously lacked medicine, mentioning that it was taken out of the family members' mouths. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lien Zan had been out with his child for half an hour. Where is the child? They searched every corner in the yard. Lien Zan was about to dig 3 feet into the ground to find him. Without finding the child, the women at home insisted he be punished. Lien Cheng just entered the yard. Lien Zan, acting like a spy, sneaked behind him. Qi Bao is missing. He wiped his face, lowered his head, looking like a young wife. He wanted to laugh, but held back. Faced with the women at home, he was not much different from others. It wasn't that he didn't care about the child, but he sensed that the child was still in the yard. Lien Cheng followed the spiritual energy fluctuations to find him. Soon, he carried the child out of the house, alongside a small puppy excitedly darting around Lien Cheng's feet. Lien Zan, where did you find him? And where did this dog come from? Playing with water in the bathroom. This whole outfit needs to be hung on a tree to dry. This dog was found at the village entrance. Occasionally, there are stray dogs in the village. Lien Cheng casually explained. Qi Bao was very unhappy, her little eyebrows furrowed. Was she playing with water? Her brother had splashed all her water away. Could she think of a way now? Why was she caught again by her brother's grip? Baby was speechless, like a deflated doll. Hanging her little head, her tiny arms drooped, her little mouth pouted so much it looked like it could hold a small oil jar. Lien Cheng hadn't even started to teach her yet. Grandma's shoe was already flying toward him from behind. Can you take care of your sister?
Can you?
If not, let me do it.
Who's holding the kid by the neck?
Lien Zhan ran faster than a rabbit, a stubborn old friend. He quickly placed the baby on the ground and dodged. Grandma, listen to me. I wasn't grabbing her neck. I was grabbing her back. Just her back. This little guy was playing with water. He's soaked all over. Soaked? Doesn't he want to change? Why do you need to be his brother? Is it for looks or for fun? They couldn't communicate with the old lady anymore. She was about to scold him for the 3rd meal of the day, but he hadn't eaten yet. Lunch was only at 3 in the afternoon, but the house was full of snacks, so it didn't stop baby from helping himself. Pippi the dog also naturally moved into Lien's house. Qi Bao changed clothes, and one person and one dog went around the village with Lien, under the watch of the 3rd grandpa's little nephew. Lien Cheng didn't care. He couldn't care. The family sat in the main room of Auntie's house, becoming more serious. An ordinary day in the mountain village, yet it felt so long. Qi Bao was not there, and Grandpa took out his pipe and lit it. Today's matter. Today's matter could have been avoided. Grandpa started, and Lien Chung responded, showing rare seriousness. Wasn't it agreed that we wouldn't go down the mountain these days? Why did you all go when He Wen-ji called out? This. Uncle Lien hesitated and found it hard to explain. Lien Chung lowered his eyes and said, It's also my fault for not explaining clearly. I returned a day later than Lien Zon, and the situation at the foot of the mountain had already changed a lot. I actually hope the road is blocked so no one in the village would suffer. What? What do you mean? Grandma looked confused with her old eyes. Lien Chung continued, There have been many earthquakes, tsunamis, and tornadoes. The whole country and the world are suffering. Do you think this huge release of energy is over? Energy can't be created out of nothing, nor can it disappear. It only changes from one form to another, causing a chain of reactions. This. You mean like the butterfly effect? And then, thinking about the possible consequences, Lien Zon couldn't help but get goosebumps. What butterfly effect? Is the end of the world really coming? Grandma blinked with a confused look and asked. Lien Chung was surprised. The end of the world? Who told you that, Yang Jinjin? Looking back at the people who had recently returned to the village, besides Lien Chung's family, there was no one else. Second Uncle Lien gave Lien Chung a look. It wasn't the right time to talk about this now. If some words were spoken now, wouldn't Grandma's anger be directed at everyone present? Lien Chung thought for a few seconds. Grandma, don't believe those strange stories outside. Many cults are deliberately tricking women and the elderly who don't understand science. Humanity is indeed facing a disaster never seen before in history, but as long as we work together, we can overcome any difficulty. Think about us. Think about Qi Bao. Think about your obedient grandson. There was a hint of sadness in his words. Grandma rolled her eyes. All right. It's just that the world is going to be chaotic. No need to be so subtle. I've lived this long and eaten more salt than you've walked miles. Grandpa frowned, tapping the table with his pipe. Grandma pouted and immediately fell silent. Grandpa took a puff of dried tobacco and exhaled a smoke ring. So, little city, what do you think we should do next? Lien Chung lightly tapped the table twice with his finger. Notify the Lien family, stock up on supplies at home, don't send anything out. The money we have now is still money, but after a while, it might just be worthless paper. The mountains can be self-sufficient as long as we have stored grains. We can survive. Also, Grandpa's brothers and cousins have set up a charcoal factory, right? Don't send out the charcoal anymore. The weather looks like it's about to change. Although it's called a charcoal factory, it's actually a small workshop with just a few machines, but it supplies charcoal within 100 miles. Usually, only barbecue restaurants need charcoal. As long as there's no power outage, villagers rarely use it. This season is normally the best time for selling charcoal. But this year, Grandpa looked at the sky outside and took a deep puff of dry tobacco. We'll do as the small town says. Azon, you're quite eloquent. Go inform the old man and the third old man. Whether they believe it or not, just make sure they know. And tell the others at home, don't go shouting around. In troubled times, not only natural disasters are scary, but also people's hearts. Lien Zon nodded. His grandfather was still the most perceptive. Grandma touched her nose, feeling like the old man was hinting at something. But she had no proof. Lien Zon had just gone out when the old man and the third old man's family arrived, asking for news. Grandpa also analyzed the current situation, but didn't mention the end of the world. After all, saying, end of the world, could lead to rumors and false talk. We must believe in science. Seeing Grandpa talking so confidently, Lien Zon felt a bit sad again. Why didn't he realize before that this old man was actually quite adorable? This matter has been properly communicated. Even the family members are keeping it secret and not sharing it outside. The weather is getting colder. One morning again, Qi Bao is wearing a plush jumpsuit that looks like mink fur with a beige fuzzy scarf around her neck. Today, she is a warm, soft beige little ball of fluff. Her small hands are also covered with tiny plush gloves given by Lien Chung. To prevent Qi Bao from disturbing the two ants while they cook, Lien Chung gave her a task. She definitely can't play with her toys anymore, unless she wants to get scolded for eating shoes. Lianqing thought of something else. Great-grandpa is old, and with the cold weather, he doesn't like to move much, staying in the heated room all day, which makes him easy to get sick. So Lianqing decided to let Qibao drive her little car and take great-grandpa out for a walk. Of course, just an old man and a little girl are not enough. Lianqing also wanted to go along. Grandma pouted. She asked, "My clever granddaughter is driving the car, and I haven't even sat in it yet?" Lianqing happily agreed and invited Grandma to join. After Grandma got in, Lianin came out rubbing his eyes from inside the house. Why can't he go too? Yesterday, something big happened at home, and he ran out to play wildly. He was scolded by his mother for being irresponsible, saying he doesn't understand anything. Saying he's just eating the Lien family's food for free. This morning, he saw a chance to make up for it, and he had to seize it. In the end, Lianqing was ruthlessly kicked off the car by Grandma. Why do I always get hurt? Pippi the dog was also hurt. It just wanted to know why Chi-Chi wasn't playing with it anymore. It turns out she has other friends now. Lianqing clicked his tongue. He decided to go see his big brother. Lianqing is recovering very well. His face already has some color. He should be able to get out of bed soon. Link spring water has the effect of cleansing and strengthening the body. Drinking it helps with cultivation, but drinking too much turns it into regular plain water. For injured people, it may not cure the illness completely, but it helps them recover several times faster than normal medicine. Lianqing lies on the bed at an angle, feeling heavy-hearted and worried, but his older cousin didn't say anything, so Lianqing didn't ask. They casually talked about what happened yesterday, vaguely mentioning the end of the world. Andy came in and, hearing the word, wiped her eyes. "I don't know how your two uncles are doing."
Mom.
"My uncles are clever people. They'll be fine." Usually serious and honest, the older cousin was quite good at comforting others. Lianqing thought back. In his previous life, he saw his two uncles among a team hunting strange beasts. Strange beasts are like humans, developing special abilities to adapt to the environment. They appeared after various natural disasters as mutated species. So, his uncles were safe at least before the beasts appeared, in the early days of the end of the world. Lianqing also smiled and comforted her. "Auntie, I also think my uncles will be fine. If you're really worried, once the mountain road is open, my brother and I will go to Qingyang village to check on them, and we can also take Qibao to meet people." "Good, good," Xiaoqing. Auntie finally showed a faint smile, seeming to want to say more but swallowed her words. She instinctively felt that Lianqing had secrets, but he didn't say anything, and she had her reasons not to ask. She shouldn't probe further. Lianqing still wore his calm and composed smile. "Auntie, if you have anything to say, just tell me." "It's nothing. Nothing at all, as long as you all are fine." Auntie lowered her eyes to hide her sadness, then turned to leave. Qibao and the others are back. "Xiaoqing, come help Auntie set the table. Dinner is ready." Lianqing saw Qibao driving her small car into the yard. Qibao parked the car at the door, and behind it, there was a tiny stroller filled to the brim. Pippi was lying at the door, lifting his head to look, but his ears drooped again. He was feeling a bit down. Lianqing was setting the dishes and glanced outside. "Little Xiaobao, where are you going to rob today?" "All gifts from the villagers." "We're not robbing anything," Grandma explained briefly. The Lien family had received medicine, and many neighbors had prepared thank-you gifts. At this moment, Qibao didn't have time to pay attention to her grumpy older brother. She wanted to help her great-grandfather get out of the car. Grandma couldn't do it alone. Having Lien En's help was already enough, but the little girl still wanted to try, copying her. As a grandma, she couldn't ignore the little girl's filial piety, right? After settling the great-grandfather at the dining table, Qibao ran back into the yard to get the tiny stroller. "Big brother, take it." Lien En hurriedly chased after her. How could he miss the chance to be a good big brother? He took down the stroller and was about to walk inside. But when he reached the steps in front of the door, he hesitated. He pushed and pulled several times but couldn't get it up. Qibao pouted her little lips, worried about being accidentally bumped, but she was also anxious. She followed closely behind Lian and, walking clumsily. The adults at home thought Lian and was practicing, so they didn't go to help. Finally, Qi Bao couldn't stand it anymore. She stood under the eaves, gripping the handle of the stroller tightly and pulling hard. Heave dash, heave dash. Lian paused, pushing the stroller with surprise. He looked at Qi Bao in disbelief. How much strength did she have? Could my sister have superpowers? Qi Bao pushed the stroller and ran towards the house. Grandma stepped out of the main room, clapping her hands.
Oh.
My little Bao. You're so great. You're helping Grandma with the chores? Yes, yes. Qi Bao tilted his little head happily, looking very serious and cute. Wow. Her obedient grandson is so adorable. Grandma picked up the little one and cuddled him happily. Second aunt came out pushing a small cart, pinched Qi Bao's little face, and the three of them, grandmother, grandson, and daughter-in-law, walked happily toward the main room, chatting and laughing. Did no one see him? My heart shattered into tiny pieces I couldn't pick up. The children of the Lian family have strong healing abilities. After dinner, Lian took the little one around the village, with Pippi Dog happily following behind. Actually, her biological brother is quite lazy. He wants to relax during the end times, but the little one never gives him that chance. Grandma shot him a look, and Lian Cheng eagerly followed. When it comes to taking care of children, Lian Cheng is very experienced. The little one played with the local, mischievous kids. They organized a team and shared weapons. A few small radish heads led the way, proudly followed by a little sweet bean holding a stick gun. It seemed they sensed the disdainful look from her brother. Qi Bao rolled her eyes at Lian Cheng and snorted. She's part of the team now, too. Who does her brother look down on? Then she happily followed the main team, like a little duck waddling along. A group of mischievous kids started a pretend battle. A fluffy white ball hid behind a small hill, following Lian and rolling around, then rolling again, and then shooting bullets at the enemy army with a stick. Lian Cheng. Her biological brother was about to collapse. It's hard to imagine he did the same thing over 10 years ago. Qi Bao was also carried home by Lian Cheng. Her once white jumpsuit was now completely dirt gray. Lian Cheng was disgusted and kept her little one at a distance. Qi Bao held her small stick and pretended to shoot her brother. The enemy army wasn't defeated yet. How could they go home? Her brother didn't play with her and even blocked her from playing with other brothers. Next time, she decided not to bring her brother along. Humph. The grandma, who was also pulled into the outing blacklist by Qi Bao, was too clingy. She always wanted hugs, holding up her big plans. She still doesn't realize that her obedient grandson dislikes her. The road down the mountain is finally open. The people of Gaoshan village see hope again, especially families with injured members. Although they have some medicine, it's not enough. They need to go to the county to get more. The injuries of the family members are healing faster, but some people are gossiping behind their backs, saying that the family secretly hid good medicine and didn't share it with everyone. But so what? The medicine belongs to the family, and most villagers are still grateful. He Wenji called on everyone to take out their supplies, since the market is good now, to exchange for money. Most of the villagers are farmers who work the land, hoping to sell their crops for a better year. So many couldn't resist Hewenji's call and kept some supplies for winter, selling the rest wholesale to Hebin. Of course, because Grandpa had given instructions, most of the older men, like the eldest and second eldest, politely refused. The weather is cold this year, the harvest is poor, we don't have enough for ourselves, let alone to take down the mountain, said the eldest brother-in-law of Grandpa, then shut the door. Hewenji was disappointed and spat harshly at the door. Good intentions are taken for fool's kindness. If you won't sell, then just let the stuff rot on the mountain or be buried in the ground. After cursing and swearing, Hewenji turned around with a serious look and went to another house. Some people, not wanting to offend Hewenji, took out a small amount of their family's stored food to make up the numbers. Meanwhile, the supplies from Gaoshan village had not yet been brought down the mountain. On the other side, Lian Cheng's family hurriedly returned home. Yang Zhenjin ignored Lian Cheng's dark expression and went straight to his house. When the fourth son's family arrived, the grandmother was naturally happy. She carefully arranged the first-floor lounge to accommodate the family. The small houses of the three brothers in the Lien family had the same layout. Upstairs were 3 bedrooms. Downstairs were 3 rooms, a lounge, a storage room, and a main hall. The kitchen was separated from the main hall by sliding doors. The storage room was usually used to store farming tools. But because the great-grandfather had mobility issues, the first-floor storage room in Lien Cheng's house was turned into a bedroom for him. One room was used to house the entire family, which was a bit crowded. Yang Jinjin took Lien Jiao upstairs and downstairs for a walk. She pouted her lips, looking quite displeased. Lien Zheng and Lien Jiao, the siblings, also seemed somewhat unhappy. Lien Sheng didn't say much, just smiled as he watched his mother busying herself. Lien Debo, the eldest uncle, carried the luggage of Lien Sheng's family and set it down. He glanced at Lien Sheng in the yard and thought for a few seconds. "Fourth brother, just bring your wife and children to stay at my house. Lien isn't home, and Lien Sheng's leg is broken, so he's temporarily staying on the first floor. There are 2 empty rooms upstairs. No need to squeeze in." "Oh, big brother, what are you saying?" Yang Jinjin came out gracefully and continued, "If we go to your house, will you live there forever? Everyone knows that Wannan was hit by a disaster, and the houses are uninhabitable. We're planning to stay long-term. I'm just visiting your house. I have my own home, so why should I stay at yours?" As soon as she said this, Lien Debo's face immediately changed. He wondered why they couldn't stay forever in his house, and whether the third family thought they had a right to the house. If you can't speak properly, don't speak at all. Seeing her older brother's disappointed face, Lien Sheng pulled Yang Jinjin aside and smiled at her older brother. "Big brother, don't mind her. Women often speak without thinking. We finally came back home, so of course we want to visit Dad and Mom. It's more convenient to stay here." Uncle Lien looked serious and didn't say anything. Grandmother, not hearing Yang Jinjin's earlier words, was busy looking for snacks and pouring hot tea into the main hall. "Old Fourth, come here and have some hot tea to warm up.
It's so cold today.
Jiao.
Come over here to Grandma."
"Grandma. All right, wife, stop fussing. The fourth family's house isn't fancy, and this shabby place is just plain tea." Grandpa interrupted her, took a puff of his pipe, and tapped the table with his pipe holder. He had heard the conversation earlier in the lounge. He didn't get angry, but he was a bit annoyed inside. Grandmother paused, showing a look of confusion on her face. Hearing his words, Lien Sheng immediately came out of the lounge. "Hey, Dad. A cozy home is better than a fancy one. How could my son dislike his own home?" He took out a lighter and relit his grandpa's pipe, trying to flatter him very obviously. At this moment, Yang Jinjin came out of the lounge carrying her luggage, standing proudly. "Dad, Mom, I want to say, you're being too biased. When we first came back, we stayed upstairs. There are 2 empty rooms upstairs. Lien Cheng only took one when he came back, and we just cleaned up the other for our family. It's a bit unfair to Jiao. In the city, our family lives separately. Jiao has had her own room since she was little. Now, she has to live with us, and Lien Zheng is already a teenager. He's 15 or 16. He can't still sleep with his parents, right?" Grandmother hurriedly explained, "I meant for Lien Zheng to share a room with his brother. Not comfortable. Then, he can stay at my house." "Dad, Mom, there's no space for you here." Uncle Lien came out of the lounge, interrupting her. From his tone, it seemed he was looking for trouble. Yang Jinjin tilted her phoenix eyes and said sharply, Why don't we have a place? We are also your children, Dad and Mom. Because this is my home." Lien Qing entered the house and shouted loudly, still wanting to take over the room of the little one. Although the baby often sneaks into his arms at night, his family would rather let the dog live there than accept this family of dirty-hearted troublemakers. "Your family? This is the old Lien family. Your grandparents are still here. Do you, a young kid with yellow hair, want to be the head of the household? Today, I am the one in charge." Hearing the commotion, Aunt hurriedly came in and pulled Lien Cheng aside. "Dealing with women It's best to be a woman herself. Fourth sister-in-law, I'm the eldest sister-in-law, and I'm telling you, this is in front of Dad and Mom. You, as a daughter-in-law, don't act like one. Others might think we've got an ancestor living here. Which daughter-in-law in the village doesn't help with the New Year's cooking? Only you. Why are you still causing trouble? You speak so easily. You're his aunt, of course you're meddling. A wild kid from the fourth family. Why does he get a room all to himself? Why do our family of four have to squeeze downstairs, where it's damp and wet? What wild kid?
From the fourth family. Keep your mouth clean.
Third brother is watching from above. Some rumors are just talk, but this is family. Aunt was really angry, almost wanting to tear down Yang Jinjin. Second aunt, holding a quilt, came in and said, "Why can't the first floor be used?" Our Lien and also lives on the first floor. Lien and was carried by a servant, holding a stack of bedding, following second aunt. Hearing this, his childish voice casually replied, "His family are people. I'm just a blade of grass." Every time his fourth uncle returned, the whole family looked like they were worshipping an ancestor. Lien and had long been unhappy about this, but he accidentally blurted out his true feelings. Several pairs of eyes shot toward him. Are they trying to burn the family's conflicts even hotter? Lien and rubbed his nose, feeling that children speak without thinking. Enough, stop arguing. Fourth brother, take your wife and kids to stay with the eldest. Dad and Mom are old and can't handle all this fuss. Grandpa threw his cigarette onto the table and stood up, ready to leave. A harmonious family brings success. Elderly people fear most that their children and grandchildren will not get along. After all, everyone is part of the same family. Grandpa glanced at Li Yancheng. This grandson had been scowling all day, which was quite unusual. But he didn't expect Li Yancheng to be even more upset. Li Yancheng didn't know how to start this argument, but since Yang Jinjin had opened the topic, he didn't hold back. He grabbed Yang Jinjin's suitcase and threw it into the yard, saying, "This family is mine, not hers."
Get out. What?
Do you mean? Grandma was a bit confused. It was the first time she saw Li Yancheng so angry. Yu Yunyun was also surprised. What was going on? Even Grandpa was confused. They were all family. How did it come to such a serious fight? Second uncle and two cousins heard the noise and hurried over.
Hey.
Li Yancheng, let's talk nicely.
Don't scare Qi Bao, he said.
By the way, Qi Bao, where did this little kid go today? Why is there no sign of him? Just as Li Yancheng thought this, wow, a crying voice came from the second floor.
Jojo, Yang Zizhen exclaimed insult.
Li Yancheng disappeared in a flash, thinking first of Qi Bao. Qi Bao was fighting with Lien Jiao Jiao. Although Jiao Jiao was bigger and had the advantage in size, Qi Bao was small, stubborn, and strong, not backing down at all. While the adults argued downstairs, Jiao Jiao sneaked upstairs to play in Qi Bao's room. Qi Bao's room was full of toys. Although Qi Bao didn't live there, it was already taken over by Pippi Dog. Sometimes the dog and the kid would go crazy inside. Today, Qi Bao was just there. Jiao Jiao immediately grabbed Qi Bao's toys when she arrived. In her territory, bullying her own family member, Pippi Dog growled and bit Jiao Jiao. Since Pippi Dog was raised on spiritual spring water, although not fully grown, his strength was almost that of an adult dog. Jiao Jiao cried out in pain and kicked Pippi Dog. Bullying Pippi Dog? Can this little girl really tolerate that? Qi Bao has chubby arms and round legs, stubborn like a little bull. He immediately pounced on Lien Jiao Jiao. But he also got hurt bravely. A cut appeared on his small nose. Lien Jiao Jiao started crying. The little one felt a tiny bit scared. Her brother said she was still young and should ask him if she was bullied. She is a kid and shouldn't fight easily, as it could cause injuries. Her brother doesn't like her to get hurt. Teachers in kindergarten also don't like children who fight. She is worried her family might not like it either. Unlike Lien Jiao Jiao's loud crying, Qi Bao pouted his little mouth with teary eyes, but he held back his tears or cried very softly. He looked sad and choked a little. Others might not hear it, but Li Yancheng heard it very clearly. He gently held the small child in his arms and comforted him. Oh, it's okay. Don't be afraid. Big brother is here. Shibao sniffled and used his small hand to wipe away his tears. Goo goo, sister hit Pippi. Pippi the dog had crawled into the bottom of the child's bed, constantly barking woof woof. Cece is fine. Cece, keep going. Hit her. The dog looked fierce but was very loyal, guarding the territory of his little owner. Oh, it's okay.
Pippi is fine.
Shibao, don't cry. Lien Qing kept rubbing Shibao's head and body. Tell me if anything hurts. Pain. Shibao shook his small hand, his chubby face burying into Lien Qing's neck. The little guy was really sad. He was upset even when someone else hit him. Lien Qing let out a deep sigh. He patted Shibao's back gently. It's good that you're okay. He wasn't sure if he was comforting Shibao or himself. Yang Jinjin was also holding Lien Jiao, checking her. What do you mean she's okay? Look at my Jiao's head, it's swollen. Lien Jiao had a big bump on her forehead. Lien Qing looked at her and said, if you go into others' rooms to cause trouble, as long as you don't lose an arm or a leg, you deserve it. Although he didn't want Shibao to be violent, he also didn't want her to be weak. Today's situation was just right. Uncles, brothers, grandpa, and grandma all came over. Andy felt sorry for the little one and hugged her, saying, my Shibao is hurt again. Your Jiao is already 6 years old this year. Can't you be a bit more gentle with your little sister? Grandma also came over, looked at Shibao's small face, and tears welled up with pity. She wanted to check on Lien Jiao, but Jiao seemed to act like a bossy dog, lying in Yang Jinjin's arms, baring her teeth and claws, trying to hit Shibao. Grandma felt uncomfortable inside. The uncles and brothers who knew the truth kept silent. Sister? What sister? My family has never acknowledged this little wild child. Yang Jinjin glared fiercely at Shibao. This is the old Lien family, and it's not her turn to cause trouble here. Shibao hid a little in Auntie's arms. Lien Cheng's eyes darkened further. Shibao is the daughter of the Lien family. Are you the one spreading rumors in the village? What rumors? This is the truth. Lien Chong has been gone for a long time. What proof do you have that this little troublemaker is your father's child? And she hurt Jiao.
Tell her to get lost.
Get out of the Lien family, Yang Jinjin yelled hysterically. Facing Lien Cheng's deadly stare, she shrank back. Get lost? Maybe someone will leave today, who knows? After speaking, Lien Cheng turned and went back to his room. The scene shifted to the yard. Grandpa and Grandma felt nervous and uneasy. Today's confusing disputes had to be settled. Lien Cheng threw a stack of documents heavily onto the vine table in the yard. Besides Shibao's paternity test, the police's case closure notice about a missing person, details of property preservation requests from the court, the judgment, and enforcement notices. These are all evidence. Uncle Lien, Yang Jinjin, look at what you've done. Didn't you borrow my dad's condolence money to buy a school district house? Where is the house? Grandma, look at these. What are these? Grandma looked through them one by one. You said you bought a school district house, and after moving in, you would sell the old house and use the money to help the third family? What are you trying to do? Grandma slapped the document onto Lien Sheng's face. Her old eyes blurred, and she said with pain and anger, these past 2 years, I've been saving every penny, thinking I could hold on until it passes. I didn't expect. You all are tricking your father and mother, drinking your brother's blood. Is this still your own son? Watching your parents struggle day after day, while you hold lots of money, living happily and even buying shops? You didn't give them the money, saying you would bring your in-laws to live well in northern Anhui, and after getting the money, they worked like beasts in northern Anhui for just a few days? Yang Jinjin's nose and eyes were all wrong, always finding fault, so they returned to their hometown in northern Anhui. It turns out, all this was planned long ago. Mother, don't be angry. Don't get upset. It's not that the house isn't suitable. I have no good way out, so I thought about buying a shop, renting it out, or doing some small business. Lien Sheng's voice gradually lowered, feeling guilty, but not beyond saving. Lien Cheng's lips curled slightly, not wanting to leave any room, and he took out from his phone the sales agreement between Yang Jinjin and Pang Dehai, the brokerage contract about Qi Bao that Lian Xing sent, and a video recorded by the robot showing Yang Jinjin insulting and even hitting Qi Bao, trapping herself in her own words. Grandpa looked at these materials, full of disbelief. Are these really all you're doing? Grandma had already fainted, carried into the house by second uncle and some cousins. Second aunt quickly went to get medicine. Fortunately, they were prepared. This scene felt strangely familiar. Even the baby could sense it. Qi Bao kicked and struggled to get down from Auntie's arms. After being comforted by her brother and aunt, the lively little one grabbed her small bunny water cup and happily ran into the inner room. Second uncle just took the medicine from second aunt. Qi Bao, with her little feet, handed over her cup. Uncle.
Give.
Grandma some water. Qi Bao is so good. Uncle Lian gently patted Qi Bao's small head, took the cup, and fed water to his mother. Tears welled up in his eyes. Several cousins wanted to comfort Qi Bao, but it seemed unnecessary. Such a young child, when wronged, wouldn't show it. Even if sold, he would still lift his little head and smile. This made me feel more dislike for the Lian family. Although it went against their usual principles, they couldn't control it. Second aunt silently wiped her tears. Meanwhile, Lian Xing tried to defend himself. Dad, don't listen to Lian Cheng's nonsense. The house was finally sold by him. Yes, sold by him. Truly, she just helped out a bit, and there was the agency contract too. It was all for the good of their siblings, so they could have some income early on and ease your and Grandma's worries, right? Me and your mother's urgent need for coal? That's also caused by you. You unfilial son, Grandpa said, reaching for his pipe to hit him. Yang Jinjin quickly grabbed the pipe, tried to break it twice but couldn't, then threw it on the ground and stomped her feet. Old master, Lian Sheng and I are doing this for your good. Lian Cheng, I won't say much about him. He'll be an adult in 2 years and can support himself. That little kid is different, more mouths to feed. If we, as uncle and aunt, don't help plan in the end, it's still you and Grandma who suffer. Aunt was so angry she had turned red in the face. You all are planning? Isn't it all for your own benefit? Fourth daughter-in-law, we all know you try to take care of both your own family and your husband's family, but you shouldn't. You shouldn't have set your eyes on the money that third brother worked so hard for.
My Huan Huan.
Huan Huan gave her life just to bring a daughter into the Lian family. And you, with such a selfish heart, even dared to scheme against little Qi Bao. The more she spoke, the sadder she became. The aunt looked around, grabbed the broom by the wall, and swung it toward Yang Jinjin's face. Yang Jinjin screamed, and even picked up a stick to fight back. Lian Zheng wanted to step in and stop them, but because Lian Jiaojiao was causing trouble, he could only pull her aside toward the wall. Hearing the noise outside, second uncle quickly led people out. Grandmother sat on the edge of the bed, staring blankly. Listening to the quarrel outside, her tears kept falling. Even little Qi Bao could tell that Grandma was sad. He lifted his small head, tugged at Grandma's pants, and said, Grandma, don't be sad, don't cry. Qi Bao loves you. He had just learned this from Lianzan, and it was perfect for comforting Grandma. Grandmother looked at Qi Bao's little face, scratched by Lian Jiaojiao, and her heart ached with guilt and sorrow. She held Qi Bao tightly in her arms. This was her precious treasure.
So obedient, so sweet.
How could anyone bear to hurt him? Her tears flowed like broken beads, unstoppable. Qi Bao's little hands were busy, handing her tissues, offering her water. But the quarrel in the yard grew louder. Now that things had completely fallen apart, Yang Jinjin no longer held back. That child, without a father or mother, left at home. Why should you raise him? Why pretend to be so kind? He shouldn't have even come back. The uncles and cousins were furious, their lungs about to burst with anger. Yang Jinjin's words struck like thunder. Grandmother's mind felt as if struck by lightning. For a moment, everything became clear. Back then, when she was caring for Yu Huan Huan in the hospital while also looking after premature little Qi Bao, Yang Jinjin would sometimes come to help. But instead of truly helping, she was always probing, trying to find out about Lien Chang's compensation money. At the time, grandmother had already felt puzzled. That money belonged to third brother's family. Why was a younger sister-in-law so eager to ask about it? Although the elderly couple could separate, they never thought about using this money. The money was meant to support their grandchildren. Later, Qibao was lost. She was taken away by human traffickers at the hospital. She saw the person's back and, in panic, chased after him, and ended up meeting Yang Jinjin. Yang Jinjin said she didn't see anything suspicious or any babies when she passed by that street. The traffickers must have run in another direction. She didn't doubt at the time and followed Yang Jinjin along another street. They also checked the surveillance cameras later. When the police asked her and her family, she didn't know how to explain. She was the one who lost Qibao. She couldn't say Yang Jinjin misled her because she had no proof. Saying that might seem like she was shifting blame. So she stayed vague. Now, thinking back, some details suddenly became clear. Yang Jinjin's avoiding eyes, cautious movements, and overly polite words all seemed suspicious. Grandma was stunned, staring blankly at the shiny, sharpened sickle in the corner of the wall. Qibao waved her small hand in front of Grandma's eyes. Grandma was stunned. She quickly went to find her brother. Qibao, panting, slid down Grandma and ran outside. Yang Jinjin was being chased and beaten by a woman, feeling exhausted. Suddenly, Lien Qing shouted loudly in the direction Yang Jinjin was running. "Did you do it? Did you lose Qibao?" This question made everyone in the yard stop fighting, hitting, running, or being stunned. Then everyone snapped out of it. Including Lien Sheng, they all looked at Yang Jinjin with confused and doubtful eyes. Yang Jinjin felt her scalp go numb. "What are you looking at? I didn't lose her. Do you have any proof?" Since Qibao was found, she didn't dare to believe that Lien Sheng had no evidence. Her words lacked confidence. They had known each other for over 10 years. Who didn't understand the other? Especially Lien Sheng, who was close to her. Doubts grew in her heart, and Lien Sheng couldn't help but ask, "Did you really do it?" During that time, his family did indeed come into a large sum of money. Yang Jinjin said it was from her maternal family as a dowry gift. However, her family didn't seem to have any income during that period. Instead, her eldest brother-in-law spent a lot on renovating their old house. Thinking about it, Lien Sheng was almost certain that Yang Jinjin was behind this. But on one side was his wife, the biological mother of his children, and on the other was his niece. Both his brother and sister-in-law had passed away. After weighing everything, his heart finally leaned toward his wife.
Well,
Lien Sheng, this is just a rumor without proof. You shouldn't say such things, Lien Sheng said, shielding Yang Jinjin behind him. His explanation sounded weak, like trying to cover up something he didn't want to face. The whole family became more convinced of the truth in their hearts. Suddenly, a broom fell with a loud clatter. Auntie staggered half a step and sat down on the steps, crying out, "Huan Huan, my Huan Huan, you died so unfairly. Why did you give up like this? It's not your fault. It's Yang Jinjin's fault. That shameless woman. A beast of a woman. She deserves to die. She deserves it." As she spoke, Auntie reached for something nearby. Her eldest uncle stopped her. The mystery that had been hidden for 2 lifetimes was finally revealed. Lien Sheng felt a huge sense of relief, but immediately afterward, a wave of intense hatred swept over him. If Qibao hadn't been lost, would her mother still have fallen into depression and died? If Qibao had stayed with him all along, wouldn't he have suffered less and not met such a tragic end? Anger and powerful energy surged inside him, making him feel like he wanted to kill. Suddenly, his grandmother inside the house started to laugh. Her laugh was very creepy. Then, the old lady came out holding a sickle, heading straight for Yang Jinjin. It was truly terrifying. Everyone was caught off guard. Grandma suddenly raised her hand and swung a knife, slashing diagonally across Yang Jinjin's shoulder blade from behind. If Lien Sheng hadn't reacted quickly and grabbed her hand, Yang Jinjin might have been cut throat.
Mom.
Listen, it's not like that. Jinjin didn't. She isn't. Lien Sheng's voice trembled, afraid that the old lady might lose her mind and hurt him too. Lien Zheng hurriedly held his mother, covering her wound. Lien Jiao was so scared, she sat down the ground. Uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters were all stunned by this sudden event, even forgetting what they were doing. They were pulled back to reality by Lien Jiao's crying, then rushed to stop her, call for a doctor, and seek emergency help. They were worried that Grandma's hand might have truly taken a life. Lien Cheng could have stopped all this, but he didn't. He had to make the family, especially Grandma and Lien Cheng's couple, face the truth. Even if it was painful for a moment, it was better than being haunted by bloodsucking forever. Grandma shouted loudly, and her sickle fell to the ground. Then she started hitting and kicking Lien Sheng. Divorce her, divorce. Otherwise, I'll pretend I never had you as my son. Get out. All of you get out. Now, regardless of whether they were sons, grandsons, or granddaughters, the old lady was so furious she wanted to chase everyone out of the house. Qibao. Is Grandma not foolish anymore? She even beat up the bad auntie, who was bleeding, so brave, scary. She hasn't even gone to find her brother yet. Her brother seemed a little sad, but also a bit angry. Should she go comfort him, or hide away? The little girl tilted her head, scratching her ears and cheeks, feeling very distressed. Suddenly, a pair of small, chubby hands grabbed her fat little paws. Lien was pulling Qibao to hide behind the wall, using a raincoat as cover. They were small and didn't understand all the grown-up stuff, but they were afraid of getting caught in the middle of it all. Lien Cheng let out a deep breath. Luckily, Grandma was okay. He looked at the little baby holding a water cup, with her mouth wide open like her eyes. So adorable. Even now, she was still trying to join the chaos. Watching the fight? A small scratch on the nose bridge unintentionally made him look a bit funny. Lien Sheng was chased around the yard by his grandmother wielding a broom. In the end, he lost his temper too. He snatched the weapon from the old lady. Mom, it's not easy for a man from the old Lien family to get married. I don't agree with the divorce, and also, the earthquake in northern Anhui left our family of 4 with nowhere to go. Telling us to leave? That's impossible. Unless what? Auntie's eyes sharpened, and she regretted not having the courage to give him a sharp slap like her mother-in-law. Unless you give me 2 million yuan, or let me have a house. Lien Cheng sold my shop. 2 million isn't much. Not only Lien Cheng said this, but even Yang Jinjin, who was still holding on and hadn't fainted from the pain, said in a strained voice, yes. 2 million, or it's not over. This was something they had all discussed before going home. Lien Cheng sold a shop for over 1 million yuan and also sold a house. They definitely had more than 2 million now. They could save as much as they could. It was really a far-fetched idea. Lien Cheng even laughed. Grandpa had already been so angry he fainted, then was stunned, and then woke up again. They were trying to dig into his old family's bones. Grandpa sat in a bamboo chair, gasping heavily. Qibao saw this, pursed her little lips, and quickly ran over with her bunny cup, offering it to Grandpa. Oh, these adults. Not one of them was easy for the little one to worry about. Auntie suddenly stood up. 2 million. That shop was sold for about 1 million, bought with third uncle's condolence money. 2 million? Do you want 2 million yuan in ghost money? You shrew, I won't argue with you. Lien Sheng choked on his words, then turned to the usually more reasonable second aunt. I have my reasons for wanting 2 million. First, the house and land in this family should be counted as part of my share, right? Second, third uncle's condolence money should include a share for Dad and Mom. Not less than 50%, at least. That's their inheritance, and we all have a part. Second sister-in-law, don't be so naive and get tricked. And then there's tricked? Tricked by whom? Inheritance? Mom and Dad are still here? You're just thinking about inheritance? Old fourth. This time, no need for Grandpa, Grandma, or Aunt to step in. Uncle came forward and gave Lien Sheng 2 heavy slaps on the head. Qibao touched her little head, glad it wasn't her tiny brain being hit, or her round head might have been flattened. She hid behind Grandpa's chair. Usually, the family is under the control of the mother-in-law, with the eldest sister-in-law taking care of everything. The family lives peacefully, never arguing once. But today, everything changed. Words turned into sharp weapons. Second aunt's defenses broke down early, and she cried loudly. Fourth brother, you really have no conscience. When we split the family to buy a house in northern Anhui, each of my 3 brothers emptied their savings. The 3 of them only got a small piece of land, and back then, there was no fancy house like this. Your eldest and second brothers worked in the fields, with no special skills. You, the youngest, spent most of the money building this house. Honestly, you, the youngest, suffered the most. Later, to let Lianqing study, you also bought a house in the city, and for that city house, Huan worked 2 jobs every day. As she recounted these old stories and clenched her teeth, her face hard with emotion, tears rolling down again. My Huan. It's all my fault for being a big sister who can't handle things. Second uncle also stepped forward. Fourth brother, I'm not blaming you as a brother or brother-in-law. Anhui was hit by an earthquake, and we tried to help. But look at what you're doing. Lying to our parents, scheming against Xiaoqing, even Shibao, just a little girl, was caught up in this.
Sigh.
What are you going to do now with everything like this? Living under the same roof, not just Liancheng, but even they don't know how to handle this situation. Grandma's tears suddenly disappeared, her face showing a pale, cold smile. What to do? I gave birth to my son, raised him, and now I've decided to cut ties myself. In the past, Grandma favored Liancheng the most among her 4 sons. She was the backbone of this family. She loved Grandma deeply. But as she saw Grandma's increasingly cold gaze, Liancheng finally became afraid. Mom, don't scare your son. I am your real son. Grandma's gaze suddenly turned icy. Choose one. Either divorce this woman, or all the mistakes you made before. I used to think you were ignorant, but now get out of the Lien family. A son like you, with such a heartless mind, cannot stay here. Grandma's voice was firm and decisive, not allowing anyone to doubt her.
Yes.
Well said. Our elderly family cannot tolerate such unfilial children. Grandpa kicked open the courtyard gate, walking in energetically, followed closely by Dr. Li, Lianzhan, and other family members. Some villagers who loved gossip also stretched their necks to look into the Lien family yard, especially Widow Wang, who limped on one leg, holding a handful of sunflower seeds, leaning on the gate, happily cracking them. The arriving family members slammed the gate shut hard. Widow Wang was covered in dust. Everyone gradually left. Only Widow Wang stayed, still listening at the gate. Dr. Li entered the yard to tend to Yang Zhen's bleeding. Lianzhen collapsed and cried, begging, "Grandma, don't we also count as your grandchildren? Won't you help us?" Grandma looked down at Lianzhen with a feeling of helplessness. Bad grandma. Grandma is bad. We don't want you anymore. Suddenly, Lian Jiao, not knowing where she found a bouncing ball, threw it at Grandma. Grandma didn't move, letting the bouncing ball hit her. It felt like it hit her heart. As the ball fell to the ground, tears started to fall. She used to think that the grandchildren from old Lian's family were precious, and a little spoiled was okay. But it seemed she was too simple-minded. This kind of heartless, selfish, stubborn, and rude personality was deeply rooted from a young age. It was probably also influenced by Yang Zhen's teachings. Her hard-earned granddaughter from old Lian's family had been spoiled by Yang Zhen. Grandpa sat in a bamboo chair, his eyes suddenly shining with tears as he looked at his wrinkled, old face, as if seeing a great support. "Brother, why are you here?" Grandpa walked in and patted Grandpa's shoulder. "Hey, second brother. Every family has 1 or 2 unworthy children.
You
just need to be more open-minded." If he didn't want to be more open-minded, what could he do? Grandpa's face showed a bitter expression. Lien de Bo brought a chair and, following Grandpa's instructions, placed it in the main seat of the yard. Grandpa sat down without hesitation. He probably already heard from Lianzhan. Without wasting words, he went straight to the point. "Fourth brother, don't say that Grandpa won't help you, or that our old ways are no longer popular in today's society. Based on what you all have done, no matter which case it is and which court it goes to, it is all illegal and against the rules. Lienzon handed the scattered documents and Lien Cheng's phone to Grandpa. It was a tough decision for Grandpa to make, but when he saw the court's verdict, Grandpa sighed. We're all family. Hurting anyone is hurting everyone. Fourth brother's family, is there anything else you want to explain? Grandpa, these things are not what I wanted. Lien Sheng instinctively looked at Yang Jinjin. He didn't understand how things had gotten to this point. They only came home to seek refuge, so why are they being kicked out? Yang Jinjin took painkillers and calmed down. Lien Sheng, today you must choose between me and your mother. Do you choose her or me? She glared at Lien Sheng with anger. You better wake up. Everyone in the Lien family. Really want to slap this woman, right? Grandpa snorted. Actually, we agree. Your family has already split up. I remember your fourth brother's household registration was moved away, right? Yes, Grandpa. Lienzon quietly whispered to Grandpa, but Lien Sheng shot him a look. Even though we've split up, we're still family. Jiao Jiao is still a granddaughter of the Lien family. Everyone knows Wanbei was hit by a disaster. We had no choice but to return to our hometown. So, we can't just ignore them, right? There's been a disaster, and the government has provided aid and coordinated plans. Why are you all arguing? Since you've split up, just treat each other as relatives if you get along. If not, then go your separate ways. Do I need to teach you this? As for the things you've done, Grandpa glanced at Yang Jinjin. Since someone has already been punished and the losses have been recovered, we won't pursue it further. You all should stop causing trouble. Lien Sheng, your wife and children leave now. Don't come back to Gaoshan village again. We've done our duty, big brother. Grandma wanted to speak. She still cared about her children and grandchildren. Grandpa waved his hand. That's enough. Siblings, the only ones who can stay are family members. Those who can't stay clearly aren't meant to be part of your life. If you make a mistake and don't pay any price for it, do you think you can just brush it off? As the head of the family, you must be firm. Someone like Yang Jinjin, who refuses to change, definitely can't stay. But Lien Zheng is innocent, and little Jiao Jiao is still young. You can't give up on them completely. The key point is, Grandpa turned his head to look in Lien Cheng's direction. At this moment, Lien Cheng's face only showed 3 words, no forgiveness. Lien Sheng understood the situation clearly. If he directly argued with the couple, he would definitely suffer losses. Everyone present, except the old lady, wouldn't be soft on him. Immediately, Lien Sheng knelt at the old lady's feet. He completely lost his usual arrogance in front of family. Mother, you can't abandon your son, he blurted out, desperately trying to plead. He showed regret and played the victim, but never said sorry or asked for forgiveness. Everyone knew what he was really thinking. The old lady felt very uncomfortable. She finally understood the good intentions behind Grandpa's earlier words. At this moment, if she tried to soften her stance and talk to Lien Sheng, maybe it would work. She hasn't given up yet. Crying and holding her won't help at all. He kicked Lien Sheng away with one foot. Lien Sheng continued to act like a fly, sticking to the elderly lady. He absolutely could not go back to his in-laws' house, or Yang Jinjin's family would tear him apart. In the end, he simply pretended to be unconscious. Lien Sheng was sure that the Lien family would feel sorry for him. The eldest uncle looked at the aunt's face and didn't dare to move. The second uncle finally couldn't bring him back to his own home. He arranged a storage room for him to stay in temporarily. Yang Jinjin could not stay. The great-grandfather said that even if they had to carry her, they would bring her down the mountain. Lien Zheng also realized that his parents made a big mistake, and the family wouldn't forgive them easily. He went to find a car, took his mother and sister, and went to his uncle's house. Today's chaos was partly the fault of his grandmother and uncle, because Yang Jinjin's family lived in a remote mountain village. They were affected by a storm and suffered some damage. No one was hurt, but they lost a lot of property. So his grandmother and uncle encouraged his parents to come and reclaim what was theirs. Meanwhile, the chaos in the Lien family just ended. Qibao's small phone watch rang. Dong Yao, received. Please reply. Qibao's eyes lit up instantly. Yan Gua, Qibao wants to talk. As he spoke, tears welled up and couldn't be contained. Suddenly, he remembered that Zhao Yan couldn't see. His tears quickly disappeared again. Lian Cheng, who saw everything, just twitched his mouth. The secret code connection failed, and there was silence on the other side. Qibao called again. Dong Guai, Yao Yao wants to talk. On the other end, Zhao Yan was crying like a big fool. After surviving the disaster, hearing this caring voice, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Then Zhao Cheng's voice came through. Qibao, I am your Uncle Cheng. We've arrived at Gaoshan village. Where are you? Lian Cheng held disinfectant and bandages, trying to treat the small person's injuries. Sorry to disturb your call, baby. Qibao pushed away his brother's big hand in disgust, shifting around. Finally, he buried his small head in the corner of the sofa, facing his little bottom towards Lian Cheng. You're not getting treated anymore. Hold Qibao's back collar and lift him up, just like catching a mouse with a cat. Grabbing Qibao's small hand, I replied, Uncle Zhao, we'll come to pick you up soon. This scene was just seen by Grandma entering the house. She slapped her hands on Lian Cheng's backside twice, saying, How can you bully your sister? Grandma, I just want to put a bandage on the little one's injury. Look at her. Lian Cheng wanted to explain, but tears were already welling up in Grandma's eyes. Lian Cheng quickly raised his hand. The little one in his arms flapped a few times. Lian Cheng hurriedly turned around, cleaned the little one's nose, and put on a bandage, still a piggy hero bandage. Qibao's big eyes squinted into a fighting eyes as he looked at his little nose bridge, feeling strangely happy. Lian Cheng. He's just like a little fool. Very easy to comfort. Next, Lian Cheng took Qibao to the village entrance. From afar, he saw an SUV slowly approaching. At that moment, his phone in his pocket rang. Lian Cheng held the baby with one arm and answered, Hello, it's rare to get a call at this time. A very familiar voice came from the other end. Hello, this is End of the World Express. You have a package sent from Southern Anhui. It's arriving at Gaoshan village. Please check carefully. End of the World Express? Lian Cheng's mouth twitched. Yes, End of the World Express. We only deliver to living people, everything else we send. Please give us 5 stars, Lian Cheng. Before the SUV stopped, suddenly a small electric donkey jumped out from behind it, stopping swiftly at his feet. The SUV was forced to halt as well. Hello. Long time no see, my good friend. The person on the donkey took off their helmet. It's none other than Hanmu Bai. Lian Cheng glanced at the package being delivered. It was a robot sent back by Hanmu Bai. He signed for the package and said, Your business is quite broad. Aren't you selling houses anymore? Hey. After the earthquake, no one's buying houses anymore. It's just how it is. The people on the off-road vehicle also started to get off one by one. Qibao opened her big, round eyes and stared at the face under the large helmet again and again. Finally, she remembered.
Wow.
It's Fat Pot. The big guy following Zhao Chenggong suddenly froze. He hadn't seen Chi-Chi for a while. His position had just been replaced. The big guy immediately hurried over. Chi-Chi, your fat brother is here. This person is a fake. Excuse me, I am Fat Pot. Little finger pointed at Pang Dahai. Qibao pouted and pointed at the big guy. This is Big Fat Pot. How could the big and small fat be confused? Everyone was speechless. Lianqing tried to correct Qibao's pronunciation. It's Pang, Piang. This is Brother Pang, not Fat. Qibao was annoyed for a second. The pig-shaped sticker on her nose also wrinkled. She meant to say, Panghua? Pang Dahai put on his helmet. Busy with work, call me if needed. I'm leaving now. Lianqing waved his hand. Qibao mimicked him and waved her little hand. Zhao Yan came over, reaching out to hug her, but suddenly noticed. Good girl, what's wrong with your nose? Qibao gathered her emotions, about to pretend to cry. Lianqing immediately interrupted. She was fighting with someone. Qibao rolled her eyes. This brother was no longer someone she could rely on. She kicked her little feet and threw herself into Zhao Yan's arms. Just little Zhao Bao. Lianqing patted her little bottom and handed her to the milk baby. As soon as Qibao was in his arms, Zhao Yan completely forgot about his own annoying little brother. Zhao Ziyu hurriedly followed behind Zhao Yan. Seeing his big brother holding another child, ignoring the hand stretched out by his mother, he swung his arms and stomped forward. Deep inside, he actually liked his brother a lot, but his brother didn't like him. Still, the little girl was adorable. She turned around and went to tease Qibao. Isn't that a huge sadness? The same feeling of sadness also affected his own father. His son ran away with someone, and his wife no longer wanted him.
Sigh.
We are all connected by fate. Zhao Ziyu gently took his father's hand. Lian Cheng asked nearby, Uncle Zhao, how did you meet Depang and Xiao Tsong? Zhao Cheng was about to speak when Xiao Tsong wiped away tears of sadness. After you left with Qibao, Depang and I planned to go back home.
But
when we reached the mountain near our hometown, the mountain collapsed. My family was at the bottom, Depang's at the top. We were all buried together. Xiao Tsong couldn't say more. Depang, who was excited to see Qibao earlier, now looked very sad and even seemed a little angry. Zhao Qing sighed again. We met them by chance on the way. He told the story of their journey. Not long after leaving the city, they almost got robbed at a gas station. Luckily, they met a young girl who looked very distressed but was very brave and saved them. They were afraid of being robbed or stolen from, so they never stopped their car. They kept going until Wensho town, where Depang and Xiao Tsong were being harassed by some troublemakers.
Sigh.
The world has really become chaotic. Zhao Qing shook his head. Lian Cheng looked indifferent, with no expression on his face. Things were similar to his previous life. After a big disaster, criminals became more rampant: robbery, theft, smuggling, trafficking. All kinds of serious crimes happened frequently, and the police were overwhelmed. They couldn't even respond to the disaster properly, let alone fight crime effectively. Back at Lian's house, Pai dog ran out first to greet them. It kept circling around Depang. This big brother, it recognized him. Lian Zan also found it strange. A puppy that greets visitors? It didn't seem afraid at all. Depang picked up Pai and started petting it. Lian Zan was surprised again. He poked Pai's belly and asked, You know each other? Depang, showing his teeth, said, Of course. I spend more time cleaning up after and walking the dog than Lian Cheng does. Lian Zan frowned and glanced at Lian Cheng. Isn't this a stray dog? Lian Cheng didn't realize that a casual remark of his had already aroused Lian Zan's suspicion. At this moment, he was happily chatting with Zhao Qinggong. Zhao Qinggong had come with some funds and said he wanted to settle in Gaoshan village. Lian Cheng deliberately mentioned that their area was rich in oranges, potatoes, and wheat. Zhao Qinggong immediately became interested. In today's world, food, especially storable food, is very valuable. He has friends and connections, so these things are easy to sell. Lian Cheng also explained the current situation to Zhao Qinggong, mentioning that worse conditions might happen in the future. He advised Zhao Qinggong to stock up on supplies. Zhao Qinggong nodded. He understood the current situation well. What they needed to do now might conflict with He Wenji's interests. Lian Cheng also briefly told Zhao Qinggong about the village, especially about He Wenji. Zhao Qinggong stroked his chin and thought for a moment. If that's the case, then he really had to do this business. Xiao Cheng, do you know how much wheat sells per gene now? How much? Lian Cheng was a bit stunned. In his previous life, he only knew that after the apocalypse, grains were hard to find. He hadn't paid much attention in the early days. Anyway, he never lacked food. At least this much. Zhao Qinggong made a two-finger gesture. That wasn't too expensive. Compared to normal prices, it wasn't too unreasonable. Zhao Qinggong slapped his thigh and said, What are you thinking? 20 yuan per gene. The men in the yard, who had been listening quietly, all froze. Especially Uncle Lian and second Uncle Lian, who managed the household. They knew more about this price. Uncle Lian recovered and looked serious. Brother Zhao, where did you hear this from? Everyone in the village knows that I have a friend who runs a food processing factory. Currently, prices are rising rapidly. While speaking, Zhao Qinggong took out his phone and showed the chat records with his friend. It really is true. Even second uncle was speechless. In the village, He Wenbin normally buys wheat and potatoes at fair prices. This year, because of bad weather, the crops are of poor quality and prices are dropping even further. He needs to talk to the villagers about this. Lien Qing nodded, feeling that the weather in Gaoshan village should change. Soon, the news spread. Zhao Qinggong was openly buying goods at 5 times the price He Wenbin offered. He was buying not only from their village, but also from nearby villages. He was purchasing all kinds of daily supplies. Zhao Qinggong and his son hadn't even settled into their new place, but they had already started this business. With Lien Cheng's advice, Zhao Qinggong asked his family to rent in used rooms as temporary homes and storage. De Peng and Xiao Tsong, who had no homes, could help out and also had a place to stay. He Wenjung then led a group of people to their door. Because the Lien family had important guests coming and was buying supplies at high prices, many villagers went to He Wenbin demanding refunds or compensation for the difference in prices. He Wenbin had been hauling full carts of goods down the mountain every day, and the money he had already earned made it impossible to return. He tried to soothe the villagers on the surface. Then, he took money from his grandfather and, with relatives investing in the business, knocked on Lien Cheng's door. Lien Zan opened the door. He was relaxed and casual. When he heard the door, he locked it. Just as the door was slightly open, a crowd pushed into the yard, blocking the entrance. "What do you want?" Lien Zan asked, but he was pushed aside by He Wenbin. Lien Qing appeared behind Lien Zan and kicked He Wenbin. He Wenbin fell onto several members of the He family, but was helped up. He was ready to teach Lien Qing a lesson. He Jin stopped him. "We're here to talk reasonably, not to cause trouble." Lien Zan rubbed his chest and said, "You want to talk reasonably? You bring so many people to talk? He Jin, you've been village secretary for too long. Are you trying to become the village boss?" He Wenji's face was hard to read. He pointed at Lien Zan's nose and said, "You young kid, reckless and naive. I won't talk to you. Where is your grown-up?" Big uncle hurried out of the house and asked, "Secretary, what's going on with such a big scene?" "It's not me looking for you, they are." Secretary, he pointed at the crowd of people. Big uncle looked stunned, unsure if he was serious or just pretending. "Secretary," he snorted impatiently. "Why didn't you understand this already? Your family has a distinguished guest, right? They bought a lot of grain and supplies at high prices. Now, the villagers are upset and want to get the difference back. Oh, I see what's going on." Big uncle waved his hand. "Xiao Zan, Xiao Cheng. Someone go invite Boss Zhao." "Is Zhao Qing not at Lien Cheng's house?" "He's going to invite a helper." Lien Zan understood and snorted at He Wenji. He pushed through the crowd and ran outside. Big uncle invited He Wenji and some elders from the He family into the main hall. Lien Cheng went back to his own house. Before long, Lien Zan returned, bringing along Zhao Yan, De Peng, and Xiao Kong. Behind them, a group of villagers followed, including some from the Lien family. "What does this mean?" He Wenji stood up. Big uncle patted his shoulder and said, "It's nothing. You said you wanted to get the difference back, right? Both sides need to be present for a proper talk." "Exactly." Zhao Qing followed Lien Qing into the yard and then asked, "Who else wants the difference back?" "Me and my family too." The villagers agreed one after another. People from the He family frowned but said nothing. Zhao Qing sat down next to He Wenji with a playful smile. "That He Wenji, right? I've heard of you. About this matter." He Wenji slammed the table. "You're deliberately raising prices and disturbing social order. I can have the market authority investigate you." "What?" Zhao Qing scratched his ear. It was such a long time ago, and now he was talking about the market authority. "I have plenty of money, and am willing to pay that much. Why don't you bite me?" Zhao Yan came in, looking carefree, just like Zhao Qing. "How can you talk like that? No manners at all." Zhao Qinggong gave Zhao Yan a gentle tap on the head, then turned to He Wenji. "Secretary, we're not fools. We can choose whether to accept this or not. If you say it like that, then I won't take it. You can't possibly bite me, right?" As soon as he said that, the villagers erupted in protest. "Boss Zhao, you can't refuse." "Exactly. My wheat harvest isn't good this year, and I can't sell it at a fair price. If you don't take it, I'll have to sell it cheaply to Wenbin. Yeah. My snow pears don't look good this year, either. Boss Zhao, you come from the city with resources and connections, so please help us. Yes, yes. Old Lian's family, you also speak up for us. We're all neighbors, and we remember your kindness. They wanted to sell their produce themselves, but the fuel costs for the small trucks weren't enough, and they didn't know how to sell wholesale. Uncle Lian waved his hand. I dare not. Look, the collection point is just starting to get set up. If people come knocking on our door, and we keep accepting, it could be dangerous for us. Who dares to do that? A brave man in the crowd shouted. Then everyone looked angrily at the He family, suspecting they were trying to trick them and cut off their options. The He family angered many people and was pushed out of their home. Soon after, someone suggested removing He Wenji from his position as village secretary. Grandpa Lian personally wrote a petition listing He Wenji's inaction and chaos. More than half of the villagers signed it. Coincidentally, the freight team contacted by Zhao Qinggong went up the mountain. Uncle Lian volunteered to deliver the petition, which made the journey safer. He also brought back some urgently needed supplies for the village. The petition represented the people's opinion. The town did not hold a village meeting or vote, but directly removed He Wenji. The village secretary position was temporarily taken over by Chen Guangxing, the eldest son of Aunt He from the neighboring family. It was originally a happy event, but after Uncle Lian returned, he kept a serious face. When asked, he told his family about what he saw and heard on the way. There was a landslide in Wanshou town, burying many houses. The town lost power for about half a month. Because of charcoal, people managed to survive in the mountains. But in the town, some people started cutting wood to survive. Due to cold weather, many people got sick. Pharmacies had no medicine. Many families brought the elderly and children to the pharmacy or hospital, just waiting and hoping. There were several serious robberies in town, not only stealing medicine but also taking supplies during the chaos. The usually lively streets were mostly deserted. Although he heard about these events from De Pang and Zhao Qinggong, it was not as shocking as seeing it with his own eyes. The He family and even Gao Shan village finally began to pay attention. Communication in the village was almost cut off, and the power lines had not been restored. Gao Shan village seemed like a peaceful place in a vacuum. After the roads reopened, the He family was the first to risk going down the mountain, but they did not reveal what was happening below. Villagers complained more about the He family, often coming to demand compensation. But He Wenji and his son stayed at home, determined to stick to their stubborn ways. Zhao Qinggong was still collecting supplies but told villagers that the harvest was poor, so they should focus on their own families first. Most of the supplies he collected were kept or taken down the mountain by Zhao Qinggong. To hide their activities, they transported goods down the mountain. Lian Cheng understood this, but it seemed like they were taking too much. Lianqing emphasized again the importance of stockpiling supplies. These items wouldn't make much profit even if sold at cost. Zhao Qinggong smiled. It was a kind of indifference, as if he didn't care about money at all. Businessmen usually value profit, so was he wrong about Zhao Qinggong? Later, Lianqing found out that Zhao Qinggong had contacted Li Suo, and many of the items brought down from the mountain were donated. Han Mubai upgraded the robot, adding many new features. For example, it can recognize dangerous objects and prevent the baby from touching them. It can identify dangerous areas and keep the baby away. If the robot detects a dangerous person approaching, it automatically switches to combat mode. Caring for the baby is no longer limited by distance. As long as the baby is outside the robot's camera range, the robot will alert. Lianqing is the default administrator and can customize some functions. After setting up the system, the robot watches over Qi Bao 24 hours a day. Lianqing hasn't had to worry much about the little one for a while. But just half a morning later, the baby toddled back on short legs. Xiao Tiando turned into a popcorn explosion. The reason was that the robot mom confiscated her gun. This caused her to be surrounded by enemies. This was done by her older brother. Because he had an accident as a child playing with a stick, Lianqing listed such items as dangerous and not allowed for children to play with without adult supervision. After losing a game, The little one was unhappy and demanded a new mom. Guagua, this mom turned into A, and I want a new mom. She hugged Lianqing's leg, looked up with a sad face. Lianqing. If her real mom were here, her little bottom would be spanked. Children need to study and practice writing. But this reasoning didn't work at all. Lianqing placed the little one on the sofa, picked up Qibao's small school bag, pulled out a writing notebook and tossed it aside. Then he took out a talking picture book. Since Qibao is still little, let's start with reading and learning. Qibao tilted his small head, puzzled. Why? I already know things. Why should he still study and read? Lianqing opened the talking book and spread it in front of him. The tiny child pointed at the pictures with great confidence. This is an apple. This is an orange. This is a peach. And this. This is fruit. Lianqing was speechless. Everything he didn't know, he just called fruit. And his pronunciation was so unclear that only mind reading could help understand him. Lianqing sighed. At least he could recognize food very well. Half hugging the little one, he said, "Come on. Press here and follow me. Ping apple. It's apple. Yes, apple." Qibao's big eyes were full of confusion. He was sure he was right. The lesson had barely started, and it already felt like failure. Lianqing froze for a moment, then quickly explained, "The sound of this word is ping, apple." "What's a sound?" Qibao rolled his eyes. "Apple." "Yes, apple." He repeated it with confidence, as if to prove himself right. In his mind, it was his brother, who didn't know apples. Clearly, his brother wasn't very smart. Lianqing? He couldn't understand the world of a little beginner. He wanted to give up. But 3 seconds later, he sat up again. Back in school, he had been one of the top students. How could he be defeated by a little child? Forget it. If teaching words didn't work, maybe numbers would. He turned to the number pages in the book. But just as he pressed the button for the sound, Qibao flopped to the side and started playing with his hands. Lianqing picked him up. "Little rascal, get up and study. Brother should study first." He couldn't even say apple right, and yet he wanted to teach a baby. Qibao swayed left and right, about to fall again. Lianqing held the little one and said, "If Qibao is naughty again, brother will spank your little bottom." Qibao pouted. Suddenly, he rolled out of Lianqing's arms. In the yard, Grandma asked, "Xiao Cheng, what do you want to eat for lunch today?" Lianqing was feeling annoyed. He casually replied, "Stir-fried green peppers with century eggs. The century eggs at home are made from local duck eggs. He has liked them since he was a child." "All right, got it." Stir-fried green peppers with century eggs. Grandma had already gone to the door and called out to the house diagonally opposite. In a flash, she saw Qibao, small and holding a little notebook, sitting quietly in the corner of the sofa. With a smile in her eyes, she said, "Oh, look at our Qibao reading a book." Qibao pouted. Ignoring Grandma's loving gaze, he held his square notebook, rolled into a ball, and slipped down to the floor with a rustling sound, then quickly crawled under the sofa. Why did he crawl under the sofa again? Grandma's eyes widened as she looked at Lianqing. "What's going on here?" Lianqing helplessly spread his hands. He didn't know either. He was fine just a moment ago. Grandma leaned down and looked under the sofa. "Qibao, what's wrong? Did brother bully you again?" "Grandpa is a little century egg." Qibao wiped away a tear. "Grandpa wants to take Qibao wa." Lianqing also leaned down and was tapped by Grandma. "Did you scare Qibao?" Lianqing. He felt even more wronged than a wronged woman. But after being together for so long, his older brotherly instincts understood this mischievous kid. "Little Qibao, do you admit you're naughty?" "Not well-behaved." Grandma gave another tap. "Lianqing. Who did he offend?" He swallowed hard and tried to explain again. "This century egg." Grandma shot him a sharp look. Lianqing got annoyed too. "Grandma, let me finish." He looked at the crying little one under the sofa. Lianqing continued. "Century eggs are not naughty eggs. They are a kind of egg, made from chicken or duck eggs. Such a small egg." He gestured with his hand to show the shape of an egg. "Respect." Little Yen Lei said it was gone just like that. It was a moment of calm, and he didn't forget to lower his head and make a mark in his notebook for his dear brother. "Lianqing." Grandma immediately responded, "Really? Of course it's true. You're Grandma's little treasure. Who dares to bully our treasure? Tell Grandma, and I'll give him a good scolding." The he here is obvious. Qibao tilted his little head, crawled out from under the sofa, asked Grandma to hold him, and took out his notebook. He rolled his eyes at his older brother, muttering and complaining to Grandma. Lien Cheng patted the back of his head. Second auntie came in from outside, asking, "What happened?" "Did someone bully our little Bao, Lien Cheng?" He quickly explained, "Second auntie, I was teaching Qi Bao to count. This little guy doesn't like to learn." "What's this little guy, that little guy? Doesn't the sister call him?" Grandma's teasing. Lien Cheng rolled his eyes again. Second auntie clapped her hands and said, "It's simple. Qi Bao can learn with Annie." As she spoke, she gestured with her hands and recited rhythmically, "Big thumb, second thumb, middle three, little brother, little girl to watch the show, palm to back of hand, chi chi baby." Mua. The childish, cute actions, paired with a catchy tune, caught the attention of the little one. Qi Bao slid down from Grandma's lap, followed second auntie, fiddling with his fingers and twisting his little hips, his face changing from serious to mischievous, that adorable look. In a daze, Lien Cheng seemed to see the family he wished for, playing games with his mother, studying together, growing up slowly. He hadn't yet learned to be a big brother, but he had to be both a father and a mother. Lien Cheng suddenly felt a bit sad. Qi Bao seemed to sense his brother's low mood, tilted his little head and said, "Go, you are the big thumb, and I am the second thumb." Lien Cheng was suddenly amused by his little brother. Then, "Second thumb, can you study well in the future? If only everyone could be as fun as second auntie." Qi Bao was still humming, counting on his fingers, his attitude clearly dismissive. Lien Cheng. He touched his nose and said, "How about? From now on, second auntie, let Qi Bao study with Lien? Study with Lien En? A playful big egg and a little playful egg. Old Lien's family is about to have a big change." Auntie Air chuckled and teased, then squatted down to pick up Qi Bao. "From now on, Qi Bao, learn from Auntie Air. I treat Qi Bao like my own daughter, and teach her well." She watched Auntie Air's figure walk further away. Did little Jia Bao just get tricked away? Grandma glanced at Lien Cheng with a huff, and then left the main hall. Auntie Air, being a woman who raised 3 children, knew all the tricks of taking care of kids. By lunchtime, the little one could recognize numbers up to 10. At the dining table, Qi Bao even showed her grandpa, uncle, and friends a song she just learned about numbers. "Little Jia Bao, come, here's a small piece of century egg as a reward. Just a little piece. Century eggs are not suitable for children." Lien Cheng knew that. She was worried Grandma might give her a sharp look, so Lien Cheng emphasized the word, small. She carefully fed a tiny piece of beautifully preserved century egg to Qi Bao's little mouth. Qi Bao wrinkled her small nose. The smell was strange. She didn't bite, just stuck out her little tongue and licked the century egg. Qi Bao curled her tongue a few times and said, "Yuck, yuck, yuck. This egg is a bad egg, it's yucky." She shook her little hand in disgust. "You're the real little bad egg." Lien Cheng put century egg into his mouth. Qi Bao proudly lifted her little head. Her small eyes looked down on her older brother with disdain. "Oh, big brother, this is Grandma and Grandpa's favorite treat, the little treasure of the family." Lien Cheng. Lien Cheng lives in the Lien family, but does not eat with everyone. He doesn't want to see Lien Cheng and Yu Yunyan's expressions, hoping his mother will calm down before he asks for forgiveness. These days, he has been hiding at Lien Rong's house, staying inside and not going out. With Yang Jinjin's personality, she wouldn't give up easily. He is afraid of losing his wife and also afraid of being disliked by his mother. He spends his days lying around, but he is truly worried. The family members don't dare mention Lien Cheng in front of Lien Cheng and Auntie. Every day, only Lien Zan brings food into his room. The weather is getting colder and snow is coming. Lien Cheng called his brothers to reinforce the solar panels and wind turbines on the roof and installed a high-voltage electric fence on the wall. Although there are glass shards on the wall, this makes it safer. Outside the wall, there's a sign that says, high voltage, do not touch, or bear the consequences. Now, every household in the village relies on charcoal for heating, but only the old Lien family uses electricity. It's impossible not to attract attention. The solar and wind power systems are installed on the roofs of the 3 buildings in the Lien family, making it hard not to notice. They use electricity for cooking and heating, but to avoid trouble, Lien Cheng has asked his family to go to bed early and keep the lights off as much as possible. Although it seems like a cover-up, it clearly shows that the Lien family's electricity supply is limited. Only Qi Bao occasionally argues with her brothers and stays in her grandmother's room watching dramas together. Lien Cheng doesn't interfere. Anyway, one loves teasing, the other loves getting angry. Is this a kind of unconventional family discipline? To make it easier to argue with her brothers, Qi Bao moved her small bed into her brother's room. This little girl is so brave. No matter the wind from all directions, she remains firm. Sitting on a small bed, a tiny person with chubby cheeks is dressed as a balloon in a cosplay costume. When it's time to sleep, they will secretly sneak onto the bed, holding a small pacifier, and curl up in his arms. This little one is very skilled at this routine. When they wake up, it's a brand new day. As usual, the little one sweetly calls out, "Go, go, go, go," asking for hugs, milk, and clothes to wear. Lien Cheng has the robot watch over Qi Bao, so Grandma can't scold him anymore, but the mischievous kid has his ways. He secretly hides the robot in a space pocket and tells the adults, the robot mommy is sleeping. Anyway, don't try to reason with him. Lien Cheng has forbidden Qi Bao from going out. Even the mouse holes in the yard have been blocked. As the new year approaches, snow begins to fall. Occasionally, news comes from the mountain foot. Some people have already frozen to death due to storms and landslides. Many have no homes, and earthquakes have displaced many others. The cold snap has just begun. Temperatures below -10 degrees have already claimed lives. Official rescue efforts are limited. The villagers, young and old, sigh and shut their doors, living their own lives. Lien Cheng's family is the same. Seeing the heavy snow about to block the mountain, a group of people boldly rushes into Gao Shan village. At the village entrance, Widow Wang plans to go out in the afternoon when the snow is lighter to get some fresh air. As soon as she steps out of the yard, she spots the group from afar. With a loud, she quickly closes the door again. Peering through in the door, she recognizes the leader and doesn't shout but quietly chuckles to herself. Now, the Lien family has some excitement to watch. Lien Xing's leg is almost able to bear weight. When he's bored inside, he sits under the eaves to get some fresh air and look at the snow. Seeing Lien Xing come out, the little one, who had been confined all day, becomes restless. Taking advantage of his brother turning away, he sneaks out of the house. Standing under the eaves, he catches snowflakes, pouting his little lips to at them. Lien Cheng's mouth twitches. Silly kid. Does he think these are dandelions? Little rascal, come inside quickly. It's so cold. You'll catch a cold and need medicine. Are you scared? Qi Bao tilts his head cutely and looks at his older brother. He points to the yard with his tiny hand. This little one has been outside before, so he definitely won't catch a cold. Lien Cheng's eyes sharpened. Are you going to be stubborn again? Although mutants can quickly adapt to extreme climates, Qi Bao is so small, who knows what might happen. Ignoring her older brother's warning, Qi Bao pouted her little mouth and suddenly dashed into the snow. The snow hadn't frozen solid yet, just a soft layer, and each step left a small footprint. The little one was playing wildly, dashing around like a tiny puppy. Grandma quickly brought a small cloak, putting it over Qi Bao's thick down jacket.
He was just pretending to be the bad guy.
They underestimated how much the grandparents loved their granddaughter. Grandpa took out the old stove that hadn't been used in a long time, lit a fire, and the whole yard warmed up. On the stove, there was a wire rack with oranges, sweet potatoes, and potatoes. The little one could eat when hungry. Lien Zan and Lien An also came out, and the 3 of them built a snowman in the yard. Lien Luan was chopping firewood and making a fire nearby. He refused to lie down and accept defeat. He used tongs to pick up an orange, shook it in his hand, sat next to Lien Xing, peeled it, and handed half to him. Lian Xing peeled a segment and put it in his mouth, juice bursting out. A faint smile appeared on his mature face. Through the thin snow mist, he seemed to see a peaceful, happy time. But this illusion disappeared quickly. Suddenly, loud sounds came from the yard gate. Lian Sheng, come out now. Are all the Lian family dead? Come out. Yes, come out. The visitors were unfriendly and many in number. The rough, noisy commotion startled the two kids playing happily. Lian and quickly pulled Qibao behind Lianzan. Since someone was home during the day and Qibao loved to peek through door cracks trying to sneak out to play, the yard gate was not electrified but locked from inside, giving these intruders a chance. They knocked a few times, but no one responded. Then some people used a ladder to climb over the iron gate. 3 men leading the group started to break into the yard, ready to cause trouble. Lian Cheng moved quickly. 3 small children's arms, holding thick iron rods, fell to the ground with a loud. Soon, the door was opened. More than 20 people entered one after another, holding weapons and looking fierce. Lian Cheng grabbed one person's wrist and threw him into the crowd. What do you want? Robbery? The Lian family heard the noise and came out. They saw shadows flickering in front of their eyes, and then 3 men who were attacking others fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Lian Luan and Lian Zan looked surprised. They didn't expect Lian Cheng to have the skill. Could it be that the second brother secretly taught him? Lian Xing dragged himself up on his legs. Although injured, he was still a strong member of the family. Grandpa, Grandma, the eldest uncle, the second uncle, and 2 aunts all stood at the door, stunned. They looked at the men on the ground, crying out in pain, then all turned their heads to look at Lian Cheng. Lian Cheng touched his nose and thought, this move isn't bad at all. Yang Zhenjin pushed through the crowd and stepped forward. Robbery? I'm going back to my own home. What robbery? Zhenjin, let's talk nicely. Lian Sheng ran out of the house, trying to pull Yang Zhenjin back. The man next to Yang Zhenjin, her older brother Yang Jinshan, raised his hand and hit Lian Sheng with a stick. Then, several members of the Yang family surrounded Lian Sheng and started beating him. Big brother, don't hit. Listen to me. I don't hit anymore. You're so arrogant at home. Putting my sister in front of you, you're no good, Yang Jinshan said loudly. The Lian family members silently watched without stepping in to help, except for Grandma. Grandma came to her senses, grabbed a broom from the door frame, and swept the yard. Stop. All of you, stop. The broom waved vigorously, stirring up snowflakes. The Yang family was pushed back. Lian Sheng staggered to his feet and hid behind his mother. The old lady held the broom and panted heavily. Don't bully my sister. Smash. Smash everything. Yang Jinshan struck the courtyard table with his stick. Lian Cheng grabbed Yang Jinshan's stick and pushed him hard. I dare anyone to try. Yang Jinshan staggered backward and was caught by the Yang family behind him. Hey, I don't believe it anymore. A grandmother stepped out from the crowd and patted Yang Jinshan's arm, signaling him to stay calm. This grandmother is Yang Zhenjin's real mother, Mrs. Wen. She hurriedly stood in front of Lian Cheng and asked, Are you the son of the Lian family's 3rd son? Yes, so what? You sold my daughter and son-in-law's shop. You must return the money, or I swear I will die right here in your Lian family, Lian Cheng. Is this woman threatening with death to scare people? Even if I die in your house, I'm not afraid no one will send me a clock. Grandma stepped forward a few steps and blocked Lian Cheng, standing in front of him. If there's a fight, she will be the one to face it, not her grandson's hands. Old woman, you hurt my daughter. I haven't settled this score with you yet. Listen, whether you divorce or stay together, the money belongs to my daughter and grandson. You must give it back. Otherwise, I won't give up. Won't give up? I'm not afraid of you. Grandma was also annoyed. This Yang family has no good people. I wonder how much the matchmaker took from the Yang family to marry Yang Zhenjin to her second son. But Lian Sheng, having seen the tragic fate of the village's old bachelor since childhood, was afraid he might follow the same path. So, he was very obedient to Yang Zhenjin, just trying to fool her parents. Thinking of this, Grandma glared at Lian Sheng and then said to Mrs. Wen, I don't want this son anymore. If you want him, take him. Whether you marry or divorce, it's none of my business. Mrs. Wen almost spat blood in anger. She had only heard of girls being abandoned, never boys. If she had known that the Lian family's son was worthless, she wouldn't have given him away so cheaply. Mrs. Wen's neck stiffened.
Fine.
If you don't want your son, that's okay. But the family property of the fourth son must not be less. You now have 3 sons and 3 houses. The house in this family will go to the fourth son. She pointed at Lian Cheng's house with a withered hand. The 3-family courtyard. The eldest uncle's house is the main house. The second uncle's house is the west wing, and Lian Cheng's house is the east wing. The roofs of the eldest and second uncle's houses are piled with clutter, but Lian Cheng's house is the neatest. Lian Cheng. This isn't a robbery, it's a land grab. Just about to make a move. Outside the gate, loud footsteps sounded again. A crowd rushed into the Lian family yard. Zhao Yan, Big Fat, Little Tsong, and some uncles and brothers from the old Lian family, led by the eldest uncle of the grandfather's house, who held a stick and slammed it on the ground. Who dares cause trouble in the Lian family? Lian Cheng loosened his clenched fists, although these friends, uncles, and brothers were quite loyal. At this moment, their arrival was really quite a bother. Lian Cheng smiled at the visitors. Eldest uncle, you all go back first. No big trouble here. I'm worried some people might not recognize others and get hurt. Still dare to hurt people. Do you think no one in the Lian family can stop you? The uncle with the stick again slammed it on the ground. Lian Cheng said nothing. His aunt tried to step forward to argue with the old woman, but was stopped by the eldest uncle. At this moment, the old woman spoke. You Lian family hurt my daughter, and now you're blaming us? Is there no justice? My son-in-law is a true member of the Lian family, and the house should belong to him too. Why is he being forced out with nothing? As parents, you give nothing. Old second. As she spoke, the old woman grew more angry and called her second son, Yang Wenwu. Call the police. This must be reported. The compensation owed by the Lian family must be paid, and the house and property should be divided. They sold my daughter and son-in-law's shop to buy a lot of things, and they must be returned. This old lady was quite greedy. Lian Cheng smirked slightly. Although communication was gradually restoring after earthquakes and storms, at this moment, did the police have time to deal with such petty issues? Sure enough. In the crowd, Yang Wenwu just dialed the phone, briefly described the situation. The person on the other end asked with a very annoyed tone, Are there any injuries? With a sharp snap, the call was hung up. Yang Wenwu froze on the spot, then looked at the old woman's questioning gaze and awkwardly said, The police are coming soon. This person is also a fool. Lian Cheng's smile deepened as he looked at Mrs. Wen. It doesn't matter if the police come or not. If you want to split the old Lian family's house, there's no way. It's up to you whether you leave on your own or I throw you out. Throw me out? I want to see you try. Mrs. Wen immediately sat on the ground, throwing a tantrum. It's so unfair. It's so unfair. Old Lian's family is bullying people. Heaven, please take care of this. You've taken in these ungrateful ones. Hearing this, Grandma couldn't care less and slapped Mrs. Wen hard twice. Her little Chung and her little Guai have no mother now, but she is still their grandma, and she won't allow anyone to hurt them with soft words like that. When her own mother was beaten, the brothers and sisters from old Yang's family immediately stepped forward to fight, and the Lian family members quickly gathered around. The tense atmosphere was about to explode. Lian Cheng pulled Grandma behind himself, then a clear, bright male voice sounded, Mrs. When I heard Old Yang village was hit by a disaster and their house was buried by a mountain. Be a bit more respectful. There's no land for Old Yang's family in Gaoshan village. The newly appointed secretary, Chen Guangsheng, pushed through the crowd and hurriedly walked in. There was a buzz among the crowd. The Lian family realized they couldn't keep living like this and wanted to rely on the Lian family. Lian Cheng cheerfully called out, Brother Guangsheng. Chen Guangsheng, who is kind-hearted but reserved, is closer to the second cousin. When he was young, Lian Cheng liked to follow the two around aimlessly. He had already discussed Yang Jinjin's matter with him beforehand. Chen Guangxing nodded. Fights and group brawls happen easily among many people. To reduce risks, Chen Guangxing shouted to everyone from the Lian family, "It's okay. Everyone disperse." Lian Qing also gave a go-ahead look to Zhao Yan and others. A group of people quickly left the Lian family yard, but they didn't go far, still worried. Seeing that everyone had dispersed, Chen Guangxing saw that the men, women, and children of old Yang's family, over 20 in total, were still standing in the yard. He shouted, "Are you really planning to fight? Old Yang's family? All non-relatives, get out of here." Some members of the Yang family were just there to fill the numbers. Just now, they were so frightened by Lian's family that their legs trembled. Now that Chen Guangxing had given them a way out, they naturally took it and left one after another, saying, "We'll wait for you at the village entrance." And then they walked away, pulling each other along. After sending away the unrelated people, Chen Guangxing turned to Mrs. Wen and said, "How is the Lian family's property divided? That's up to Grandpa and Grandma Lian to decide. What does it have to do with you? Your fussing is just trying to get some benefits from your daughter and son-in-law. Can't you see that? Your daughter and son-in-law have already moved their household registration. The house and land have nothing to do with the Lian Xing family anymore. Also, I found out that your daughter sold her granddaughter. That's a criminal offense. Even if the police come now, they can only arrest your daughter. You better think carefully about whether to leave or not." Who sold that little brat? Do you have proof? How dare you talk nonsense? Yang Jinjin retorted weakly. Who called that little brat a brat? Your whole family are brats. Grandma stepped forward. Yang Jinjin's confidence instantly dropped by a third. She shrank behind her older brother and signaled to her mother. "Someone's killing. This crazy wife is going to kill again." Mrs. Wen reacted quickly. "Lian's wife hurt my daughter. Why would the police arrest her?" You're slandering Jinjin, just trying to take over the old Lian family's property. Even if I die here today and become a ghost, I won't let you get away with it." Lian Qing understood the situation now. This wife wouldn't stop unless she got a piece of the old Lian family's land. Maybe it's better to just throw her out? Mom, what's the point of talking to them? Just fight them directly. Since they can't get what they want, they won't even let the family have a good life. Yang Jinshan turned to kick the burning firewood in the stove. Just as he was about to reach the stove wall, he lifted his leg and kicked out with lightning speed. Yang Jinshan was hit in the left abdomen and flew several meters away, crashing into the courtyard wall, then fell with a loud thud. As the Yang family members gasped in shock, the stove shook violently and barely stood in the middle of the yard. The fire inside crackled loudly, sparks flying everywhere, like black magic wands scattering and vanishing into the snow. The family members felt a chill run down their backs. They looked at the pile of firewood and debris under the second uncle's eaves. If the stove had been knocked over, the house might have caught fire. Second aunt reacted quickly, ran inside, and poured half a bucket of water on the stove, extinguishing the fire and billowing thick smoke. Wife Wen grabbed an empty iron rod from the ground and gritted her teeth, saying, "Anything inside that can be taken, take it. If you can't take it, smash it." The Yang family members froze for a moment, then showed greedy expressions, raising their steel bars and iron rods, rushing into the house like reckless warriors led by Wife Wen. Lian Cheng bent his left leg and swept with his right leg, tripping several Yang family members, including Wife Wen. Seeing that an unavoidable fight was about to happen, Chen Guangxing quietly stepped back under the eaves and naturally took out his phone. The Lian family also grabbed their tools, ready to fight fiercely with the Yang family. But Lian Qing didn't give them a chance. "Big uncle, go get some rope and tie them up." Big uncle hesitated for a second, then turned and went into the main hall. He quickly came out with some ropes. By then, the yard was already filled with people lying on the ground. The Lian family members used brooms, poles, and firewood sticks to attack the Yang family. Lian Qing used the rope to tie them up one by one, like stringing grasshoppers. Big Aunt tried to stop Yang Jinjin, but Lian Qing tripped her. "Go to." Big Aunt stretched out her leg and kicked Yang Jinjin in the Yang Jinjin flopped down and fell onto the steps outside Lian Cheng's house. The murky eyes accidentally caught sight of two little kids watching the commotion under the eaves. Evil seems to grow from the edge of courage. Taking advantage of the chaos, someone grabbed a steel bar and rushed forward. Qibao, Lian Cheng shouted loudly. Qibao, clutching her small hands, squatted by the doorframe. When she heard her brother call, she turned her rolling eyes slightly upward, just in time to see a dark stick. Qibao's face froze in surprise, her big eyes wide open. In a flash of lightning, a shadow darted past like lightning. Lian Cheng quickly picked up Qibao. Lian and was frightened by the sudden turn of events and hurriedly hid behind Lian Cheng. At the same time, the great-grandfather, trembling, came out from the doorway, raising his cane and swinging it fiercely at Yang Jinjin. Beat you to death for bullying my girl. In the chaos, Yang Jinjin raised her iron stick. The great-grandfather dodged sideways, staggering and falling to the ground. Everything happened too quickly, and no one had time to react. The father, uncles, and friends felt anxious inside. Hearing the noise, the Lian family members outside the yard rushed in just in time to see what was happening. Someone immediately turned to inform the family and call a doctor. More people ran toward the yard. Yang Jinjin's iron stick fell to the ground with a clatter. Lian Cheng kicked out with his leg. Yang Jinjin was sent flying straight out. Blood spurted from her mouth. Jinjin. Lian Cheng rushed over, pulling her up. Are you okay? Don't scare me. Yang Jinjin lifted her head from Lian Cheng's arms, her eyes full of hatred like poisoned arrows, shooting straight at Lian Cheng. Even in pain and twisted, Yang Jinjin still had a fierce, tragic beauty. Maybe this is why Lian Cheng can't let go of her. Seeing the great-grandfather fall, Qibao's eyes filled with tears. She twisted her little head and looked into the crowd. Gogo Zuzu fell down. Yes, Zuzu fell to save Qibao. Zuzu. Water. Yes. Go. Lian Cheng put Qibao down. Qibao wiped her tears with her tiny arms and hurried to get her bunny cup to drink water. Lian Cheng looked at her small back with great tenderness, then suddenly turned his head, eyes dark and gloomy. He picked up the iron stick from the ground and walked steadily toward Yang Jinjin. Lian Cheng stepped forward to stop them. Lian Cheng. Little Cheng, we're all family. Why fight? Now you realize we're family. Where were you just now? When Qibao was taken away, who cared that we are family? Faced with Lian Cheng's calm, cold gaze, Lian Cheng swallowed hard, trembling, and stepped back. Little Cheng. A soft, whispering voice brought Lian Cheng back to his senses. Grandpa stood under the eaves, opening his mouth to speak, but only managing tears and silent crying. Elder uncle and second uncle pursed their lips, saying nothing, but tears welled in their eyes, showing they were begging. Lian Cheng looked at his family behind him. Revenge for Qibao. Lian Cheng must be punished.
Yang Zhenchen muss die.
But not by his hand. Lian Cheng dragged Yang Jinjin like a dead dog, tying her with a rope. Lian Cheng felt pain but dared not step forward to help, watching helplessly as Lian Cheng pulled the rope and walked out of the yard. Old Madam Wen still wanted to stay in the Lian family yard, shouting, I will die here if I must. The Lian family members ignored her, pulling her out. The Yang family also understood the situation. Since they were leaving anyway, it was better to leave on their own rather than be dragged out. Yang Jinshan didn't resist but looked unhappy. Lian Sheng happily followed Yang Jinjin, thinking the Yang family came to take him. He was tired of the cold looks from his own family. Elder uncle, second uncle, and Chen Guangxing followed behind a group of people. Lian Sheng, once you leave this house today, you are no longer part of the Lian family, Grandma called out as she watched their backs. Yang Jinjin shot a resentful look at Grandma, pushed past Lian Sheng, and was forced forward with her arms tied.
Mom.
My real mother. Lian Sheng turned to look at Grandma, stomped his foot, and hurried after them. Grandma's face suddenly darkened. She had truly lost her son. A crowd moved toward the village entrance. Not only the Lian family but also villagers joined, making the group bigger and bigger. At the village entrance, Lian Cheng pushed Yang Jinjin's family forward. Everyone is here. Take them back. It's not perfect, but they're still alive and kicking. When the Yang family saw the large crowd behind Lien Cheng, they immediately looked frightened and huddled together like scared birds. Chen Guangxing raised his hands to calm everyone. Everyone quiet down.
Today, what the Yang family did is a break-in.
I have proof, he said. He took out his phone, played the video he recorded earlier, and showed it around the crowd. Then he said, Lien's ancestor was hurt and is in critical condition. If anything goes wrong, Yang Jinjin could be charged with murder. It might not be the death penalty, but life imprisonment. And you, Yang family members, you are all accomplices. Chen Guangxing pointed at the Yang family members. The relatives of the Yang family immediately shrank back in fear at the village entrance.
That
old woman fell by herself. What does that have to do with me? She was already dying. Are you blaming me? Yang Jinjin argued. Some members of the Lien family in the crowd lost their temper. Who's dying? Yang Jinjin, shut your mouth. Our ancestor is fine. If it weren't for you. You wicked woman. Exactly. A wicked woman who would hurt the elderly and children. People like her shouldn't be alive.
Yes.
She should be beaten to death. I think they shouldn't be allowed to leave. We can't let them go. What if someone escapes? Hearing these words, Yang Jinjin kept a calm face but felt nervous inside. She instinctively stepped back. She only wanted to fight for the family inheritance, not cause anyone's death. The Yang relatives hurried to defend themselves. We're just here to support. We didn't do anything. Don't blame us. Yes, the couple was fighting. We're relatives trying to stop the fight. We were just passing by. Isn't that enough? When Yang Wenwu said this, not only the villagers from Gaoshan village, but even the Yang family members couldn't help but glance sideways. Have you changed your name and no longer go by Yang? Various noisy voices arose from the crowd. Chen Guangxing frowned and loudly said, This isn't up to us. We need to see how Lien's ancestor is doing. We'll wait for the police to arrive. Today, the Yang family came to Gaoshan village with a plan to cause trouble. I am sharing this to let everyone witness that our Gaoshan village has no authority to detain the Yang family. Moreover, now everyone is short of food, and no one is providing meals. Let the Yang family leave first. With a wave of Chen Guangxing's hand, the Yang family members were pulled and pushed, running away in a panic. Even their relatives protested, shouting that they couldn't let the Yang family go. But Chen Guangxing had a reasonable point. If no one manages their food and shelter, and if someone from the Yang family really gets hurt in Gaoshan village, it would be a big problem. Villagers tried to stop and persuade them. Even the family members had no way to intervene. A few mischievous children from the village secretly threw small stones at the Yang family from behind. Sounds nice, but it's obvious that the Yang family is just settling scores with the Lien family. It has nothing to do with us. I know you're close to the Lien family, but you don't have to help them so much. Widow Wang leaned against her yard gate, munching sunflower seeds, rolling her eyes and grumbling. Chen Guangxing didn't hear her, but Yu Yunyan overheard her clearly. Bah! Widow Wang, everyone in the village knows who's been slaughtering pigs or brewing wine.
What?
The Yang family has such a big group coming into the village. Are you blind? Heaven sees everything. Just wait and see. Desperate times are not only for the Yang family. Be careful. It might be your turn someday. You shameless woman. I won't argue with you, Widow Wang retorted nervously, slamming her door shut and peeking through the. Unexpectedly, her words proved true. The Wang family was indeed robbed by a group of wandering people. The wind at the village entrance was loud, but no sound was heard from inside the village. Some villagers stood outside Wang's yard, pointing and whispering. Chen Guangxing came out with a serious face, followed closely by Dr. Li. How is Dr. Li? A villager asked. Don't worry.
He won't die.
The Western medicine is gone, but I have some herbs stored at home. I managed to prepare 2 doses, so his life is safe. But he's freezing cold. His cotton clothes and pants were torn off. Luckily, he was inside when it happened, or his life might be in danger. Everyone sighed deeply. Some people leaned against the doorframe of Widow Wang's house, looking inside. It was dark, and the household's coal fire had gone out. All they could hear were the mother's and child's ouch sounds. Since they were fellow villagers, kind-hearted villagers gathered some firewood outside the yard and relit the stove. Chun Guangxing hesitated for a long time, then stood in Widow Wang's yard and loudly called out, "The leader, gather everyone for a meeting at the east end of the village." This matter, Lianqing had warned him about. Outside, the temperature had dropped to -20 degrees Celsius. The temperature at the foot of the mountain was a bit higher, but not much better. This had broken the record low temperatures in southern and northern Anhui. Refugees gathered at the foot of the mountain. More and more people would sneak into the mountains to find food. Under such harsh living conditions, human nature was put to the test. Fortunately, not many refugees went up the mountain this time. Only Widow Wang's family at the village entrance was affected. But winter still had over a month to go, and if the weather worsened, more refugees might appear. The village had to prepare early. At the villagers' meeting, everyone offered many suggestions. Some even had ideas about the Lianqing family. They suggested borrowing electricity from the Lianqing family to supply homes with elderly people and children. It was too cold for the young to endure, but the elderly and children couldn't handle it. When this was said, Uncle Lian hadn't spoken yet, but Grandpa Lian immediately retorted, "He hasn't even borrowed electricity himself, and you're an outsider asking for it." After that, no one dared to speak. After the village meeting, Chen Guangxing arranged for people to start preparations. The roads down the mountain had frozen, and vehicles couldn't go down. So, they installed barriers on the rural roads, stringing cotton threads from house to house, with small copper bells hanging on the threads. Each household placed iron or copper basins in their bedrooms. If there was any movement, a quick tap would alert the village. Dogs in the village were tied to the houses near the village entrance, fearing that these people, sleeping soundly, might be caught off guard like Widow Wang's mother and child. The village elders are holding a meeting, while the young folks are organizing a small gathering. Since the incident where someone broke into the house, the iron gate in the yard can no longer keep the little one milk baby inside. She has learned to open the lock herself, even locking her brother outside. Her cleverness makes me want to lose my temper. When Lianqing finally pushes open the yard gate, Qibao has already run off with Lianen, disappearing into the distance. I can only shout into the air, "Little rascal, when I catch you, I won't let you get away without a good scolding." Qibao tenses her little bottom and whispers, "Little pot, hide." Enemy coming. Dressed in a white fur coat and wearing a white bunny hat, she crouches down in the snow. No one can find her. Lianen brushes her nose and asks, "Girl, aren't you cold?" "Of course I am." Qibao lifts her small face, her eyebrows covered with tiny ice crystals, looking like a white-haired hero. Lianen tries not to laugh, sniffling softly. She can't let her sister see her weakness. It turns out that kids born in the end times are good at resisting the cold. Not only did she follow her brother to the meeting, but she also helped Uncle Zhu standing on the pillar. Her brother and Brother Shackle set traps on the frozen village path. They sprinkled peas and horse nails, standard tricks. Uncle Zhu brought the peas, saying they're edible. Qibao secretly stuffs 2 into her mouth, crunchy and tasty, and hides 2 handfuls in her small pockets. Lianzhu and a group of little ones took a shortcut through the dense forest path, which was dangerous and icy. The villagers had closed this route, but in the mountains, there are always ways to go if you want. A group of mischievous kids set mouse traps, tripwires, and even high-altitude water balloons. Before, they used water, but now they fill plastic bags with snow or ice chunks, hanging them on tree branches higher than people. When pulled, the ice drops down. It's not perfect every time, but if they set several traps, they're more likely to succeed. The children in the village are very good at climbing. They hold onto poles and hooks, rubbing against the tree trunks to climb up. Evanin doesn't want to fall behind and naturally wants to join in. As a little boy, he can't afford to lose face. Soon, several high water balloons were set up. Qibao's big eyes looked up eagerly. She was full of envy. If only she could climb trees too, then she wouldn't be afraid if a dog chased her in the future. In her past life, Qibao was most afraid of stray dogs because they often tried to steal her food. She could fight smaller dogs, but bigger ones she couldn't escape from in time.
So,
Seeing her uncle and brothers master the skill, the little girl was determined to learn it no matter what. She softly called out, "Little brother." Lien and quickly climbed down from the tree and walked over with the uncles and brothers to Qibao. "What's wrong, little treasure?" Qibao clung to a small tree, pointing upward with her tiny hand. "Little pot, sister is scared." "Qibao, your little hand isn't steady. You might fall." Lien and held her chubby hand, speaking earnestly. Qibao hugged the tree trunk tightly, as if she was saying, "If I don't let my sister climb, I won't let go." She pouted her little lips and looked at the uncles and brothers with very innocent and aggrieved eyes. They were all boys who had never taken care of a little sister. Finally, the uncles and brothers gave in. "Qibao, you watch your big brother first." Lien and demonstrated twice, then continued, "Move your little hand up slowly, hold with your legs, step by step." "Got it." Qibao nodded her small head, seeming to understand. Then, she hugged the tree trunk and tried to climb up. The uncles and brothers quickly held her back, standing under the tree to help her move her hands and feet slowly. Once she climbed a little, everyone stretched out their arms, worried she might fall. "Qibao, take it slow, slow down. Don't rush." "Qibao, maybe you should come down. Don't play anymore." "Yes." "Qibao, you're too young. You can't learn it yet." Qibao tried several times to climb the tree, but kept slipping down. Fortunately, he was wearing gloves and warm clothes, so he wasn't hurt, just a little discouraged. The small person hugged the tree trunk, pouting with a tiny mouth that could hold a wine bottle, unwilling to leave. Stubborn little one. No one could convince him. Even couldn't stand to see Qibao like this. He pointed a finger and said, "How about we play one more time? Just once." Qibao immediately became happy. He hugged the small tree trunk, sticking out his little bottom, ready to climb again. Uncles and brothers became like watchful guardians. Lien Cheng arrived just in time to see this scene. His heart was in his throat. He let out a deep breath, prepared for Qibao to fall from the tree, and shouted, "Lien Chi." The uncles and brothers felt tense, staring at the small bundle in the tree without blinking. Qibao's little legs were about to slide down, but when he heard his brother shout, some unknown strength appeared. He grabbed the tree trunk with his small hands and feet, quickly climbing up. After climbing a bit, he looked down, knowing his brother might scold his little bottom. He kept climbing higher. Once this new skill was triggered, he couldn't stop. The uncles and brothers were stunned. Is this a monkey jumping to the sky? Lien Cheng was furious, standing under the tree. "Little rascal, come down now." Qibao snorted. "You come here." He shook his head provocatively. That look made Lien Cheng very angry. "Then don't come down. Grandma has nothing left. No more snacks. All the babies have them." Qibao stuck out his little tongue at Lien Cheng. No, you come catch me." His small body swayed left and right, fearless, momentarily lost his sense of direction. Lien Cheng, just about to jump up, Qibao's little bottom wobbled, losing balance. His chubby hands missed their target, and he tumbled down from the branch in a round ball. He even made sound effects. Eh? Ouch, ouch. Lien Cheng's heart skipped a beat. His reaction was faster than his mind. He quickly caught the little ball of fur. Instead of getting angry, he smiled. "Haha, you fell into my hands, didn't you?" Qibao hung onto her older brother's arm like a hanging ornament, her small mouth forming an O shape. She waved her tiny hands around aimlessly, pointing here and there. With this behavior, did she really think she could fool her brother? There were 2 quick slaps, and Lien Cheng smacked Qibao on her little bottom. Because she was dressed warmly, Qibao pouted and made a little "oh" sound twice, pretending it didn't hurt at all, just for fun. Lien and quickly ran over and said, "Brother Cheng, don't hit your sister. Hit me instead." "Yes. Big nephew, Qibao is still young. You can't hit her like that." Yeah, you can't hit your sister." Lien Cheng. He grabbed the little one's back collar and pulled her back as if she was a small bag. Qibao waved her chubby hand at her uncles and brothers, blowing a few kisses. Even after being scolded, she still looked so happy, such a brave little girl. The uncles and brothers. When they returned to the Lien family yard, Qibao twisted her small body and struggled to break free from her brother's grip. She hurriedly ran into the yard, calling out in her tiny voice, "Grandma.
Grandma.
Go hit me. You're so naughty. Go hit me." Grandma came out of the house, looking both helpless and amused. She picked up the little girl and patted Lien Cheng on the shoulder. "Why did you bully your sister again?" Lien Cheng frowned, looking worried. "Grandma, you know she's been climbing trees for 3 days. She fell from a tree. If you don't watch her, she'll climb to the sky." "What?" "She fell from a tree." Grandma was surprised. She touched Qibao's small arms and legs, which were intact and covered in dirt from the fall. She looked at Lien Cheng and then at Lien En, who was sneaking in from outside the door. "Did she climb a tree?" Yes," Lien En replied nervously, sniffing. "Grandma. Really? She climbed a tree?" Lien Cheng's face twitched. All the evidence was right there. How could anyone still doubt? Hearing Grandma's exclamation, the men, fathers, uncles, and brothers came into the yard, asking, "What's going on?" Grandpa was the first to speak up. Lien Cheng tilted his head and looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle. He is a powerful person from the end of the world, reborn again, pretending to be innocent in front of ordinary family members. Is it easy for him? Grandma awkwardly cleared her throat, saying, Watch out for Qibao. She's climbing trees." Before Grandma finished speaking, second aunt suddenly raised her voice. "What? How can this little kid climb trees?" Qibao pouted her little lips, looking around at everything, feeling that something was not quite right. Second aunt quickly saw her own leather jacket and asked, "Did you bring your sister up the tree?" She sounded both coquettish and like she was admitting fault. Lien En dragged out the ending sound, starting slow and then speeding up. She took a small step, then a quick step, and ran into the house. "Hey, little kid, run. Let's see where you're going. Today, I won't let you forget this lesson." Second aunt rolled up her sleeves slightly, put her hands on her hips, pretending to be fierce, and headed into the house. Lien En's loud crying could be heard from second uncle's house. By lunchtime, Lien En was still looking sad and crying. Lien Cheng was even more upset, full of resentment, refusing to come to the table, not speaking, not eating. He sat on the sofa with his arms crossed, pretending to be a sculpture. Grandma couldn't get her grandson to apologize, so she encouraged Qibao, "Go and cheer up your brother. He's angry." Qibao blinked her big eyes at Grandma, then smoothly slid down from her baby chair, saying, "Go, are you hungry?" She ran quickly to Lien Cheng, her small voice crisp and clear. "I won't eat. I'd rather starve to death." Lien Cheng turned his head away. His proud look was something Qibao had never seen before. She stared at his side face with wide eyes for several seconds. Go, you're starving to death? What should we do? You're supposed to be learning, but you can't learn anything after so long. Do you understand all this messy stuff just by listening? Aren't you more annoyed now? Lien Cheng snorted. "Anyway, my sister is naughty, doesn't listen to me, and no one cares about me. I might as well starve." Qibao slapped her little forehead. Her older brother was desperate to die. Her tiny brain was all mixed up. Then she turned around, took small steps, and ran back to Grandma, saying, "Grandma, Gogo said he's going to starve himself because he's hungry. What should we do?" Grandma's face was full of smile lines as she looked at Lien Cheng, who remained still. She thought her grandson was quite clever, making this little one worry so much. Grandma bent down and gently touched Qibao's small face. "Why isn't Big Brother eating his meal?" she asked. Qibao clutched his little hands and frowned. But.
Qibao.
Obey. Listen to Pot's words. Poor little Qibao was wrongly accused. He pouted his soft, pink lips. Grandma adjusted Qibao's small hat. "Apologize to your brother, say you won't climb trees anymore, and listen to him from now on, but not climbing trees might be a bit hard." Qibao hesitated for 2 seconds, then tiptoed back to Lianqing, twisted his arm, and shook it. Pot Pot is bad. Qi Bao is angry. Lianqing's expression softened a little. He grabbed Qi Bao's arm and pulled him toward the dining table. Will you be good from now on? Qi Bao turned around, holding his small face, smiling happily. Good. Did you do something wrong? Yes, he did wrong, but Qi Bao wouldn't change. Qi Bao raised his small eyebrows. From now on, I won't listen to Big Brother. His older brother was pleased. A faint smile appeared on his face. Qi Bao, so small but so mischievous, sighed deeply. Finally, Big Brother wouldn't be mad anymore. Qi Bao kept trying to pick food from Lianqing's bowl, worried he might starve his dear brother. Seeing the overflowing bowl of food, he had no appetite at all. He even suspected that the way Grandma fed the little piglets in the space was the same. Feeling everyone's attention, Lianqing awkwardly tugged at his mouth. Qi Bao, eat your food. Big Brother will serve himself. Qi Bao looked at Lianqing, then at everyone, and finally realized something was wrong. Grandpa, Grandma, uncle, aunt, and brothers, all family, cared about him. A warm, comforting feeling filled him. He clumsily reached out his small hands. Grandma, serve the dishes. Grandpa, serve the dishes. Wake up, serve the meat. Second wake up, serve the meat. Big uncle. Second uncle. Pot Pot. Third pot. Fourth pot. They took turns greeting each other and casually picking at the food with chopsticks. Although they didn't manage to put much into their bowls, Grandpa, uncle, brother, and aunt worked together nicely. Looking eagerly at Lianen, with eyes full of hope, she asked, "Where's that little brother?" Qi Bao pursed her lips and blinked her big eyes. She definitely wouldn't forget her favorite little brother. Her older brother's lips curved into a slight smile. This little troublemaker is about to cause trouble again. Second aunt cast a cold glance. She was helping her sister climb a tree and still wanted to eat well. Unable to bear her mother's stern stare, Lian wiped away a tear and kept eating. He could choose his own food, but his sister's choices seemed to be more delicious, and he felt a bit unfulfilled. Just as Lian was feeling sorry for himself, suddenly, a pair of small hands tugged at his pant leg under the table. Lian looked down, thinking he must be seeing things. He looked up at the space between Liancheng and Grandma. It was empty. Then he looked back at the little person tugging his pants, who had quietly slipped under the table. Qi Bao, are you full? Why did you come down from the table? Qi Bao's chubby little fingers made a shushing gesture near her mouth. Almost full. Little pot, leg, Lian. He thought Qi Bao had fallen from the tree and hurt her leg, but Qi Bao suddenly pulled a chicken leg out of her pocket like a magic trick. Little pot, full. Lian was so touched he almost cried. His little sister still remembered him. Qi Bao, eat your own. Today we only killed 2 big chickens, so only 2 big chicken legs. Oh, wow. 2 big chicken legs. Grandma gave her 1, Grandpa gave her brother 1, but she also helped her brother pick some vegetables, and giving her brother a big chicken leg isn't too much, right? Qi Bao reached into her pocket again, pulling out another chicken leg. Here. I have 1 more. With 1 in each hand, she held 2 chicken legs perfectly. She was a smart little girl. Whenever she thought about her brother calling her a little kid who couldn't count, she got angry. Lian widened his eyes. Seeing the little brother's expression, it was clear he really wanted to eat. Qi Bao took a chicken leg and directly shoved it into Lian's mouth. Lian. He took a small bite, but it was cold and not very tasty. As he chewed, tears welled up in his eyes. At home, there are many boys, dad, mom, grandpa, and grandma, who don't pay much attention to him. His brothers have all turned bad. Only his sister cares about him in this family. Lian picked up the chicken leg, and with his sleeve, he roughly wiped his face. Seeing that the little brother was eating, Qi Bao, a tiny person, twisted her little bottom and crawled out from the table. Qi Bao, where are you going? Chop chop, grandma's leg, Lianen. No wonder his biological mother said she was not sensible. Compared to her, he really was not sensible. Lian immediately crawled out from under the table after her. Hearing the 2 little ones talk, Lianqing couldn't help but laugh and cry. He understood that the family felt guilty for not giving enough to the siblings, so they always give them the best things. In the past, Lien was the youngest in the family and was most spoiled. There was definitely a sense of gap now. Loving his little sister, he still understood her. No matter what, he wouldn't forget his little brother. After all, besides him, her little brother was the best in the family. So when Qibao used her greasy little hands to the chicken leg from his bowl, he just pretended not to see. But Liancheng didn't expect that the little girl would leave the other chicken leg for the great-grandfather, whose teeth were almost all gone. Liancheng put down his bowl and chopsticks. I'm full. Everyone eat slowly. I'm going to check on Qibao. Grandma nodded with satisfaction, finally looking a bit like her older brother. When Liancheng arrived at the great-grandfather's house, someone dared to feed him and also dared to take a bite. The great-grandfather was lying on a low bed, leaning on a small cabinet nearby. Usually, he ate on a small table on the bed, but now it was gone, replaced by a chubby, half-squatting figure. An old man and a little one were tugging on a chicken drumstick, showing that the great-grandfather had fully recovered from his fall. Not only that, he looked much more energetic. Lien was standing in front of the bed, gnawing on a chicken drumstick, which was quite surprising. Why was it so hard for the great-grandfather to eat a chicken leg? Liancheng walked in and cleared his throat. Qibao quickly pulled back her small hand and suddenly dove into the great-grandfather's quilt. The great-grandfather, holding the chicken leg, froze. Then he picked up the chicken leg and looked at the milk bun nestled under his arm. Nanny, what are you doing? Qibao is sleepy. She wants to sleep. Isn't this just covering your ears to steal a bell? He reached out and grabbed the milk bun's back collar, lifting her up. Qibao looked downcast, her small head and arms drooping, like a little mouse caught stealing. Liancheng tooted twice and poked her little face. Little kitty, look at you. All dirty and greasy, rubbing against great-grandpa's quilt. Qibao quickly lifted her head, her bright, glassy eyes glancing sideways at Liancheng's face. She pretended to be serious, raising her chubby little hand to carefully examine herself. Dirty, dirty. Mama washes me clean. So, was this just a playful act to fool everyone? Did she really think her brother didn't know she stole the big chicken leg? Liancheng's mouth twitched. He picked up the little one in his arms. Little rascal, your chicken leg, candies, and snacks. You can't give them to great-grandpa.
He has no teeth. He's old now.
He can't eat those hard-to-digest things. And you shouldn't eat too much either, or you'll get sick. This situation has become quite complicated. Qibao turned to look at her great-grandmother. At home, besides her little brother, she was closest to her great-grandmother. Her great-grandmother didn't restrict her, and even played with her. They were good friends. Wouldn't they share delicious food and fun activities? Her great-grandmother also heard Liancheng's words and glared with her old eyes. Who are you with? With Fan Fan and Xiao Emo. The big chicken leg in her hand no longer tasted good. Fan Fan is Grandma's nickname, and Xiao Emo is Grandpa's nickname. To prevent health issues common in old age, Grandma always prepared less oily and salty food for her great-grandmother. Her old ancestors had been protesting about this for a while. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and a cold wind blew into the room. Why are you all here? Grandma came in carrying a bowl of food. Lien and her great-grandmother quickly hid the big chicken leg in their hands. Grandma's eyes sharpened. Mom, did you sneak a bite again?
Sneak.
Sneak a bite of what? Her great-grandmother wiped her mouth. What's left in this room? Faced with her great-grandmother's retort, Grandma was a bit confused. Had her mother-in-law's old age-related forgetfulness suddenly improved? Liancheng. Should he reveal the truth about her great-grandmother? Her great-grandmother started to complain. Why is it always carrot stew with ribs? So annoying. I want chicken legs, I want big pork knuckles. Like a child throwing a tantrum for candy. It turns out that some illnesses can be treated with special water, but some
cannot.
Grandma's heart condition has not recurred. However, great-grandpa's old age dementia remains unpredictable, sometimes better, sometimes worse. Maybe it's just his nature. It took a long time for Grandma to coax great-grandpa into finishing a bowl of food, and his big chicken leg was confiscated. In the end, Pippi the dog got the leftovers. Lien and carefully smiled, and his chicken leg was finally saved. But that night, Lien and developed a high fever with vomiting and diarrhea. This worried the Lien family a lot. Last time, Lien Chung gave medicine to Dr.
Li.
But now, the pharmacies in the county town are empty. Everyone in the village is eager for any medicine Lien Chung might have. This time, Lien An's fever was serious. They called Dr. Li overnight. He diagnosed severe typhoid with a high fever over 40 degrees Celsius. Adults might endure it, but without medicine, a child could easily die. The village has many cases of typhoid, and the medicine is all gone. Your Lien family is very kind, but Dr. Li sighed and prescribed 2 homemade remedies. It's the only thing he can do. Maybe drinking these will help him get through it. Lien An's illness made little Chi Bao very anxious, especially when her brother told her that her little brother got sick because he took her out to play. The little one already knew about feeling guilty, so she kept trying to get into Lien An's room. Because typhoid is contagious, adults didn't allow her inside. But little Pai Pai, like a slippery eel, sneaked into the house when no one was looking. He couldn't do much, just fed water to Lien An. But spring water isn't a miracle cure. It might help a little, but not much. Finally, after Dr. Li left, Lien Chung took out some fever medicine. He broke a pill and told Chi Bao to give it to Lien and with spring water. Lien Zan thought. He found Lien Chung very mysterious. His curiosity was burning. I didn't give all the medicine away. I kept some, Lien Chung explained reluctantly. Auntie looked at Lien Chung but didn't ask anything. Lien Xing smiled, choosing to stay united with his mother. During the days when Lien An was sick, Chi Bao finally behaved well. In this cold weather, just a few days after it started, some families began to run out of food and coal. It was all because of greed. Some wanted to sell during the high prices caused by the earthquake, hoping to buy cheaper after the new year. But unexpectedly, the severe cold came, and the mountain roads were blocked. Some people were also tricked by Huanji. Without food or coal, they had to find ways to survive. Coal was easier to get. People could go up the mountain to cut wood. Wood isn't as good as coal for heating and cooking, but it still works. But food was really hard to get. They could only borrow from neighbors. At this time, everyone's food was tight, so someone went to Zhao Qinggong to buy some grain. Zhao Qinggong frowned and showed some grain, but it wasn't much. He emphasized that he had already taken most of the grain down the mountain, and this was all he had. He told them to take it home to solve their urgent problem. Lien Chung had already warned him about this. Zhao Qinggong had made arrangements. When Lien Chung hurriedly brought 2 big carts of supplies back to the village, even outsiders heard about it. He was more worried about thieves than theft. So he asked Zhao Yan to remind the Lien family. It's very cold now, and Zhao Yan hadn't gone out in a long time. When he finally saw Chi Bao, he was so happy he cried, like a scene from a romantic drama. They hugged and cried in the yard. His older brother felt jealous. Others found it funny. Both of them were acting like drama stars. Right after Zhao Yan left, Lien Chung discussed the New Year plans with his father, uncle, and friends. It wasn't really about celebrating the festival, but about sharing the family's grain to prevent others from noticing. Of course, they still needed to keep some for themselves. After all, only the hosts know how much they eat during a feast. Right after New Year's Eve, the younger brothers in the Lien family announced they would go to the village on the 3rd day of the new year to celebrate with the old Lien family. Only the old Lien family could afford to host such a meal. The new year felt a bit dull, but their invitation brought some joy to the village. The family was short on food, but who wouldn't be happy to eat for free? On this day in the 3rd year of middle school, everyone who could walk around in the village, elders and children alike, came to the celebration. There were many people and a lot of noise. To handle this, Lien Chung specifically told Uncle and the brothers to hide all the supplies they could, except for the food needed for the feast at home. Chibao's space was a bit larger now, So Lian Cheng asked Qibao to put several freezers into space and also turned off the power switch in advance. Most villagers care about face and reputation. Because the harvest was poor, they slaughtered pigs early and brought some New Year goods or gave red envelopes to Qibao and Lianen. They waited in the yard for the feast to start and didn't wander around aimlessly. Some people, with thick skin, secretly packed food from the table. The Lien family turned a blind eye, pretending not to see. Since there were many villagers, the feast was served as a flowing banquet. Washing vegetables, chopping, cooking, serving, all needed many people. The family was too busy, so they asked Grandpa Lien's wife, and a few aunties, young sisters-in-law, uncles, and brothers to help. Originally, the leftover food was meant to be taken home by them, but there wasn't much left. After asking Lian Cheng's opinion, they decided to give the leftovers directly to others. People who cared about face and had thick skin could be easily handled. But those without shame, like the shameless woman Wang Guafu, were harder to deal with. She not only ate and took things for free, but also wanted to sneak into Lian Cheng's basement to see how much stock they had. This was a bit suspicious. The aunt caught her red-handed and immediately pushed her out. This is a meal, not a place for stealing. Wang Guafu, what kind of person are you? Everyone knows the truth. Old Lian's family doesn't owe you anything. We let you in today because of your two poor children. Don't be ungrateful and shameless. Widow Wang went down to the basement, but ended up getting caught in a trap, which made her face a little embarrassed. She snorted and went to the yard to gossip, saying that old Lian's family had good things but hadn't shown them off. Most sensible villagers kept their distance from Widow Wang. However, the larger the community, the more likely some people would be indecisive or change sides. Lian Cheng didn't mind and, when giving gifts to villagers, sometimes intentionally or unintentionally brought villagers into the basement. They found that Lian Cheng's basement was similar to others, nothing much stored there. Some villagers were suspicious, while others thought Lian Cheng's family was honest. Even in tough times, they still helped out the neighbors. Lian Cheng sighed and explained the situation clearly. Now, every household was short on supplies. It was just a coincidence that Jibao had returned, ready to hold a celebration, so they bought a lot of things. Today, all the food had been eaten, and whatever could be shared was shared. His family was just making do. What more could the villagers say about it? They have revealed everything about their family background. Everyone upstairs and downstairs has carefully looked around, and it's clear that's all there is. Some people are interested in Lianqing's power generation system. Lianqing, who studied mechanical engineering, explained the principles of wind and solar power to everyone. Finally, he sighed and said, "The wind turbines are frozen. Without clearing ice and snow, they can't generate electricity. In winter, sunlight is often scarce, so these machines are wasted. On this day, machines stop working if they are idle for more than 15 minutes and will freeze." The visitors looked like they understood this. It's true that solar panels can't work in heavy snow, but they didn't know that as long as the wind turbines stay dry, they can operate even in very cold weather. Mountain winds are strong and suitable for wind power. If the wind isn't enough, manual power can be used in emergencies, though it takes effort. Lianqing has 3 large battery storage units in a small attic. At night, they start the wind turbines to charge the batteries. During the day, the turbines mostly don't run, so villagers rarely notice that Lianqing has electricity. Lianqing's family shared their situation. After the New Year's feast, no one thought about stealing their stored grain anymore. The village can survive, even without much food. They have some crops, sweet potatoes, and dried corn cobs. This year, the piglets haven't arrived yet, but each family still has some stored grains. However, even so, Zhao Qinggong's temporary small yard was robbed. Fortunately, Zhao Qinggong was prepared. He has secret hiding places that are hard for others to find. Some rice, flour, and cooking oil were stolen from the kitchen. It's hard to identify who the thief is. He's an outsider, and the village tends to be wary of outsiders. Plus, some villagers are unhappy with him over grain collection. But at least it wasn't a violent theft. In the city and town, chaos is frequent. with occasional robberies. The authorities remind everyone to stay indoors during extreme cold and to prevent fires, theft, and violence. The police aren't ignoring the problems, they're just overwhelmed. A town police station has about 20 to 30 officers, but dozens of crimes happen daily. They're working around the clock, and some officers have collapsed from exhaustion. So, everyone is urged to prevent crimes first and act against them second, saving police resources and reducing illegal activities. The government has sent troops to patrol the city and county, but resources are limited. They must maintain order and help with disasters like earthquakes, tsunamis, and hurricanes. After a brief break, a new disaster, frost, hit. Remote villages like Gaoshan Village are hard to protect. Official grain and medicine supplies are running low, reaching historic lows. Southern regions suffered heavy losses from recent disasters. To preserve seeds and survive until the next harvest, the government has cut grain supplies. Even the military now eats only 2 meals a day instead of 3. Medicine is also scarce. Many pharmaceutical factories and equipment were destroyed by earthquakes and tsunamis, and raw materials are in short supply. A global cold snap has caused outbreaks of flu and other infectious diseases. Cities in southern and northern Anhui rarely face winter temperatures below zero, so their winter supplies are insufficient. Winter clothing like cotton coats, pants, and blankets are in high demand. Fortunately, the extreme cold lasted only a short time, preventing cities from freezing over overnight. But this caused a new wave of people fleeing the cities, increasing the number of refugees at the foot of the mountains. Gaoshan Village also saw an influx of displaced people. The world remains shrouded in darkness. Clang clang. The sound of metal basins being struck echoed through the village. Voices and barking dogs filled the air at the village entrance. People gathered, holding torches that lit up half the village. Once the refugees were caught, everyone fell silent. It was a sad scene. They were hungry and desperate, men, women, and children, scattered in the snow, their clothes torn, pressed into a vegetable patch outside Widow Wang's house. For children huddled, trembling in the snow, crying silently, exhausted. During the arrest, villagers had been rough. Now, they looked guilty. A young woman, looking worn out, knelt and kept kowtowing. "Please, sir and madam, big brothers and sisters, we beg you, please give us some food. We can't go on like this. We didn't steal or rob before. I have a 4-year-old son. Please, don't hit your fellow villagers." A timid, tall man started to speak, but was kicked by a villager. "Helping you means we'll die," another villager said angrily. "You're a grown man, letting women and children do such shameful things. How dare you beg for mercy?" This clearly expressed the villagers' feelings. If it were just men, they would have beaten him and driven him away. But the children. The people in the mountain village are simple and kind-hearted, so they couldn't help feeling pity. The first light appeared on the horizon. The woman's head was pressed against the frozen, lumpy ground. Bright red blood slowly dripped from her forehead, and she was about to faint at any moment. Lian Cheng was also standing among the crowd. Suddenly, Chen Guangxing shouted loudly, "Go, go, go. You all should leave. Gaoshan Village has no food, and we can't survive anymore." A few frightened men quickly ran away, disappearing in an instant. The woman knelt on the ground. The wind was howling, blowing her messy hair, revealing a face full of exhaustion and despair. A bigger boy, about 12 or 13 years old, ignored his own pain and reached out to pull her. "Xian, auntie. Let's go." "I won't go. Xiao Xian is sick. He just wants to eat a warm bowl." "Uncle, auntie.
Please help me."
"Help." Widow Wang slapped the woman across the face. "You little brat, who are you trying to? You don't want to leave when I tell you to? Do you want a beating? Fine, I'll give you one. Our family was just robbed recently. Do you think it was you guys?" "Huh." She was about to slap her again, but Zhao Chenggong stepped out from the crowd. "People who kill should face the consequences. Wang's wife, you should show some mercy. Just put down your hand." "Oh. Boss Zhao, are you planning to have a little one? Your wife is pretty." "I didn't expect you to." "What do you mean?" Before Wang's wife could finish, Qi Rufang interrupted her. Qi Rufang stepped forward and said, I think my husband Zhao is doing the right thing. Everyone has hard times. We all know our house was robbed, and we know who did it. I won't say more, but I'm a mother. For my children, I wouldn't steal or rob. I even dare to kill if I have to. Why don't you try? Widow Wang shrank back. Crazy. Lunatic. Qi Rufang, nearly 170 centimeters tall, used to be a little troublemaker. She had connections with Lian Chong and Li Yu. After marrying Zhao Qinggong, she learned to navigate the business world. Besides being a wife, she developed a strong presence. She easily overshadowed Wang's wife as she stood beside her. Qi Rufang helped the young woman and 4 children on the ground. Come with me. What she was about to do was obvious. Zhao Qinggong stopped Qi Rufang. Wife, this. Our family. Also doesn't have. Zhao Qinggong's eyes showed a wild hint, indicating to the crowd. Others were not afraid, but they worried about people like Widow Wang and He Wenji. When the villagers heard Zhao Qinggong's words, they probably understood what he meant. Their family had just been robbed, so there was no extra food to help others. Qi Rufang didn't care. She glared and pushed Zhao Qinggong, then led the others away. Dazed and sleepy, Qi Bao lay in her older brother's arms, rubbing her eyes. Her short legs kicked a couple of times out of habit. Lian Cheng wrapped his arms around her. Don't make trouble. It's cold. When he heard the noise, Lian Cheng came over. He couldn't shake off the little one clinging to him, so he had to hold her close. Qi Bao, like a koala, clung to him. She couldn't wear a thick sweater, so Lian Cheng wore a loose, temperature-regulating down jacket outside. He zipped up the jacket, but the zipper caught just above Qi Bao's small neck. Her little head, wearing a yellow plush hat, peeked out from his chest. When she moved slightly, the wind blew straight into the down jacket. Although Lian Cheng was an ability user, he still shivered. Qi Bao became fully alert. Guogua. Her soft, sleepy voice carried a lazy tone. She raised her little arms from inside the down jacket and stretched lazily. After yawning, she continued to rest on her brother's chest. She turned her small face and accidentally saw Qi Rufang. Her eyes widened. She lifted her tiny head and stretched her neck to look at the group of people walking away. She hadn't seen her auntie or the little ball Zhao Ziyu in a long time. Mostly because she hadn't gone out for a long time. The little girl was getting impatient. Her small feet started to move around wildly. She was still not obedient after her older brother lightly spanked her little bottom. Let me down, her little eyebrows furrowed. She suddenly darted twice in Lian Cheng's arms. She was angry. Lian Cheng looked serious. Why are you trying to get down? Want to cause trouble again? He patted her small bottom again. Qi Bao. Did she think she was easy to bully just because she was small? 2 little paws touched Lian Cheng's chest, found the raised spot, and squeezed hard through the temperature-controlled underwear. Ugh, Lian Cheng's pupils suddenly widened. Little rascal you. You little pervert, what are you grabbing? Qi Bao let go of her small hand, made a soft hum, pouted her little mouth, and kicked her tiny feet. Down there, I want to go down there, Auntie Yen, and Lian Cheng. Big brother really can't stand it. They quickly arrived at the small courtyard rented from Zhao's family. Lian Cheng unzipped his jacket, and both siblings shivered. Qi Bao pursed her lips, looked at her brother's dark face, and then slid down from Lian Cheng. She hurriedly ran into the house, calling out, Yen, Qi Bao is here. Qi Bao. Why does Yan's family have a new little brother and 3 sisters? She had never seen them before. As soon as she entered the house, Qi Bao paused. She looked up at the faces of the 4 people, accidentally stepping on her little brother's foot. The little boy looked pained, very uncomfortable, but trying to endure it. Qi Bao kept looking up. Suddenly, she stumbled and fell down. Oh no! Guogua's shoes are broken, his big toe was exposed outside. Is he hurt? This injury looked strangely familiar. Qi Bao poked the little brother's frostbitten toe with her finger, about to look up at his reaction. Lian Cheng quickly picked up the little girl. This dirtiness was one thing, but didn't others fear pain? And, during this time, contagious illnesses were spreading. Qibao was unhappy and started squirming, flailing her small hands and feet like a tiny turtle trapped and held on its shell. Lianqing pointed at Qibao's little nose. Be good. Grandma's not here and I will scold you. Just then, the gate of Zhao's courtyard was pushed open. Grandma came in carrying a canvas bag, along with uncles, aunts, and some villagers from the Lian family. Lianqing. His bad luck really was endless. Qibao rolled her eyes at her brother in defiance. My backup is here. If you have the guts, keep holding on. Lianqing. He naturally put down the shelter and went to take the canvas bag from Grandma's hand. Grandma, why are you here? I'm here to bring some things for Xiao Zhao. Grandma stood up and naturally someone followed her, or it wouldn't look good. Zhao Qingwu went out, but Zhao Yan
Didn't see anyone.
Lianqing conscientiously tucked the bag into the house. He didn't open it to see what was inside, but he guessed it was rice. Others also had things in their hands, everyday items like old clothes, shoes, socks, and some food. More people kept arriving one after another, entering the yard. They put down their things, greeted Qi Rufeng briefly, and didn't stay long. They just came to show their goodwill, not to mooch food. Lianqing. These people probably don't understand the end of the world enough. Now, it's not about whether they have good intentions, but if you give something today, tomorrow they might come back with a crowd, and later they could even take your skin or use your bones to make soup. In the living room, charcoal burned in a tin stove, making the room warm and cozy. Qi Rufeng brought out the freshly cooked breakfast, giving each woman and child a small bowl of porridge, placing them on the square table. The porridge had sweet potatoes in it, which made it a bit hard to swallow. But the 4 children ate happily. Without caring if it was hot, they quickly drank the porridge with their bowls. The table had pickled spicy radish and a small dish of vegetables, but no one touched them. The young woman held her bowl and kept crying, unwilling to take a sip. Lianqing put down what he was holding. From his angle, through the faint light, he could clearly see her grateful tears. Qi Rufeng gently patted her shoulder. Eat up. There's more in the pot. The young woman took a small sip at first, then started eating eagerly. Qi Feng sighed deeply, went to bring out the large iron pot from the kitchen, and filled it for the 5 of them. She washed the rice again, and put it on the stove. Grandma followed Lianqing into the house. While the children were eating, she tried to change their worn-out shoes. It was very cold. Even with snow boots, their feet were numb after walking outside. She didn't know how these children managed to walk up the mountain in such torn shoes. She just took off one girl's shoe when Grandma suddenly made a gagging sound, covering her mouth and silently crying. The girl's feet, from the soles to the tops and her calves, were covered in frostbite. Because of her broken shoes, her soles were worn through, and her frostbitten feet were bloody and raw. Did her feet still have feeling? Grandma's action of taking off her shoes didn't disturb the girl's eating. But Lianqing noticed. He kicked off his own shoes and moved his damaged feet, saying softly, Grandma, don't be afraid. It's not a disease, just frostbite. It's not contagious. His careful and somewhat pleading tone reached her ears. Lianqing's eyes suddenly turned red because Qibao had also told him the same thing before. The memories of the past and present flooded back. Qibao wanted to sneak onto the table but was held tightly by Lianqing, pressed close to his chest. Qibao then babbled, trying to persuade her older brother. She was just hungry and wanted to taste the delicious radish her aunt made. Why was her brother so clueless? When her persuasion failed, Qibao cleared her throat softly twice, stretched her neck toward the table, and asked, Qibao, what's wrong? Lianqing and Grandma both asked at the same time. Qibao touched her neck, which was barely covered by her hat, and coughed twice again. Pull out the medicine,
she said.
Lianqing loosened his grip. Where do you feel uncomfortable? Qibao blinked her innocent, clear eyes, staring intently at Lianqing. Quietly, her chubby little hand reached onto the table. When no one was paying attention, she quickly pinched a piece of radish. Once I finish this radish, I'll take the medicine. Drool dripped down. Opening her small mouth, she was about to bite. Has this little thing learned to deceive cleverly? Is this spicy and sour food something her small body can eat? Just as she was about to the food, Qibao kicked her tiny feet, raised a carrot stick with one hand, and in a whirlwind, she dashed away quickly. Grandma still looked confused. Zhao Yan yawned as he came down from upstairs. Seeing so many people staring, he asked, "Who are they?" And Qibao. Lian Cheng's mouth twitched. They came quickly and left just as fast. Seeing no one answer, Zhao Yan glanced at the dining table, relaxed and comfortable, picked up a carrot stick, and with unbothered steps, he headed to the kitchen while eating. My brother is really angry now. He wants to stop the couple from being together. No, he wants to keep the child safe, but he keeps messing around with Zhao Yan, this second-rate troublemaker. Lian Cheng chased Qibao away, took out disinfectant wipes from his pocket to clean her paws, and also took out a baby bottle from his coat to ask Qiru Fong for hot water to mix. The three little girls' clothes were soaked with snow water. Grandma found thick clothes from the clothes sent by villagers and changed them for them. She wanted to touch the children's hands, but she found that their hands and ears were also covered with frostbite. Lian Cheng caught Qibao when she returned. Zhao Chenggong had just called Dr. Li for a checkup. Zhao Yan had just fallen into a deep sleep and only then learned that the village had homeless refugees, and the worst part was his mother had even brought the refugees home, so he was also watching from the side. The children's legs probably can't be saved. Even if they are, they will be deformed.
Sigh.
This world. Dr. Li shook his head helplessly. This barefoot doctor. Honestly, Lian Cheng didn't think much of him, not professional enough, and sometimes he dug pits or played tricks, making him quite unpleasant, but today. He sighed a lot. Could he be trying to cheat people? Lian Cheng swallowed hard and looked at Zhao Chenggong. He loosened his grip. While Lian Cheng was distracted, Qibao, holding a milk bottle, secretly took a carrot and went away. The plate was placed in the center of the table. Qibao reached for the carrot but couldn't grab it. The boy sitting at the table noticed and secretly handed her a piece of carrot. Soon, this became a habit. A small girl squatted under the long table, quietly eating. One sour and spicy carrot, one sip of milk. She felt more and more excited. She swayed as if she had drunk a little too much. Lianqing grabbed Qibao by the collar and pulled her out. He couldn't let her interfere with the doctor's work. Grandma was crying and couldn't help at all. Qi Rufong pulled her into the kitchen. She was too old to see these things. Dr. Li first needed to clean the dead, rotten flesh from the children's feet and legs, then apply medicine and wrap them with gauze. Zhao Yan restrained his lively nature and helped nearby. If there was pain, he could think of a way. If there was no pain, Dr. Li looked up at the three little girls with red, frozen cheeks. The oldest was about 11 or 12, the youngest only 7 or 8. Even though he was used to life and death, the old man couldn't help but tear up. There were no surgical options. He didn't know what to do. With this terrible weather, if the children went outside, they would all die in a few days. He had treated their frostbitten legs and feet one by one since they were young. Dr. Li lowered his cloudy eyes and asked in a deep voice, "Where are your parents?" The three girls all lowered their heads. The room seemed darker. A young woman with frostbitten hands gently touched their heads. They lost their parents. The government's supplies weren't enough to keep them safe. I can only take them to find a way to survive. Lianqing was stunned. So, you're there? It's okay. We met on the way fleeing. Lianqing curled his lips in a sneer, his gaze full of sarcasm as he looked at the woman. Huh. What a coincidence. In times of great trouble, who would be so kind as to bring a group of children along? It is not that Lianqing is overthinking others' feelings, but that the world is like this. Seeing Lianqing's attitude, the woman quickly waved her hand. No, it's not what you think. My name is Xianya. My husband and I run a small shop in northern Anhui, not a human trafficker. When she mentioned human traffickers, Xianya started to cry. She choked on her words as she told her difficult journey. Her husband didn't survive the earthquake. She traveled alone with her son from northern Anhui to the official gathering place. Due to the chaos caused by continuous natural disasters, the management was disorganized. Women and children like her were easy targets. Sometimes, their supplies were stolen. Later, She met 3 other girls with similar experiences. When a storm came, they banded together and were tricked onto a relocation vehicle. Only after reaching a remote place did they realize they had been deceived. Luckily, kind-hearted people helped rescue them. After hearing Xianya's story, everyone in the room looked heavy-hearted, with no other expressions. Lianqing nodded silently and looked at the slightly older boy beside her. The boy's face was very pale. Uncle Koi saved us all. My name is Sun Qitian. I was also rescued. I live in Minnan Community, northern Anhui. After the earthquake, my parents and family evacuated. His voice faltered, and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. Was he buried underground? Another child abandoned by fate, just like he was in his previous life. Sun Qitian nodded. Yes, it's Uncle Koi. He's the one who pulled me out of the ruins. He's been saving people and more are being rescued. But the supplies sent by the authorities are sporadic and getting fewer. Uncle Koi contacted his friends and managed to get some supplies, but as soon as the supply truck arrived, it was robbed. There are too many refugees, and we can't save everyone. Later, some of us got sick and we had no medicine. Wiping away tears, Sun Qitian choked and continued. Uncle Koi said he would take us to the official refugee center, but it was overcrowded, lacking food, medicine, and winter supplies. We children had no one to care for us. Uncle Koi could only lead us to move into the mountains, searching for medicine and supplies along the way until we reached here. Until we met Aunt Xian and the others, they were controlled by a group of human traffickers. Uncle Koi hurt his leg trying to save them. Without medicine. Please, you have to help him. We were just trying to take supplies, he didn't know. We were also forced into this. His wound got infected, and he's become confused. Sun Qitian's emotions grew more intense. Dr. Li slowed down his wound treatment. Zhao Yan tightened his grip on the bandages until the youngest girl moved slightly, and he snapped back to reality. Zhao Qinggong lowered his head slightly. It's hard to live in this world without selfishness. It's not that they don't want to help, but they worry too much. Uncle Koi, Lianqing muttered this name, feeling that this person might be a bit naive. In this disaster, saving a group of children, can he really support them? And this kind of behavior strangely felt familiar to him. Sun Qitian clenched his fists, suppressing his emotions. Yes, Uncle Koi. He said he's a police officer. Badge number 499. Zhao Qinggong suddenly looked up at Lianqing. Lianqing felt puzzled, sniffed, and asked, "Why didn't you go to the police or the army?" As soon as he spoke, Lianqing realized the police system must be on the verge of collapse now, but if he's a government official, the government should be involved, right? We want to find them, but Uncle's police badge and ID. All the valid documents were lost in the chaos. There was only one person left who hadn't been abandoned. His police uniform was so torn that it was hard to recognize. They went to find the police, but were treated like ordinary refugees. They were told to register at the refugee camp. Sun Qitian could no longer find words to describe his helplessness. Isn't there a police badge? How could this happen? Lianqing was about to ask more, but Zhao Qinggong put his arm around his shoulder. All right, Xiaoqing, don't ask. If you go see, you'll understand. Lianqing looked at Zhao Qinggong in surprise, feeling something strange about him. Just a moment ago, he seemed to agree they wouldn't interfere, but now he wanted to go see again so quickly. As his attention drifted, the little one in his arms became restless. Qi Bao raised her small arms and waved a tissue. Hey, no crying. Crying doesn't help. She couldn't stand to see someone cry and wanted to comfort them. She started explaining big truths in her own way. Lianqing let her go. Qi Bao busily acted like a little adult. He saw 2 small nails stuck in Sun Qitian's pants and gently picked at them. The boy's crying stopped suddenly, and his delicate features twisted in pain. Ah. Oh. Qi Bao stared at Sun Qitian's pained face, her mouth forming a perfect circle. She puffed out her cheeks and held her small fist tightly around a tissue, looking a bit confused. She picked up the nail from the ground, her black eyes flickering like glass. The nail hadn't pierced the boy's clothes. Why was the boy like this? Could he have stepped into a trap? Did she and her uncle or friends cause trouble? Thinking she had solved the mystery, The little girl waddled around like a tiny crab, side to side. What's going on? Lian Cheng supported Sun Qitian's trembling body. Medicine. Medicine. Sun Qitian was struggling to breathe and managed to say one word. Lian Cheng carried him to the sofa. Xianya impatiently searched inside Sun Qitian's shirt pocket and took out a small medicine bottle. Only 3 pills were left. He quickly gave one to the boy. Lian Cheng looked at him with some frustration.
He's sick.
Why did you bring him out in this cold weather? Xianya angrily pounded her chest. I don't know. He insisted on coming out today. Tears streamed down her face, difficult to explain or understand. The 3 young girls also leaned against Sun Qitian, crying softly. Stop crying and fussing. Dr. Li took the medicine bottle from the woman's hand and looked at it. Congenital heart disease. This medicine is hard to manage. Hearing this, Lian Cheng frowned. Could someone with congenital heart disease really survive until now? This young man might be more complicated than he seems. Lian Cheng's gaze fell on Sun Qitian, studying him carefully. Feeling Lian Cheng's piercing look, Sun Qitian instinctively shifted his body. He had indeed used Uncle Koi and everyone else. On one hand, he wanted protection. On the other, he was afraid of being seen as a burden. He feared rejection and abandonment. So he secretly hid the medicine, making everyone think he was just a slightly weak minor. His inner conflict, wanting to be understood but afraid of being exposed, filled his heart. Maybe he wasn't truly kind, but he genuinely wanted to help others. Dr. Li packed up his medical kit and waved to everyone. Let's go home. I've done everything I can. Without medicine or proper conditions, it felt hopeless. Seeing that, his heart felt even heavier. His eyes reddened as he hurried to leave. Dr. Li, is this enough? Shouldn't you give some medicine? Zhao Qinggong followed him out. He brought a kettle from the kitchen, heated it on the stove, and poured it into a porcelain basin. Zhao Yanshui mimicked Dr. Li's method, applying warm compresses to the children's less severe frostbite on their faces and hands. Qibao watched with wide, curious eyes, wanting to help but hesitating. After about half an hour, Zhao Qinggong returned, looking very worried. His gaze fixed on Xianya. Where do you live? He asked.
Swanjahesetatith.
About 30 kilometers down the mountain in a gathering place. Zhao Qinggong paused for a few seconds. The children should stay here for now. I'll take you down the mountain. I'll go too. Zhao Yan threw his towel aside and stood up. Zhao Qinggong glared. Stop talking nonsense. Stay at home and take care of your younger brother and sister. Lian Cheng. Are you all being rational? So many children. What will they eat? Drink? Is it wrong to be a kind-hearted merchant? He must be possessed by Li. His head is about to explode. He wants to team up with them to fight monsters, not to raise kids. In the end of the world, being a good person won't get you far. Lian Cheng wanted to say something, but Zhao Qinggong waved his hand. Xiao Cheng, you don't need to say anything. I know what I'm doing. Lian Cheng frowned, feeling like a heavy weight was stuck in his chest, hard to breathe in or out. He turned to Qi Fengru coming down from the stairs. Qi Fengru took a thick wool coat and draped it over Zhao Qinggong. Go early, come back early. You're just a merchant, don't take everything too seriously. I know, I just want to go see. He couldn't possibly bring everyone back home. He's not doing charity work. He's just going to take a look. Zhao Qinggong put on his usual playful smile again. Zhao Yan watched the fire, caring for the 4 sick people. Qi Bao automatically took on the role of a doctor. Holding Zhao Ziyu's toy doctor's kit, he pointed at Sun Qitian. Sun Qitian, catching his breath, saw Zhao Qinggong and Xianya filling a thermos with hot water, packing things to go down the mountain. He struggled to sit up. I want to go back. He's useless on the mountain, just a dead weight. Maybe coming down the mountain could give him a chance. Tiangue, Shengbing needs rest. Injections. Qi Bao said seriously, acting as a little doctor. He poked Sun Qitian's arm with a syringe. Honestly, it hurt quite a bit, but Sun Qitian didn't make a sound, stubbornly staring at Zhao Qinggong. Zhao Qinggong habitually glanced at Lian Cheng. Since arriving in Gaoshan village, he always discussed things with Lian Cheng. Liancheng also seemed to be turning into a clever strategist. He was worried about how to send them away without a good reason. You're quite considerate. Missing one is just as good. Liancheng nodded to Zhao Qinggong. Sun Qitian got up from the sofa. His patient was skipping work, and the main doctor, Qi Bao, was very unhappy. She crossed her arms and pouted, saying, "Listen, be good. No hitting." As soon as she finished, her little bottom was spanked by her older brother. Qi Bao twisted her small body, hid behind Sun Qitian, stuck out her little head, and made a funny face at Liancheng. Grandma came out of the kitchen and saw Qi Bao's playful look. She called out, "Qi Bao, be good. Don't pull Tian Gige's leg. He's a patient." "Oh." Qi Bao stood straight, took Sun Qitian's hand properly, and looked like she was going to take good care of him. Sun Qitian followed Xianyu out of the room. Qi Bao held his hand and followed closely. Grandma wiped her eyes and asked, "Oh my, do you really have to go back now?" Sun Qitian nodded, looking a little touched. "Grandma, thank you. You're a good person. Just leaving, why ask for a good person card?" Liancheng teased with some resentment. "Grandma, your eldest grandson is right here." Grandma glared at Liancheng with a playful pout. "You talk too much. Do you have any sympathy?" Liancheng rolled his eyes. "That's just overflowing with sympathy. Haven't you seen your obedient grandson? Someone else just reached out and took him away." Liancheng hurried after, trying to pull the little girl's arm. Qi Bao was impatient, shook off her brother's hand, and ran out of the hospital. She wanted to take care of the patient. Her brother didn't know how to help, only causing trouble. Just send her off. He wasn't necessarily stopping her, but he couldn't stand how serious and caring the little girl looked. So, along the way, Liancheng kept poking Qi Bao's small shoulder and tugging her little hat. Her brother was such a troublemaker. What should she do if she wanted to change him? Cheeks puffed up with anger. Qi Bao held Sun Qitian's hand and took him to the village entrance. Sun Qitian's small, fragile body got tired after walking a short distance. At the west end of the village, under a bare large banyan tree, there was a big stone resembling a tombstone. Sun Qitian leaned to one side and rested against it. Qi Bao also stopped small steps and, like performing magic, took out a red fruit from his pocket. He grabbed Sun Qitian's sleeve and put the fruit into his palm. "Tian Gogo, the Fu family needs to take medicine on time," he nodded seriously, as if he were a real doctor. Liancheng choked on his old blood in his throat. That red fruit was one of the only 2 fruits in the space. He forgot to teach the little person how to pinch and top the plants. So, the first batch of tomatoes in the space grew only stems and leaves, then bore 2 fruits. The little brother was guarding them all day and watering with spiritual spring water. His older brother looked at them and almost wanted to cry. And now he was easily giving it away? His heart felt tight. He hadn't even had a chance to argue. Compared to the tomatoes, the spiritual spring water didn't smell as good. Even if the tomatoes were frozen, they were rare, especially those picked fresh from the space. The bright red tomatoes, with a hint of warmth, contrasted with the cold outside. Sun Qitian gently rubbed the fruit in his hand and said, "Thank you, Qi Bao. Annie said this fruit is rich in vitamins and can be eaten more. Maybe it will help with my brother's injuries?" Qi Bao sighed with relief and whispered softly, "Goodbye, Brother Tian." Liancheng eagerly picked up Qi Bao, worried that the little one might insist on going down the mountain, which would make him very sad. Qi Bao gave his brother a small white-eyed look, but the baby would wave his tiny hand. Sun Qitian looked up and smiled, struggling to stand up. The rural road was bumpy and winding. Several large cedar logs formed barriers across the big outside the village. On the mountainside, a gap was cut open. Zhao Qinggong and Xianya had already gone far away. His fragile body couldn't afford to wait for others, so he kept moving forward. Staring at Sun Qitian's back, Liancheng's temples twitched slightly, and a familiar scene appeared in his mind. Suddenly, he blurted out, "Do we really have to go?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he immediately regretted it. Sure enough, foolishness can be contagious. Sun Qitian paused, then half-jokingly smiled and said, "I still have family at the foot of the mountain. This reason sounded very noble, but with his health, whether he could see tomorrow's sun was still uncertain. Lien Qing didn't say much, and watched the young man walk alone into the snow and wind. Lien Qing carried Qibao back to Zhao's temporary rented house. The three little girls' condition was not looking good. Ignoring it wasn't an option. Coincidentally, Zhao Yan went to deliver breakfast to De Pang and Xiao Tsong at the small warehouse at the village's west entrance. The living room was warm. Maybe because they hadn't slept well for a long time, the three girls were cuddled on the sofa, sleeping very peacefully. Qi Rufang went to help Zhao Ergongzi get up. Lien Qing, pretending to take care of the patient, secretly told Qi Bao to put spiritual spring water into the thermos and water bottles. He didn't put much, and after diluting, the effect was halved. The weather was getting colder. The spiritual spring seemed frozen. The large water tank of spiritual spring was slowly drying up. Of course, the imbalance between consumption and production during this period was also a reason. Furthermore, Qi Bao unlocked a space cultivation skill, and the spiritual springs upgrade seemed to slow down. Regarding cultivation, Lien Qing had no choice but to go with the flow. They had a simple breakfast at Zhao's house. Qi Rufang went to tidy up the rooms for the girls to stay in. Since they started collecting supplies, Zhao's house was a mess, except for the rooms for eating and sleeping. Everything else was storage. Lien Qing was responsible for watching the children. The little ball of Zhao Ziyu took Qi Bao to poke ant holes in the yard. The ants were almost dead in this weather. Who would play with them? Qi Rufang took out 2 shoeboxes, saying they were gifts Zhao Qinggong brought down the mountain for the children. She was busy and forgot about them. Wow, Super Bobo shoes! Zhao Ziyu's little eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had just gained the whole world. Soon, the 2 kids had changed into their shoes and put on safety gear. Zhao Ziyu pressed a button on the heel, and the shoes turned into roller skates, the regular 4-wheel kind, perfect for beginners. Since the snow in a yard had been cleared, only the damp concrete road was left, and sliding on it felt smooth and easy. Zhao Ziyu had taken a few roller skating lessons, so he was already gliding around the yard. Meanwhile, Qibao squatted on the ground, staring at her little shoes, babbling oh for a long time. She tilted her head to look at Zhao Ziyu's shoes, her face almost touching the ground, feeling like her shoes weren't the same as his. But clearly, hers had Piggy Hero on them, so they must be even cooler. Lien Qing poked Xibao's little forehead. Little rascal, do you need your brother's help?
Don't want it.
Qibao frowned tightly. She really disliked her brother sometimes. He almost poked her over. At first, Lien Qing thought Qibao was just afraid of falling until Qibao clumsily stood up, posed seriously, stomped her little foot, and shouted, "Whoosh swish." Her soft baby voice even came with its own sound effects.
But
she didn't move at all. Lien Qing burst out laughing. "Little rascal, do you think you're stepping on magical fire wheels like a hero?"
Ha ha ha.
Qibao pouted, her little eyes full of grievance and stubbornness. Lien Qing worried that if he kept laughing, the little one would cry and run to Grandma to complain, so he quickly changed his tone. "All right, don't be upset. Big brother will teach you." Qibao sniffled. That was more like it. Finally acting like a proper brother. She could accept that. Lien Qing squatted down, lifted Qibao onto his leg, and pressed the switch on her shoes. The little wheels popped out. Xibao's eyes instantly lit up. Her excitement was hard to control. Just as Lien Qing was about to say, "Slow down,"
thud,
Qibao fell flat on the ground. Before she could even start properly, she had already taken a tumble. Lien Qing clapped his hands. Xibao's not afraid of falling. Xibao's brave and strong. Qibao pouted her little mouth. She is the bravest child in the village. She stood up and continued, but fell. Luckily, her brother caught her this time. This brother is still useful at critical moments. Lien Qing. Qibao kicked his little foot, which was raised in the air, and put on a pained expression. She hugged Lien Qing's leg, tilted her small head, and looked at her older brother with innocent, cute eyes. Her brother. What else can be done with his own child? Soon, Qibao started walking with her brother's help, then spun around in small circles, and finally, her brother let go of her hand. Watching the interaction between the siblings, Zhao Ziyu felt a bit lonely. See, this is how other people's brothers are. Zhao Yan came home and saw his mischievous younger brother sitting on the doorstep. He kicked him with his toe and asked, "What are you doing?" Zhao Ziyu looked up at his older brother and asked, "What about you? Why aren't you playing together?" Zhao Yan glanced at Shibao, who was happily playing in the yard. "I don't like it. Everyone else has a brother to play with, but he is all alone. He really doesn't like it." Zhao Ziyu's small thoughts couldn't resonate with Zhao Yan.
So,
His older brother went to play with his sister again. Zhao Ziyu was unwilling and also joined in. All of this was heard clearly by the three girls inside the house, and they felt very happy. The three girls are named Xiao Duo, the oldest, Mo, the second, and Ting Ting, the youngest. Zhiruofeng looked at the sensitive three children and felt a complicated emotion. She smiled and comforted them, saying, "When you get better, you can go play with your brothers and sisters too." Okay. The three girls nodded happily, not worried about hunger or cold anymore. This was now what they longed for most. Soon, Depang and Xiao Tsong took turns visiting Zhao's small courtyard. They came just to see the three sisters, all children who had lost their families. At this moment, they felt a strong emotional connection. Depang accepted Xiao Duo as his younger sister, and Xiao Tsong accepted Mo as his younger sister. In the end, of course, Qiu was Zhao Yan's younger sister. One sister each was just right, so they wouldn't have to compete for her. Lianqing secretly thought that he only liked Qiabao, but the older sisters liked her too. She could sing nursery rhymes, share snacks, and make everyone happy. Who wouldn't like her? Qiabao ran from outside to inside the house, her joyful noise breaking through the cold winter. Seeing that the little one was so happy, Lianqing carried her back to his home at noon. Qiabao wanted to study with Lianen in the morning, but today he missed it. When Qiabao returned home, her excitement was still high. She showed her family the power of her super bubble shoes in the yard. Not only could she kick her brother hard, but she could also spin, jump, and never stop. Lianqing thought, this kid should be raised by someone else. I'm afraid she'll have a short life. Qiabao was having so much fun playing with her family. Lianqing took out some sweet potatoes and potatoes. They looked bigger than usual, but nothing special. Actually, these were improved varieties from the space. In her past life, someone had bred cold-resistant potatoes and similar crops. He wanted to try planting them in extreme weather, floods, droughts, heat waves, and floods, since these disasters were not improving as expected. Relying only on space-grown food might be enough to feed a family, but what about a clan? Or a whole village? The Zhao family has gained a few more mouths to feed. Lianqing can only think of other ways. Fortunately, he has at least ensured the safety of Qi Bao and his family. In the Lian family yard, next to three houses, there are 3 vegetable plots. Usually they grow onions, garlic, and small vegetables. Occasionally, Auntie also plants flowers. But this year, with the severe cold, everything has withered. This just gave him some space to work with. Seeing his brother want to plant potatoes and sweet potatoes, Qi Bao also wants to help. She is very skilled at planting. Soon, the brothers and sisters' planting skills were looked down upon by grandpa, grandma, uncle, and friends. After all, they grew up in the city and couldn't compare to these old farmers. The weather is so cold that nothing grows, and planting is a waste of effort. But since the obedient grandchildren want to plant, Grandma also indulges them. Grandma even taught them the right way to plant, like how to cut the potatoes at the sprouting points and dip the cut ends in ash to prevent bacteria, then bury them in the soil. Sweet potatoes are similar to potatoes and don't need ash, but a layer of potassium fertilizer, like ash, should be applied on top. After listening to Grandma's explanation, Qi Bao cast a small, disdainful glance at her older brother. This brother can only pretend to be big in front of her tiny face. He's just a farming novice, just burying things in the soil and watering them. Done. No wonder her seedlings only produced 2 red fruits. The sweet potatoes and potatoes in the secret base have been harvested. Although they wasted many seeds, they at least recovered the costs. Now they can plant a new batch. Grandma carefully planted the sweet potatoes and potatoes for her eldest grandson and youngest granddaughter, then covered them with a plastic film, hoping for a miracle. In winter, with little to do, the men chop firewood and exercise their legs, while the women knit sweaters and do small crafts. Time passes quickly. Lian Cheng watched the last bit of light in the sky fade away, feeling very upset because Zhao Qinggong still hadn't returned. Based on the time, the 30-kilometer journey, he should have been back by now. After dinner, Lian Cheng stood in the yard, suddenly faintly hearing lively voices from the forest. When he tried to listen more carefully, a loud knocking sound rang out. Lian Cheng opened the courtyard gate. Lian Cheng, it's bad. A large group of refugees is coming up the mountain. A big crowd. Zhao Yan panted as he leaned on the doorframe. Behind him, panting just as hard, was Sun Qitian. Lian Cheng's brow suddenly furrowed. What's going on? The refugees took my dad. We shouldn't have let them go yesterday. Zhao Yan's eyes were red, and he clenched his fists. Sun Qitian took a deep breath. Stop talking, quickly tell the villagers. Those people are desperate now, and they have guns. What? Lian Cheng was shocked. He turned to call his family. Lienzon, the copper basin. After I leave, turn on the high-voltage electric fence. Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, and second uncle lock the house tightly. As he finished speaking, Lian Cheng turned to leave.
Suddenly, his foot sank.
A small figure sat on his foot, clutching his calf with chubby little paws. Qi Bao tilted her small head, tears shining in her eyes, staring at him. That look. He knew it well. In his past life, whenever he went out to find supplies, his sister would look at him with that same expression, worried he wouldn't come back. Lian Cheng's heart tightened. He gently pinched Qi Bao's chubby little hand. Be good, wait at home for your brother, okay? Let's cook the pot. Qi Bao will help cut the vegetables. Qi Bao was stubborn. Little Pearl had already rolled out of her eyes. Lian Cheng looked at the two elders. Grandpa and Grandma also had tears in their eyes, staring at him. They had already lost one son, and didn't want to lose their grandson too. They all heard Sun Qitian say that the refugees had guns.
But
whose grandson isn't a grandson? No one wants to lose anyone. Who will protect the big village then? When the refugees rush in, everyone will be in danger. The old couple understood this well. Grandpa thought for a few seconds. Let your brothers go with you. Knock, knock, knock. Lienzon was knocking on the copper basin as he walked to the courtyard gate. Yes, I want to go too. Lian Luan stood behind Lienzon, a close brother in fighting, and he had no reason not to go. Lian Cheng glanced at the last Lian Xing and said, Big brother, you shouldn't go. Take care of the family, look after Grandpa and Grandma, and… Lian Cheng looked down at Qi Bao. He didn't have time to coax the cub. He wanted to pull Qi Bao down forcibly, but Qi Bao wouldn't let go, growling fiercely, biting anyone who tried to approach her. It seemed she knew her young master was being bullied. Pai Pai Dog also wandered around Lian Cheng's feet, showing its small fangs and barking nonstop. Lian Cheng's hand was bitten by Qi Bao. Qi Bao knew she had made a mistake. She didn't look at Lian Cheng and buried her face, hugging her little arms tightly. If her brother didn't take her, she wouldn't leave today. It was a stubborn stance. Lian Cheng. Okay. Qi Bao, go with brother. Qi Bao loosened her grip. Lian Cheng picked up the little cub, planning to play a trick and hand her over to Lian Luan. Qi Bao suddenly grabbed Lian Cheng's collar, fierce and brave, squeezing tightly. Her older brother almost choked on the spot. Lian Cheng. All right, be good. Let go. Brother will take you. Qi Bao's face was full of stubbornness. She snorted. She wouldn't let go. If she loosened her grip, her brother would run away. Lian Cheng sighed and could only stuff the chubby little one into his down jacket. The Lian family quickly moved into action. Just as Lian Cheng and a few others left the hospital gate, Chen Guangxing came overdressed in his coat. What's going on? It's refugees. Zhao Yonggan spoke first. Lian Cheng hesitated briefly and added, not just refugees, there are rioters. They have guns. Chen Guangxing's expression froze. Refugees and armed rioters are not on the same level. He turned around to call out to the family, then followed Liancheng and others toward the village head, shouting loudly, "Everyone bring weapons. Anything that makes noise, take it with you. There is a family named Xia in the village who makes firecrackers. They happen to be the only ones nearby. In winter, since there's not much entertainment, everyone loves the loud sounds. The thunderous, boom boom, sounds keep coming, and the village becomes lively again." Qibao clings to Liancheng's broad chest, sniffing her small nose, feeling that her brother won't leave her behind anymore. The little girl has her own idea now. She takes out her suspenders from her pocket and puts them on Liancheng. Liancheng. He has to cooperate. Qibao shrinks her small hands and feet, turns around inside Liancheng's down jacket, and leans against her brother. Her chubby little hands grip the suspenders tightly. She looks like a small backpack worn backwards, hanging on her brother's chest. This way, she can watch her brother fight. Qibao carefully lifts her head and glances at Liancheng. Does her brother think she's a burden? Liancheng ties the suspenders securely, lowers his head, and whispers, "Be smart. Hide immediately if you see anything wrong." Qibao understands her brother's hint. She nods happily, her long eyelashes fluttering. Her big, round eyes look around cautiously, alert. "Good girl." Liancheng ruffles Qibao's small face. His gaze sharp, he looks into the distance. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps and shouts from the forest grows louder. There's definitely the sound of gunfire mixed in. Liancheng shouts, "Everyone be careful." As they reach the village entrance, the blazing fire on the mountain road lights up the entire hill. Then, sporadic gunfire reaches everyone's ears. Since they are mountain villagers and have never seen such a scene, they instinctively step back. Liancheng and Chen Guangxing and a few others hide behind a large pebble at the village entrance, peeking out. Through the gaps in the barricades, Zhao Yan faintly sees Zhao Qinggong's somewhat disheveled face. Instinctively, he rushes forward. "You're crazy." Liancheng quickly stops him, continuing to observe outside. To save people, they first need to understand the enemy's strength. There are more people around Zhao Qinggong. They are dragging a loaded electric four-wheel cart up struggling to climb. Li Suo is wearing a tattered down jacket.
And
When he saw the face of the person coming, Liancheng couldn't help but curse loudly. There were at least 7 or 8 children in the car, all looking very miserable. Zhao Qinggong and Li Suo both felt exhausted. When they loosened their grip, the cart started to roll down the. Li Suo wrapped the rope from the cart around his arm and gritted his teeth, holding on tightly without letting go. Liancheng rushed forward, kicked the barrier, and leapt into the air. In the blink of an eye, he reached Li Suo and grabbed the cart. "Everyone,
quick.
save the person." Chen Guangxing reacted first, took out the key, and opened the side emergency exit. A few people quickly dragged the cart and themselves behind the barrier. Several gunshots rang out. From a distance looking down the mountain, the area was dark and crowded with people. Leading the group was a 3-wheeled off-road motorcycle, followed by 2 mountain bikes, all roaring wildly like fierce beasts. Everyone was startled and immediately retreated toward the village entrance. Old Wu, quickly set up your firecrackers," Chen Guangxing shouted. The middle-aged man called Old Wu quickly placed a large circle of firecrackers behind the barrier. Liancheng retreated to the village entrance and looked around. The terrain of Gaoshan village was like a pocket. If they could defend the entrance, they might delay the attackers for a while. In a previous life, Gaoshan village had escaped this disaster. So, there must still be hope. Liancheng climbed into Widow Wang's small yard and threw the firewood pile outside. Widow Wang saw this and immediately shouted like she was mourning. "Little brat, are you trying to die? You're throwing firewood at my house. In this cold winter. You want to kill me? Oh my." Liancheng ignored her. He wanted to use fire to block the refugees at the village entrance. Lian Luan and Lianzan saw this and urgently called everyone to bring dry wood from elsewhere and pile it up at the village entrance. As the firecrackers crackled and ended, the 3-wheeled motorcycle broke through the barrier, followed by the crowd rushing toward the village entrance. Old Wu abandoned his helmet and hurriedly retreated into the village. Too many people. Too many. Everyone run. In this situation, where can they run to? Lien Cheng lit a torch, picked up some firecrackers from the ground, and threw them into the pile of firewood. Brother Lewin, you guys go back first. What about you? Lien Zan asked. I'm fine. I can run fast. Perhaps seeing Lien Cheng's extraordinary courage, Lien Lewin and Lien Zan didn't stay long. A rough sound of brakes came from the village entrance. These fools are quite creative. The entrance was covered with a thick layer of dry firewood. Did they think that would stop them? The leader of the gang was a strong man with triangular eyes, an 8-character brow, and a fierce face. He sat on the passenger seat of an off-road motorcycle, cracking his knuckles and saying, "Xiao Lu, be careful. Got it, brothering. Watch this." The driver was a sneaky, small man with a cruel smile, staring at the villagers fleeing in all directions. He suddenly pressed the accelerator. The front wheel of the mountain bike lifted into the air. With a loud "Virum," it sped forward, breaking through the air. The spinning wheels kicked up the broken firewood. A group of hungry, desperate refugees rushed in behind. Lien Cheng seized the moment. He threw his torch into the firewood pile. Using his spiritual power, he summoned wind to carry the flames, igniting a blazing fire. The fire snakes, driven by the wind, surged toward the village entrance. Many refugees were caught in the flames. In an instant, the sounds of trampling and screams filled the air. Lien Cheng slightly curled his lips, his figure flickering and disappearing from the spot. Seeing his brother finish his misdeeds and run away, Qi Bao's bright eyes flickered in the darkness, feeling strangely excited. Lien Cheng ran wildly through the night. He had to run. There were too many refugees. He couldn't save everyone. And the turning point for Gaoshan village was still uncertain when it would come. Lien Cheng could only ensure that he and Qi Bao escaped safely. The 3-wheeled motorcycle barely made it through the fire. The yellow-haired man's clothes caught fire from sparks. He cursed and rolled off the bike, took off his jacket, threw it on the ground, and stomped on it twice. 2 off-road motorcycles followed closely behind the village entrance. Brother Ing looked sharply and, sensing something, glanced toward where Lien Cheng had disappeared. "Get off the bike." For strong young men wearing hooded hats all turned over at the same time. 2 held guns, and the other 2 carried a Chinese sword and a metal baseball bat. There were 2 loud shots, and shots were fired at the panicked crowd. Someone was hit. With a loud beep, Brother Eagle took out a loudspeaker and shouted, "Villagers of Gaoshan Village, listen up. We are from the End Time Society. We are temporarily in charge here. Don't be afraid. Don't panic. Don't run. Let me finish speaking." Some people hiding in the dark watched cautiously, while others continued to run away. Another gunshot rang out, followed by a loud scream. Brother Eagle kept shouting loudly, "Listen to me, or else." Another gunshot sounded. The people with Brother Eagle couldn't wait to start hunting. Brother Eagle hit a young man with the loudspeaker, saying, "You can't wait for me to finish talking, huh?" The young man staggered and shrank back. Brother Eagle felt speechless, thinking his intelligence was lowered by his foolish teammates. Just as he was about to speak again, a bullet whistled through the dark night toward him. Brother Eagle tilted his face slightly, and surprisingly he dodged it. The bullet hit a tricycle motorcycle, sparking brightly. Is Brother Eagle a person with special powers? Luckily, he didn't act rashly earlier. He didn't know how deep the water was this time. North Anhui Police, badge number 866, for 587, you are breaking Chinese law. Drop your weapons. Innocent people, step back immediately. Hearing Li Sua shout, some refugees felt scared and instinctively moved outside the village. Others secretly sneaked into the village and stood with the troublemakers. The dead police officer isn't dead yet. Brother Eagle clenched his right fist tightly, gathering spiritual energy into a fireball about the size of a fist, and threw it fiercely toward Li Sua. Li Sua pressed himself in front of a cart, while Zhao Qinggong, Zhao Yan, and Sun Qitian hid behind the cart. Their position was right in the open area of the village, with nowhere to hide. Just as the situation was critical, a strong gust of wind came from the side. The fireball missed its original path and ignited a nearby house. Brother Eagle's eyes sharpened. Under the flickering firelight, he looked around. The wind on the mountaintop was strong, which was normal, but this wind was too unpredictable. A flame flickered in the palm of his hand. Aren't these people fond of playing with fire? Then let's see whose fire is stronger. 2 small fireballs were thrown toward the cart, testing the situation. Lien Cheng didn't expect that his first encounter with a supernatural being in this life would be with such a tough opponent. Fire abilities are very powerful, even at a beginner level. He has wind powers, which can't extinguish fire but can change the direction of the fireballs. He used his energy to bounce the fireballs back toward the refugees. Lien Cheng appeared suddenly beside Li Su and shouted, "Uncle Zhao, Uncle Li, run now." Zhao Qinggong and Zhao Yan led the way, while Li Su, limping on one leg, pushed from behind. Sun Qitian, hunched over, silently helped. The cart made a loud, rapid, gulu-gulu sound. This was really bad. Gunfire rang out sporadically. More fireballs came one after another. Guagua, guagua, Qi Bao, in Lien Cheng's arms, shouted desperately, trying to hit the fireballs away with all her might. Lien Cheng waved his hand, and a strong wind swept through, scattering several large fireballs. Suddenly, several thin silver needles shot into the air. Unexpectedly, the troublemaker called Xiao Lu was also a supernatural being. He had beginner-level metal powers. His attack wasn't very strong, but it was sneaky. Lien Cheng couldn't dodge in time. A silver needle brushed past his face, leaving a shallow cut. The needles were very thin, so they only had a small surface area to hit, making it hard to shoot them down unless at the right angle. Even though Lien Cheng was now a mid-level supernatural being, he still found it difficult to handle 2 beginner-level attackers at once. Suddenly, there was a loud clang as the cart ran over a hard piece of stone. The axle shook slightly, and with a pop, the 2 rear wheels rolled several meters away. Li Su lost his strength and fell. Lien Cheng shouted, "Forget the cart. Run now." He really couldn't hold on anymore. Li Su tried to stand up, supporting himself, and said, "I can't retreat." Retreat? Not a chance. Zhao Qinggong grabbed Li Su's arms and dragged him toward the back of the cart. Li Su grabbed Zhao Qinggong's hand and said, "Old Zhao, I know you're a good person. Save the children." All these children had been carefully rescued by him from northern Anhui and brought here. He didn't want to lose any of them. "I really don't want to save the children. I just want to save you." Zhao Qinggong's face twitched with veins bulging, giving the impression of poor judgment in friendship. "Are you going or not? Old Zhao. Please, I beg you. Save the children." "I can't walk anymore." Li Su showed a pale smile, his leg already infected, and he had just been shot again. More injuries added to his pain. Zhao Qinggong's eyes turned red. "I'll carry you. Save the children." "Old Zhao, I would trade my life for theirs. Are you done with your nonsense?" Dodging the cold gun fired by the young man wearing a hoodie, Lien Cheng rolled over to Li Su's side. "What's going on?" Qi Bao's chubby little hands desperately grabbed his hat. She also wanted to know what was happening. Her head was spinning. Li Su half leaned against the cart. "It's nothing. I'm just tired and don't want to go anymore." He checked the bullets in the gun. Only 3 left. Li Su dragged his injured leg and stood up. "Uncle Li, what are you going to do?" Another fiery ball came rushing in. Lien Cheng waved his hand, and a gust of wind swept through. The fireball fell to the ground, and a fist-sized scorch mark appeared on the frozen dirt. Surroundings had already turned into a sea of flames, with screams echoing everywhere. "If this continues, everyone will be doomed. What can I do? I just want to find a way for everyone to survive." Li Su patted Lien Cheng's shoulder. "Take the children and go." "Old Li," Zhao Qinggong still wanted to say something. "Take the children and go." Li Su, with his bloodshot eyes, turned back and glared at Zhao Qinggong. Then he resolutely ran toward his known fate. He said he couldn't retreat because behind him were innocent children, innocent civilians, and the faith of the police. He said he wasn't kind-hearted. He was doing all this just to prove that the world is worth it. Who the are you trying to prove it to? Zhao Qinggong couldn't help but curse again. Lien Qing tried to pull Li Yaowen back, but he stopped him. Suddenly, a huge fireball appeared out of nowhere. No one was suppressing Eagle Brother. His supernatural power had already gone wild and out of control. Lien Cheng was about to make a move when a stream of water shot past like a flash of light. Water-based supernatural power? So, the turning point for Gaoshan Village has arrived? Lien Cheng turned his head, looking at Sun Qitian with surprise. Why are you pretending now? To prove that the world is worth it. Sun Qitian panted heavily, his face pale, leaning on the cart, with a faint bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. On the way, he unexpectedly awakened a water-based supernatural power, but because he had a congenital heart condition, any exertion felt like risking his life. So he could only hide his strength. He didn't want others to see him as a freak. Since childhood, he had been a burden to his family. He was sensitive, selfish, and cold. These had become habits. When did he change? Was it from the first time he met Uncle Koi? He said he was a policeman. He dug through the ruins. He supported the fallen beams. He brought a ray of light into the dark world. Sun Tianqi took a deep breath, his figure flickering, and he dashed like lightning toward the man's back. Lien Qing broke free from Zhao Qinggong and followed closely. Crazy, all crazy. Just go if you want, but leave the kids behind. Zhao Qinggong felt he was also going crazy. He pushed the cart forward, struggling toward his home. Suddenly, his blood boiled. He impulsively charged forward. Zhao Qinggong kicked him down. Are you rushing to deliver vegetables? Don't you know how to help your old man? Soon, Lien Zan, Lien Luan, Qin Guangxing, and others returned, including uncle, brothers from the old Lien family, and villagers.
They were stunned by what they saw.
But it wasn't the time for a 3D fantasy movie. A small fire broke out at the village entrance, and a large group of refugees rushed in. What's going on? Are you all coming back to die? Zhao Qinggong muttered to himself, not stopping his steps. With Zhao Yan's help, he returned to his house, but he felt the wall wasn't high enough, there weren't enough people, and it wasn't safe. He moved his wife and children to Lien Cheng's house. Fortunately, the two families lived not far apart. Grandma looked at Zhao Qinggong with surprise. Little Zhao, what's wrong with you? Nothing. I got beaten up. Zhao Qinggong lowered his head, unsure if it was out of guilt or because his face was bruised and shy to see others. He half covered his face and said, Auntie, please watch the children for me. I'll come back to pick them up after I finish. After speaking, he grabbed a chopping knife and turned to leave. Zhao Yan. Is he speaking insincerely about his father? Zhao Yan handed the last child on the cart to Qi Rufang and hurried toward the village entrance. This shouldn't be a fight involving just one or a few people. Everyone living in Gaoshan Village should contribute their part. If the bandits take over the whole village, their fate might be worse than that of prisoners of war. The villagers all understand this, and Zhao Deguzi definitely knows it too. Not far from the west entrance of the village, in an open area, that young man who liked to shoot from a distance was killed by Li Su's gunfire. The young man was shot directly in the head. He was ruthless to others and even harsher on himself. After ambushing the young man, ignoring several silver needles stabbing into his heart, Li Su turned the gun and aimed at another armed bandit. The supernatural ability made him too fast to aim properly, so he could only attack the armed bandit, knowing full well he was a living target. In the open area, the bandit had nowhere to run. Li Su used his life to end another bandit's life. Evil little Lu shot several silver needles at once. In a flash, Lien Cheng's supernatural power caused the silver needles aimed at Li Su's chest to miss slightly. But because of the distance and angle, the needles still entered Li Su's body. Lien Cheng's heart sank. Just as he was about to get closer, several silver lights flashed simultaneously.
Shush. Shush. Shush.
Before Lien Cheng could react, the small person in his arms opened his tiny mouth. Oh no! He actually pulled him into a space. Lien Cheng's face grew serious. Little treasure, quickly let my brother out. I still need to save people. Li Su was unaware of his life or death. Qian Tian, don't die on me. In the previous life, there was no mention of supernatural beings in Gaoshan village. They probably were lost in this battle.
Kỳ bao Edgar Lim. Who?
Oh, then immediately took her brother out. Lian Cheng was unhappy. You only need to let my brother out. Why come out yourself? Shibao was biting her little hand. She also wanted to stay inside the space, but she couldn't control herself and instinctively wanted to follow her brother. Lianqing didn't have time to say more. Sun Qitian held back Eagle Go, but sneaky little Six had already approached Li Su, trying to see if he had lost the ability to resist, and kicked him hard. Li Su didn't move. Sneaky little Six grabbed his collar and aimed a silver needle, like a venomous snake's tongue, at his bloodshot eyes. They enjoyed this kind of cruel pleasure. But Li Su showed no fear, even sneered mockingly. Finally, he saw his chance. Lianqing was about to act when suddenly, there was a loud. Li Su's smile widened as his pistol fell to the ground. He had been pretending to be dead because he wasn't sure he could hit his target. The last bullet in the gun was fired. It should have been a sure kill, piercing little Six's heart, but he sensed the attack and dodged sideways. The bullet lodged into little Six's shoulder blade. Unwilling to be ambushed, little Six shot several silver needles at Li Su's face. A gust of wind knocked the needles away. Lianqing quickly launched several wind blades, forcing little Six to retreat dozens of meters. Li Su looked like a towering tree collapsing suddenly. Uncle Li, Lianqing quickly moved to support him on his back. Why is this happening? He had risked his life to save him with Zhao Qinggong, but Li Su didn't seem to care about his own safety. Why else? I'm a police officer, badge number 866-4587. Your dad's idiot kept texting me and messing up the messages, calling me a fellow traveler. Li Su's lips still held a faint smile. It all felt like a game to him now. Everyone values their life, but Li Su seemed like a madman. Lianqing's heart sank. His uniform was torn off. What kind of police is he? Taking advantage of no one paying attention, Qi Bao secretly poured 2 sips of clear spring water into Li Su's mouth. The refreshing water went down his throat, and Li Su's eyes seemed to light up with new hope. He pressed a police badge into Lian Cheng's hand, tears in his eyes, and said, "Remember, you don't have to wear that uniform to be a police officer. Being in the shadows doesn't mean you're not a hero. Things won't always go as planned, but just stay true to your heart." Cough, Lian Cheng's eyes reddened. He didn't want to be a hero. Heroes often die. But facing someone like a father or brother, his heart couldn't help but be moved. After repelling Eagle Ji's fierce attack, Sun Qitian, exhausted, retreated to Li Su's side. Uncle Koi.
You can't die.
Please don't get hurt. This man had given him unprecedented warmth along the way, supporting his fragile world. If he died, what would he do? Everyone has to die. I just want to die passionately. You all are good kids, good. As he spoke, blood mixed with spiritual spring water poured from Li Su's mouth. Uncle, Qi Bao cried, feeling helpless. She had never encountered this before. Water can save lives, but Uncle didn't seem to have drunk enough. Lian Cheng sensed something. Li Su was too badly hurt. Even with the blessing of spiritual spring water, his recovery was too slow compared to the loss of life. He buried Qi Bao into his chest and patted her gently. It's okay. It's okay. He wasn't sure if he was comforting Qi Bao or himself. Qi Bao secretly continued to send spiritual spring water to Li Su. Li Su squeezed her small hand, then looked at Lian Cheng. 499. Little Cheng, remember this number. Protect my sister. The world will eventually become clear again. I won't see it, but you must watch over everything for me. Sun Qitian clenched his teeth, tears held back but stubborn. What did the number 499 really mean? Why did Uncle Koi keep thinking about it? Even in his unconscious state, he kept murmuring it. He had thought it was Uncle Koi's police badge number, but it turned out not to be. This world is clear and bright because of people like Koi Uncle. He shouldn't have died. He should be alive. Alive to save more people. A fireball mixed with silver needles rushes toward us. Lian Cheng has to stand up and fight back hard. Zhao Qinggong hurried over and took Lien Cheng's place. Old buddy, wait, don't panic. For 99.4, Li Su is already half conscious. Zhao Qinggong grits his teeth. I know. Old Li, hold on. Before he dies, Li Su sees Zhao Qinggong's face clearly. He grabs Sun Qitian's hand and puts it in his palm.
Help them.
Help these kids. Where's Li Wan? Kids always think about kids. Have you thought about your family? What if you die? Zhao Qinggong really wants to ask loudly, but Li Su doesn't give him that chance. He shows a bitter smile worse than crying.
I'm sorry,
I'm sorry. Sorry doesn't help. You need to live on. Zhao Qinggong cries desperately. Li Su loosens his grip, and his chest stops rising and falling. With a low roar, Sun Qitian spits out a cloud of blood mist. Lien Cheng's heart tightens, thinking Sun Qitian will fall. But he doesn't. That stubborn little boy stands up again. His palm surges with spiritual power, shooting out several streams of water light. The water suddenly condenses in the air into sharp ice spikes, carrying endless hatred, and shoots straight at Xiao Lu's face. Such strong pressure makes Xiao Lu, who is sneaky and cunning, dodge sideways. Eagle Brother then throws a fireball toward Lien Cheng, moving closer to Xiao Lu. Brother Eagle, what should we do? That little brat is sick.
Drag
them down. Two sneaky, sinister voices are very quiet, but they just happen to be heard by Lien Cheng. After a, Sun Qitian is also at his limit. With a plop, his heart can hardly handle such intense spiritual energy fluctuations. If it weren't for the red fruit that Qibao gave him, he might not last until now. Lien Cheng appears beside Sun Qitian in a flash. Are you okay? Not really. But even if I die, I want to take someone down with me. Sun Qitian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with force and stood up again. His eyes were filled with bloodthirsty hatred, completely lacking reason. All around him, there were sounds of clanging and the villagers and refugees were still fighting. Lien Cheng was worried he might lose control, so he warned, don't rush.
You won't die.
5 seconds. Hold Eagle Go, and by us 5 seconds. Today, they will all die. Lien Cheng moved like the wind, shifting shapes and shadows, and suddenly broke the arm of the young man wearing a hood who was fighting Lien Zan with a tang sword from behind. He didn't see this move clearly. Actually, no one saw it clearly. Lien Cheng drew his tang sword and appeared instantly beside Eagle Go and the sneaky little six. The wind element ability is all about speed. Because he was carrying a baby, he didn't dare get too close to the two of them. But if Sun Qitian could hold Eagle Go back for 5 seconds, then he could easily kill the injured little six, possibly even in less than 5 seconds. A cold flash of light shot past. Lien Cheng swung his tang sword, forcing Eagle Go and Little Six apart. Lien Cheng's sword swung in a smooth arc toward Little Six. Eagle Go tried to take the opportunity to attack, but at the same moment, Sun Qitian had already formed ice spikes and shot them at Eagle Go. Eagle Go dodged sideways, and Sun Qitian was already behind Lien Cheng. Be careful, don't fight too hard. As he spoke, Lien Cheng moved quickly, engaging closely with the sneaky little six. Metal abilities, depending on their level, can manipulate surrounding metals like gold, silver, and iron freely. But with Little Six's current level, he could only control silver needles. Lien Cheng didn't give him a chance to act. He raised his sword with his right hand, pretending to strike, while his left hand aimed a wind blade directly at Little Six's neck. Little Six's pupils shrank, and he covered his throat, making a coughing sound. He suddenly collapsed to the ground with a thud. At this moment, Eagle Ge's ability went into overdrive again. Not only did he block Sun Qitian's attack, but he also distracted him, throwing a series of fireballs toward Lien Cheng. Lien Cheng sidestepped to dodge, but suddenly, everything in front of him turned white with a whoosh. Lien Cheng. Little rascal. Why did you bring your brother into this space again? He gestured with his fist. Brother can still fight. Let me out. Qibao cried and whined. She was afraid her brother would get hurt. Wiping away her small tears, she saw the bad guys bullying Brother Tian. Qibao, tiny but angry, clenched her little fists. The brother and sister appeared outside the space again. Sun Qitian and Eagle Brother had already fought far away, over 100 meters. Just as Eagle Brother threw a fireball to deliver the final to the exhausted Sun Qitian, Lianqing poured spiritual energy into his sword and slashed diagonally. The fireball hit the ground and exploded, creating a burst effect. Eagle Brother, with red eyes, cursed loudly. Then, like bullets, fireballs kept shooting, heading straight for Lianqing. Lianqing wanted to dodge, but Qibao, the tiny girl, had her own idea. She ran wildly towards Sun Qitian. In one moment, she closed her brother in the space, and in the next, she released him. She felt both excited and scared at the same time. From afar, it looked like a TV with poor signal. Eagle Brother couldn't see clearly and launched a random attack. His steps felt light and floaty. His throat was tight and choked.
What was the little kid doing?
His speed slowed down quite a bit, but it helped him avoid Eagle Brother's attacks. Lianqing quickly adapted. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Sun Qitian. "Are you okay?" Just as Lianqing's finger touched Sun Qitian's arm, Sun Qitian suddenly fell to the ground.
Whoa.
Lianqing caught him quickly. He realized that this little troublemaker wanted to risk everything. He had some injuries, but nothing fatal, probably just exhausted his spiritual energy. Qibao, water. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge fireball came rushing toward them. Lianqing hugged Sun Qitian and dodged to the side, then swung his sword to counterattack. Qibao touched Sun Qitian's face, her tiny finger poking his lips. Go, Tian go. Water. Lianqing raised his sword, gathering wind energy to strike repeatedly, holding Eagle Brother back. He used his left hand to tuck Sun Qitian under his arm, then quickly moved aside. In an instant, he placed Sun Qitian under the shade of a large locust tree. "Little troublemaker, don't die yet. I'll be back soon." Sun Qitian slowly loosened his grip. Lianqing suddenly disappeared into the darkness again, moving like a ghost, elusive and untraceable. Eagle Brother hadn't caught anything yet, and all his brothers were gone. For a moment, everyone was driven by rage. Fireballs darted around wildly, like stray bullets. The refugees and villagers were all killed together. His whole body was surrounded by blue flames. It felt like he was trapped in an endless. Lianqing appeared in his sight. Eagle Brother's scattered eyes gradually focused, finally finding his target. Whoosh, 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 a fire energy ball shot out, forming a scattershot effect. He advanced so quickly. Lianqing used his spiritual power to defend immediately. With his current level of special ability, he couldn't completely reverse the fireball, only change its direction. Long-range wind blades couldn't harm Eagle Brother, but the fireball's effect was only slightly weakened. If this continued, he could exhaust Eagle Brother, but the village would be burned down. The village was engulfed in flames. Some people were calling for help, others were resisting, and some were trying to put out the fire with water. In Lianqing's arms, Qibao opened her big, rolling eyes, looking around anxiously. She didn't know how to help. Seeing her brother deflect the fireball, the little girl got excited. Lianqing made a move, and she waved her tiny paws along. Da. Kid, are you sent by heaven to be a clown? Your older brother is fighting desperately. Lianqing clenched his teeth. If nothing else works, he could only fight Eagle Brother in close combat, using speed to take him down in one rush. But this approach was quite risky. He couldn't guarantee he would come out unscathed. Lianqing dodged Eagle Brother's super energy ball and discussed with Qibao. "Little rascal, can you hide inside your space by yourself?" Qibao's small head shook like a rattle drum, then she curled up inside Lianqing's down jacket, revealing a fuzzy little head. "Baby hid well. Don't talk to me, Lianqing. Then brother will rush in. You need to be quick and not cause trouble." Qibao understood these words, clinging to Lianqing's clothes, her big, clear eyes blinking like a tiny mouse. Lianqing took a deep breath and ran quickly. Qibao started playing her sparkling game again. Brother Eagle was still shooting energy nonstop, seemingly not caring about Lianqing's approach. The wind cut through him like hitting a stone wall. Fire element powers can greatly improve physical endurance. Lianqing knew this, but they couldn't withstand close-range attacks. Lianqing gathered his courage and rushed toward Brother Eagle, raising his hand for a strike. With a loud clang, Brother Eagle didn't even dodge, taking the hit directly just to hold Lianqing back. Lianqing's speed was too fast, and he had just learned this move. He pressed his tang sword down from Brother Eagle's shoulder blade. Brother Eagle remained still, a triumphant smile on his face, then suddenly exerted force. Blue flames erupted around him. A scorching heat hit his face, making it hard to open his eyes. Fortunately, Lianqing had spiritual energy support, or he wouldn't have been able to hold the sword at this temperature. Brother Eagle grinned, showing a row of big white teeth, lifting his left hand to grip the back of the sword, flames burning even more fiercely, deliberately slowing his movements. "Little friend, the game is over." Suddenly, a water jet shot out from Lianqing's chest. Qibao, holding a water gun she didn't know when she got, sprayed fiercely at Brother Eagle. Looking down at the little gadget in her hand, "Is this really not a joke?" Qibao pouted, a bit confused. Why is he staring at her like that? Baby is trying to put out the fire. Seeing Brother Eagle glaring at her with clenched teeth, as if he wanted to swallow her whole, Lianqing couldn't take this risk. He dared not think too much, and didn't even dare to draw his sword, quickly turning to run. Hey, the fire ring isn't finished yet. Nestled in the water, the little treasure continued to follow Brother Eagle. He glanced at his shoulder. Suddenly, he shouted loudly and chased after Lianqing and his sister. Lianqing ran while looking back. Why does it seem like Brother Eagle's fire power is getting weaker? After running a bit more, Lianqing hid behind a pile of red bricks at a fork in the road, looking toward the village entrance. Brother Eagle's fire energy was fading. Frustrated, he threw his tang sword onto the ground and kicked a nearby stone fiercely. The flickering flames disappeared, replaced by thick smoke. In the end, only a blackened mass remained, with two big eyes rolling around and white showing. Lianqing's pupils shrank. This was his chance. As long as no one was around, he wouldn't risk hurting anyone. Lianqing formed a spinning wind blade and attacked Brother Eagle secretly. Brother Eagle's figure flickered, and countless tiny cuts appeared all over his body. "Ah! Come out, let's fight one-on-one." One-on-one was no longer possible. He reached out and pinched the little treasure's chubby cheek. "Little treasure, I didn't expect you to be useful at such a critical moment." Lianqing analyzed that the spiritual spring water could activate all body functions and help heal wounds. Brother Eagle's spiritual energy was used up repairing his injuries, so his wild fire energy would naturally gather. But water and fire are inherently incompatible, and no one knew the final outcome. After all, such precious spiritual spring water was unheard of in his previous life, let alone used to put out fires. His thinking was quite simple. Brother Eagle's supernatural ability was likely just temporarily suppressed. He must not let him recover. Lianqing immediately jumped out. "Did you come to find me?" Brother Eagle suddenly realized something was wrong and tried to run. But Lianqing was already in front of him, grabbing his neck. "Don't go. Weren't you looking for me to fight one-on-one?" The situation changed so suddenly that it was hard to react. Without his spiritual energy, Brother Eagle was like a toothless tiger. Lianqing raised his hand and snapped twice, removing Brother Eagle's arms, then threw him to the ground. Brother Eagle fell, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Lianqing picked up the tang sword and pointed it at Brother Eagle's nose. "End of the world? Where did you get this? How did you organize these refugees?" Brother Eagle's eyes sharpened, but he didn't intend to speak. Lianqing didn't ask much, as there were still many refugees to handle. An endless task. He had to scare these people into submission. The following scene is not suitable for children. Lianqing gently touched Qibao's small chin. "Little treasure, it's late.
Time to sleep."
"Be good and sleep well." Qibao responded with a couple of mumbles, feeling that her brother was about to do something important. She also wanted to join in, but she worried that if she didn't cooperate, her brother might leave her behind. Thinking this, Qibao, though very reluctant, pouted her little lips and turned around in Lianqing's arms. She held onto his clothes, pressed her face against his chest, and looked ready for bed. Lianqing took out a pacifier from his shirt pocket, put it in Qibao's mouth, pulled down her little hat, covered her ears, hid her eyes, and zipped up her down jacket, revealing her chubby little face. Everything was ready. Lianqing squatted down and asked Brothering, "Can you shout?" Brothering looked confused. What does this young man want to do? Lianqing, being tough and brief, raised his hand and stabbed a knife into Brother Ying's thigh. Brother Ying let out a painful cry. Lianqing cleaned his ear. Impressive ability. This pig scream can be heard across half the village, even better than a loudspeaker. Keep shouting, don't stop. Lianqing dragged one of Brother Ying's legs toward the village entrance, stabbing him now and then, singing loudly as he moved forward. Occasionally, two leaders from the apocalypse appeared, but Lianqing easily dealt with them. Seeing the refugee leader in Lianqing's hands, Zhao Yan, Lian Luan, Lian Zan, and some villagers, all covered in sweat and blood, followed him toward the village entrance. Lianqing found Brother Ying's loudspeaker, turned it on, and a harsh sound blared out. He shouted loudly, "Non-villagers, leave immediately. You have 10 minutes. If you don't get past the village entrance, this will be your fate." I threw Brother Eagle onto the open ground at the village entrance. Lianqing drew his knife and stabbed, piercing Brother Eagle's abdomen with a sharp sound. The loud voice from the loudspeaker was amplified, echoing everywhere. All the refugees, those stealing grain, those fighting, stopped what they were doing. Some refugees hurriedly ran away from Gaoshan village, while others, unwilling to lose their grain, were surrounded and beaten by villagers. Some refugees even killed people, and the victims' families demanded justice. Others had their homes burned, and they were beaten and kicked by the villagers. In short, after about 10 minutes, the village finally returned to its usual quiet. Chen Guangxing stepped forward to take control. Seeing Brother Eagle barely alive, he frowned and looked at Lianqing. It wasn't that he thought this was wrong, but Lianqing's way of doing things seemed too practiced. He avoided all the vital points of Brother Eagle and made him suffer intensely, as if he had done this many times before. Lianqing turned slightly, avoiding Chen Guangxing's gaze. Perhaps he thought Brother Eagle looked too pitiful. Zhao Yan found a torn sack and put it over his head. Chen Guangxing thought for a moment, then frowned and said, "I've called the police." But the police station in Wanshou town was attacked by the refugees. Now, we don't know what's happening down the mountain. We need help from other places. All the refugees involved in violence are detained, and the rest can be released. He waved his hand and closed his eyes briefly. In the end, they were all people struggling to survive. There was no point in blaming anyone now. Instead, they had to take care of these people's food, drink, and needs. Lianqing raised an eyebrow. Being too kind-hearted wasn't a good sign. Anyway, his family was fine, and how to handle this was up to everyone's opinion. He didn't oppose, but that didn't mean others wouldn't. Sure enough, an old village man stepped forward. "They killed my son. They must pay with their lives. They also hurt my child. I want revenge. They burned my house. They must compensate. They stole our grain. How are my family and I supposed to live?" The villagers' voices of protest rose one after another, all unwilling to let these people go. "And you, Lianqing, you threw away my firewood and burned my house. You must pay." Amidst the noisy crowd, Widow Wang suddenly spoke out. Whenever refugees come, Widow Wang drags her son and grandson into the cellar to hide. She only comes out when she hears loud noises from Lianqing. She is completely unaware of what is happening outside and instinctively wants to take advantage of the situation. Everyone's eyes turn to her in unison. Widow Wang's plan is very clever. She knows these refugees won't get much oil, so she's now targeting the Lian family instead. Lianqing's face twitches. He is a man and doesn't want to argue with women, but this pest is about to make him lose his temper. He slams his blood-stained sword onto the ground and says, "Fine, I'll pay if I have to, but first, you need to pay the protection fee."
Exactly.
Tonight, it's all thanks to Lianqing. Otherwise, the whole village would be in trouble. Widow Wang, you really are. Really what? Tonight's trouble was caused by Lian Cheng. If it weren't for him bringing that Zhao boss here to save us, these bandits wouldn't have come tonight. I think everyone should go to the Lian family and ask for compensation. The refugees were chasing Zhao Qinggong and his group into the village, which everyone saw clearly. Widow Wang subtly guided some people's thoughts, and they started to get restless, eager to act. Because their homes had been looted by the refugees, if they didn't recover their losses, they would have a hard time surviving the winter. Enough. Are you asking the Lian family for compensation? Chen Guangsheng, annoyed, pointed at Widow Wang. Is this the time to talk about compensation? You don't understand anything, just care about your own little patch of land. If we don't unite, the next time refugees come, and they're fierce and dangerous, your house is right at the village entrance. You'll have to deal with those violent people yourself. Widow Wang awkwardly took a small step back and said softly, well, what I said is also true. True? What truth? You're just talking nonsense. If it weren't for Uncle Zhao and the others tonight, I wouldn't care about this mess. When you all die out, then we'll talk. Uncle Zhao saved the police. They're heroes. Lian Cheng clenched his teeth, unwilling to continue. He thought, only crazy people would try to teach these country women a lesson. It's better if they all get into trouble. Lian Zhan and Lian Luan stepped forward and stood beside him. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. The strength of family might not be enough yet, but it will always support him from behind. Lian Cheng felt this deeply. You're right. A low shout suddenly broke out from the crowd. Zhao Qinggong strode forward, weathered and tired. It seemed as if he had aged 10 years overnight. Once carefree, his face now showed determination and seriousness. He stood in front of everyone and said, the person I saved is named Li Yaowen, police badge 866-4587, a police officer from Wande City. He has saved countless people, including you, me, and those homeless children. We should be grateful. He looked around the crowd, his gaze settling on Widow Wang. Hero's name should not be tarnished. Try to insult us again and see what happens. Zhao Qinggong's eyes were bloodshot. He had lost his close friends. He held back a deep anger inside. Turning to Eagle Ge, he kicked him repeatedly. Eagle Ge curled up inside a sack, groaning softly. Chen Guangxing looked at Zhao Qinggong and asked, Uncle Zhao, what's going on? Why are so many refugees coming up the mountain with us? Zhao Qinggong panted heavily, then said thoughtfully, it's not just us going up the mountain. It's an organized, planned armed rebellion. During the apocalypse, these scoundrels incited refugees to burn, kill, and loot. Yesterday, they openly took over Wanshou town. What? They took over Wanshou town. And what about the government? The army? Are they doing nothing? A gasp ran through the crowd, followed by noisy discussions. Lian Cheng frowned tightly. When this news came out, the authorities couldn't have been completely unaware, unless someone deliberately covered it up. Everyone quiet down and listen to Uncle Zhao finish, Chen Guangxing called out. Then he asked, what's the situation at the foot of the mountain now? Zhao Qinggong forced a bitter smile. What do you think? Those who obey them are recruited, and those who don't are killed. The army? Everywhere is chaos, famine, and riots. The prisons must be overflowing by now. And Xianya? And her son? Lianqing suddenly asked, I always feel something is wrong. The human shadow is too heavy. There are riots in the town, and the government will send troops to suppress them sooner or later. In the end times, they will definitely look for a retreat or a new stronghold. This is easy to understand, but with so many villages around Wanshou town, why did the rioters go straight to the poorest mountain village? This is very confusing. Zhao Qinggong's eyes gradually became sad. Xianya is a good mother. She wants to save her son, but she took the wrong path. She went to the end of the world to seek medicine. Xiao Xian is gone, and when she escaped back, she was already tortured and barely alive. Zhao Qinggong clenched his fists, his voice trembling slightly. What kind of outcome can there be for a woman who goes into the wolf pack to seek medicine? Lianqing can almost imagine, but could she be manipulated or betrayed, revealing the location of Gaoshan village? Why did those bandits go up the mountain? Is it because of Xianya? Before Lianqing could speak, someone from the crowd asked, No, Xianya is gone. Before she died, she said she got news from a few small thugs that the people from the end of the world would come up the mountain to steal grain. They told us to hurry back and report. So we split into two groups. Xiao Tian went up the mountain first, and Lao Li, moved the children. Zhao Qinggong rubbed his swollen eyes. If they had given up on the children back then, maybe Li Yaowen wouldn't have to die. That stubborn guy. People really shouldn't be too pure-hearted. He even went crazy for a while. Are you just going to believe that?
Who?
Who can prove it? Widow Wang weakly spoke from behind the crowd. Is this thief still trying to make up for tonight's loss? Zhao Qinggong's face suddenly turned cold. My wife and child are in Gaoshan village. What more proof do I need? They can't possibly lead refugees to rob their own home, right? Most villagers already had their suspicions, but there's always that crazy dog ready to bark and jump out. Zhao Yan unconsciously stood closer to his father, his eyes glaring at Widow Wang in the crowd, as if daring her to say more, as if about to dig up her family's ancestors. I can prove it. A slightly hoarse voice sounded. The crowded people immediately made way. Sun Qitian walked to Zhao Qinggong's side. It was I who reported the news from the mountain. I can prove everything Uncle Zhao said is true. At this moment, we shouldn't suspect or scheme against each other. Instead, we should think about what to do next. How should we deal with these bad people? What if the end of the world comes again? How should we respond? When the army arrives, how should we cooperate? That's right. Even a child knows this. You old folks are just wasting your years. Growing old, but not getting smarter. Chen Guangxing pointed at the crowd, implying criticism. Someone in the crowd weakly asked, should we just send these people down the mountain as we said earlier? What if they come back with more people? Aren't they the ones who will suffer? The villagers quickly reacted and started offering suggestions. Maybe we should wait for the police to come. I heard the police station was destroyed. I say we tie them all up and throw them deep into the mountains. Let fate decide. What if they all die? That's just killing people without mercy. In the end, everyone's eyes turned to Liancheng. Liancheng looked down at Eagle Ge. Maybe we should keep them. Young man, do you know what you're saying? Everyone knows you have superpowers and can protect the village, but this is too risky. Liancheng looked at Chen Guangxing. Keep them here, for reform. The prison is already full of prisoners, right? The same goes for the village. The damaged houses need fixing, firewood needs gathering. Isn't someone shouting for compensation? Widow Wang listened. She thought the idea was good. Reform prisoners could work for her, and she could torment them as she pleased.
But
my family doesn't have extra food to feed these people. Not eating isn't a problem. Snow water is enough to fill them. When Chen Guangxing spoke, everyone agreed and nodded. They continued discussing the details of how to watch over these people, such as how much work they needed to do for a meal, and how little work meant they only got snow water to drink. Liancheng listened carefully and added, Brother Ing is not simple. He needs to be kept separate and carefully questioned. Chen Guangxing nodded, agreeing with him. He believed that Brother Ing was a key figure in the last days, and he might be able to find some secrets from him. Their off-road motorcycles could still be used, so Chen Guangxing called two brave young men to disguise themselves and go down the mountain to gather information. He also arranged for people to set up roadblocks overnight. Meanwhile, the recovery efforts after the disaster were still ongoing. Li the doctor, looking very tired, hurried over and slapped his thigh. Hey, why are you all just standing here?
people are dying.
You should go back and check. There are too many injured, and we don't have enough medicine to stop the bleeding. Liancheng, come help me quickly. Liancheng was surprised to be called out. Li the doctor was about to leave, but saw that no one moved. He clicked his tongue and turned to glare at Liancheng. Are you talking about me? Stop hesitating and hurry up. He said this confidently because he was the only doctor in the village who doesn't get a headache or a fever sometimes. Liancheng was unwilling but had no choice but to follow along. A rough estimate shows that 4 people from Gaoshan village died in this battle, 11 were seriously injured, and several others were lightly hurt. To make it easier to care for the injured, Chen Guangxing arranged for them to stay at his house, which is right next to Lien Cheng's home. Dr. Li treated the villagers' wounds, while Lien Cheng took care of bandaging. After everything was done, Lien Cheng was so tired he collapsed on the sofa. He was extremely sleepy. Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, and Aunt came to check on him in the middle of the night. Seeing how exhausted he looked, they didn't want to wake him. Lien Cheng had already told his family about what happened that night. Their grandson/nephew has grown up. There is both pride and sadness in their hearts. Manhwa Town Police Station, Director's Office. A man wearing a Zhu Beiji mask sat awkwardly in the director's chair, legs crossed on the desk, carefully wiping a small gun. A middle-aged man in a deputy police uniform stood by the wall, holding a cigarette, looking serious as he gazed out the window. Several officers were coming and going with members of the End Time Society. Most of the police officers in the station had been manipulated by the End Time Society and had become their puppets. A young man with a spiky hairstyle hurried in, saying, "Brother Sang, it's not good. Brother Ing is missing."
What?
The man called Brother Sang suddenly stood up from his seat. "Where did Eagle go? What is he doing?"
Ha!
"Where else?" He said he went to get revenge on someone he likes. The spiky-haired young man responded somewhat ambiguously, looking at Brother Sang's expression. Brother Sang kicked the office chair and cursed softly at, "What's wrong with you guys? Still got the urge to act recklessly? Think you're invincible now? You're just asking for death." The middle-aged deputy took a puff of his cigarette and said calmly, "I told you this work won't last long. When will you let go of my wife, children, and mother?" "Haha, no rush, Director Tan. I also told you, just help us keep the situation stable. I promise your family will be safe." After speaking, Brother Sang whispered a few words into the rooster's ear, then hurried out again. Soon after, a signal-blocking vehicle drove into the mountains. It stopped halfway up the hill before reaching the village. In the yard, the big rooster crowed loudly to wake everyone up. In Chen Guangxing's nearly 100-square-meter living room, Qi Bao pouted her little mouth twice, and her tummy growled like the rooster's crow. Lien Cheng was still asleep. Qi Bao, usually in her brother's arms, moved her little hands and feet to wake up. Lien Zan came to call Lien Cheng for breakfast. He saw Qi Bao stretch lazily, like a small kitten in Lien Cheng's arms. "Should be quiet, little one. Let brother sleep a bit longer." Lien Zan couldn't wait to pick up the little person. Lien Cheng suddenly woke up and, seeing Lien Zan, loosened his hold on the round bundle in his arms. "Is everything okay at home?" He had only glanced briefly last night when he arrived late, so he remembered to ask now. Lien Zan paused for a second. "It's fine. Last night, no outsiders entered the house, but outside the wall, 5 thin, red-eyed old men were electrocuted. Lien Zan also just found out that Lien Cheng had been planning everything for them, for this family. It was hard not to feel touched. But he and Lien Cheng were used to joking around, so saying it out loud felt a bit pretentious. Holding his soft, warm sister close, Lien Zan's heart warmed. "Go home and eat first, then take a nap. I'll watch Qi Bao." He instinctively took out a bottle, mixed hot water from the stove, and handed it to Qi Bao. Her eyes hadn't opened yet. She grabbed the bottle with her small, doughy hands and started vigorously. She hadn't had milk last night before bed. Lien Cheng remembered. Qi Bao didn't cry or make trouble. If she had food, she ate. If not, she slept as usual. Her maturity made people's hearts ache a little. Lien Zan kept his eyes on Qi Bao's chubby cheeks, carefully holding the bottle to avoid choking her. Lien Cheng felt like laughing. It was a bit like how he looked when he first became a brother. Just as Lien Cheng stepped out of the next room, Lien Zan arrived. Seeing Qi Bao happily drinking milk in Lien Zan's arms, he wanted to hold his sister. But he knew he wasn't a match for Lien Zan. Lien Zan is very good at tricking people. He asked Lien Zan to take care of the sick person and gave her a chance to hold her sister. After Lien Zan finished her task, Qi Bao had already finished drinking milk and was running around the house. Lien Zan then secretly took Qi Bao outside. After setting off firecrackers, there are often some that don't explode loudly. They pick them up and light them again to keep playing. This is a favorite activity of the mischievous children in the village. Last night, there was a big fire in the village. Everywhere was burned, and the air still carried a faint warmth. More mischievous children came out to join. Lian Liju and a few little kids arrived at the village entrance. At Widow Wang's house, many strangers were repairing the damaged courtyard wall and roof caused by the fire. During heavy snow days when the mountains are closed, this scene becomes rare and lively. Lian and a few small children were curious and wanted to go see. Lian Liju pulled them back and said, "Don't go there. Those aren't good people." Qibao also nodded seriously, pointing her chubby finger toward Widow Wang's yard, saying, "Bad people? What?" Lian was surprised and looked at Lian Liju. Most of the children at home last night were hidden away, so they didn't know what had happened. Lian Liju, a bit older, had seen the whole story. He knew these people were refugees working in the village as part of their punishment. He exaggerated the story of last night, bragging about how his nephew was mighty and brave, fighting off enemies. A group of mischievous children listened like they were hearing a fairy tale, staring at Lian Liju carefully, afraid to miss any detail. Qibao wasn't interested. She quietly ran to the side. Her little feet rummaged through a pile of red paper scraps, carefully collecting firecrackers. These things are powerful and can hurt people, so she wanted to stockpile more of them. When the uncles and friends finally realized all the firecrackers had been taken, Qibao's small hands and pockets were filled with them. Lian smiled and gently approached Qibao, saying, "Qibao, you have firecrackers, but without fire, they won't make a sound. Share some with your big brother. He'll light them for you to hear. You're just a little baby. You can't play with firecrackers." Qibao looked at Lian and pouted her little lips, covered her firecrackers, and shyly ran home, sticking out her little belly. She wanted to keep the firecrackers to scare away the bad guys. She wouldn't let her big brother play with them. Lian. "Little sister, Qibao, don't run away. If the family finds out he's playing with firecrackers with Qibao, he might get into big trouble." Lian hurriedly chased after them, but it was already too late. Lian was worried and came out to follow. He had just met a cousin from Grandfather San's house standing under a tree nearby, chatting for a bit. Now he was here to stop the two kids. He reached out and scooped Qibao into his arms, smiling as he asked, "Who made Qibao upset? Such a pouty little face. Why is she so adorable?" He pinched Qibao's chubby little cheeks, then looked at Lian. "Did you make our little princess angry?" "I didn't. Qibao wants to play with firecrackers. You can play with her. The scapegoat was here." Lian quickly tried to slip away, but Lian grabbed the back of his collar. How could this mischievous little brother not know what he was thinking? Lian tilted his eyes and said, "Just now, you kept calling her sister and wanted her to play with you. Now she's not interesting anymore, right? Don't try to steal her from me in the future." "Oh, brother."
Well.
Lian just started to speak, but before he could finish, another group came to take Qibao away. "Lian, you little rascal, Qibao just loves to hear sounds. If you don't play with her, we will. Right, Qibao?" As soon as Lian spoke, his uncles and friends all agreed. Qibao nodded her little head. Hear the sound. She completely forgot about her plan to up the firecrackers to scare people, but she didn't forget entirely. "It's not you guys." Lian wanted to defend himself, but his older brother had already hugged Qibao and led a group of mischievous kids to play in the snow pile. Lian hurried to catch up, not wanting them to take Qibao away. After a while, Qibao finally remembered her main task. Lian's small snowman had been blown down. Qibao clapped her little hands. "For pots. Oh, we blew up the snow." As she spoke, she spotted the lighter in Lian's hand. Her chubby little paw reached out roughly to grab it. Lian quickly raised his right hand and held Qibao with his left.
"No.
Kids shouldn't play with fire. If you do, you might wet the bed," Qibao. But clearly, little brother also played. Little brother is also a kid. Qibao pouted her little mouth and looked unhappy again. The little girl already knew how to handle her brother well. She rolled her eyes towards Lian's direction, Seeing Sabao with a baby is upset. Come and comfort me. Look. Lianzon's eyes twitched. Where is the bad person? I didn't see him. You take Siga to look for him. Sabao suddenly smiled brightly, threw herself into Lianzon's arms, and sweetly called out, Sigwagwa, Zui Peng. Beat the bad guy. Sabao loves you so much. Like a candy-coated missile, Chua 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 directly hit Lianzon's heart. Forget about blowing up the bad guy. Even if the moon in the sky were to be blown down, Sabao hugged Lianzon's neck and went to find the bad guy. Where's the bad guy? The bad guy is in Widow Wang's yard. Lian and a group of uncles and friends also followed. A few little rascals sneaked outside Widow Wang's yard gate. Firecrackers kept exploding along the wall. Lianzon found it funny and interesting, standing behind Sabao, watching the kids cause trouble and occasionally giving ideas. Sabao was anxious. Little Gua, the bad guy is in the spicy stuff. Little brother had wasted several of her firecrackers. Not a single enemy was scared away. Sabao wished she could go herself, her little hands restless, reaching to grab the already lit firecracker in Lian En's hand. Hey. Lian En hurriedly stopped Sabao with one hand and threw the firecracker to the wall base. Lianzon covered Sabao's ears with both hands. He was a professional guard, fully dedicated to protecting the kids. Sabao. Frowning slightly, she was about to pout again. Lian En hurriedly comforted her. Next time, wherever Sabao says to up, that's where it will be. Sabao's chubby finger pointed into the yard. Lian En swallowed hard. This was Zhang Dakue and Zhang Xiaohu's home. Usually it was fine, they had many people, but when they were alone, they weren't a match for these two. So Lian En still felt insecure, and most importantly, they shouldn't do this. Lian En looked at Lianzon. Lianzon pointed to the large manure pit behind Widow Wang's house. Lian En's eyes lit up. This idea was perfect, safe and effective, without hurting anyone. A few little kids sneaked over quietly. Qibao, like a small tail, tugged on her little steps and followed behind her brothers. Lianzon walked at the back. Qibao took the biggest firecracker from her pocket and handed it to Lian and little sister. That's not right. To make it more powerful, you need to do it like this. Lian En looked very serious. She took 2 more firecrackers from Qibao's small hand, tore a piece of wild grass, tied the 3 firecrackers together and lit the fuse. Then she threw it into the manure pit. Lianzon picked up Qibao and quickly ran away. A group of little kids followed closely behind. It was a loud explosion that shook everything and left a lasting bad smell.
Who
blew up my toilet? Widow Wang's shouting and scolding came out, and she suddenly rushed out of the yard, covered in dirt and smelling terrible. Her clothes and hair were all stained with yellowish dirt. This was getting out of hand. Lianzon didn't expect anyone to be inside the toilet. He also didn't think the manure pit had no cover. He hurried home with the 2 kids. He let out a long sigh. It was more tiring than studying. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Just as he and the kids entered the house, Widow Wang came running over. Little brat, where are you? Come out here. Hearing the noise, Grandma came out of the yard, pinching her nose and looking at the visitor. Widow Wang, did you fall into the manure pit? You, ugh. Your 3 little rascals blew up my manure pit while I was pooping. Now thea's all over me. Is there no law in broad daylight?
Huh?
Can someone control these kids? Oh, I can't take it anymore. Widow Wang was completely unladylike, rolling on the ground.
Grandma.
Grandpa came out. Old Zheng's family. What's going on now? Grandma tugged at Grandpa's sleeve, turned her head, and secretly glanced at the 3 children hiding behind the doorframe. She whispered a few words into Grandpa's ear. No wonder the 2 mischievous kids looked so hopeless and collapsed on the sofa when they just got back. It turns out they want to do something bad and got caught. Soon, a crowd gathered outside the yard, all covering their mouths and noses. Because last night, Lianqing saved someone but was falsely accused, the family was a bit upset. The villagers just saw it as a joke. No one blamed them. Instead, someone advised, All right, Aunt Zhang, a woman like you. It's quite something. Go home and wash up. Change your clothes. Just as Widow Wang was about to retort, she suddenly felt a cold wind sweep past, carrying a strong smell of night-blooming jasmine. Widow Wang gagged and started to. Grandpa straightened his expression. That old Zhang family, stop causing trouble. Go home quickly. I'll teach those two little rascals a lesson later. Which two? There are three. Your precious little gold nugget is still hiding. Widow Wang's eyes flashed with anger, looking disheveled, but her sharp gaze shot at Grandpa. Fine, three. Three. I'll enforce family rules later. What family rules? Grandma couldn't stand it anymore. They hadn't even figured out what happened, and she wanted to discipline her obedient grandson. What's this old man trying to do with his elbows out? Huh. Grandpa glanced sideways at Grandma. Under everyone's watchful eyes, could Widow Wang still accuse his family? Considering the children's behavior, Grandpa had his own understanding. He was just showing a stance. Widow Wang turned around. I don't care anyway. Your family has to give me an explanation. Our old Lien family doesn't have people who are so ungrateful. If they did wrong, they'd admit it. You better leave now. Everyone, disperse. By noon, Widow Wang's appearance was quite off-putting. The sooner she left, the better. Grandpa waved his hand, looking somewhat impatient. He closed the yard gate and shouted as he entered. Who is it just now? Destroying Widow Wang's latrine? Step forward. Lienzan and Lien and came out of the house. Grandpa was about to wave his pipe, but Lienzan pointed at Lien and said, Lien did it. If this was blamed on him, he would definitely get a beating. But if it was blamed on Lien and he's the younger brother. He's just the one to take the blame. Lien quickly knelt under the eaves and said, Grandpa, it wasn't me, it was fourth brother who made me do it. Hey, little rascal, when did He just pointed somewhere. Who told you to set off 3 firecrackers at once? Lienzan's lips trembled, and he nervously glanced at Grandpa's face. Although they were in the wrong, Widow Wang was already quite disliked. Grandma wanted to stop it. Grandpa's old eyes sharpened. That kind of messy woman. Next time we won't help her. Why bother with her? It's one thing to blame her, but today, you must be punished for what you did. Lienzan reluctantly knelt down. Even in this era, they still followed these old rules. Lienzan muttered to himself, but the family didn't hear what he said clearly. Where did the firecrackers come from? Grandpa asked. Both of them, kneeling, looked sharply at Qi Bao standing nearby. Qi Bao shifted her little feet left and right, looking very anxious. No rice, but firecrackers, firecrackers. Her small voice was crisp and bright. Lienzan and Lien both covered their faces with their hands. It was really obvious they were hiding something. Grandma had just been worried about her grandson, but now she didn't stop them anymore. She poked Lienzan's forehead. You little brat, how old are you? Still so naive. Do you not understand? Playing with firecrackers with your sister? What if you hurt her?
Huh?
Your little sister is so young. Grandpa hadn't moved yet, but second aunt was already swinging her rolling pin. Lienzan and Lien started shouting and crying loudly. Grandpa and Grandma stopped them, but didn't hit them, just scolded loudly. People outside the yard, watching through the door, also left. Lienzan led Lien to kneel properly in the main hall. Lien Chung just came downstairs and saw the scene. What's going on here? Nestled in a round ball, Qi Bao shyly moved toward the corner of the wall. Lien Luan quietly approached Lien Chung and told him that Lienzan was taking the 2 children to scare the widow's house. After hearing this, Lien Chung snorted and looked at the 3 troublemakers in the room, feeling very amused. Lienzan looked at Lien Chung with a sad face, not knowing what to say to beg for mercy. Lien Chung clicked his tongue twice and said, That's impossible. Usually when Qi Bao makes a mistake, he gets punished, and if he talks back, he gets hit with a shoe. Now he finally had a chance, so he thought he should teach the little troublemaker a lesson. Lien Chung lazily stood next to his grandfather and started stirring trouble. Grandpa, if 3 people make a mistake, why are only Lienzan and Lien punished? Didn't you teach us brothers to stick together in difficult times? If the siblings make a mistake, shouldn't it be the same? You're being too unfair to the girls. Lienzan. He really was too kind. He trusted Lien Chung, but he was fooled. Lienzan felt wronged but dared not speak. biting his lip tightly. His expression was the same as Lien An's, with sharp eyes glaring at Lien Cheng. They are all men. They made the mistake, and they accept the punishment. Why should they drag their sister into it? Grandpa puffed his cheeks and glared. Are you fair and just or what? But when his little grandson challenged him, Grandpa couldn't refuse. He cleared his throat, tapped the table with his pipe, pretending to be stern. Chi Bao, do you know you were wrong? Chi Bao clenched her small hands and looked at Grandpa eagerly. Grandma hugged her from behind and moved to the middle of the room. We Chi Bao are still young, since she knows she was wrong then. Before Grandpa finished speaking, Chi Bao responded with awe.
Oh.
And quickly knelt beside Lianen, obedient and well-behaved. Brothers should stick together in tough times. Her little self understood what her brother said. Grandpa stroked his non-existent beard, a faint smile on his wrinkled face. No wonder he dared to let his family members take responsibility. Grandma's heart softened even more. Lien Cheng's mouth twitched. She admitted her mistake quickly, but she would never change her ways. Lien Cheng looked at his grandparents and saw they had been fooled by the little girl. He walked up to Chi Bao and held out his hand over the rest of the firecrackers. Chi Bao pouted slightly. Chi Bao said there was nothing there. Grandma casually touched Chi Bao's little pocket. Sure enough, she didn't find anything. Lien Zhan stared at Chi Bao. Did he just guess that Chi Bao had no tricks up his sleeve? Chi Bao looked like a little god, a bit tipsy. He really had no plan. The three of them knelt until noon, visibly tired, except for the youngest one. Chi Bao sat crookedly on a cushion playing with a toy car, occasionally crawling away, but Grandma saw and brought him back. The tiles on the floor are cold, so kneeling on a soft cushion is more comfortable. To distract the little one from rolling around, Grandma placed a small stool in front of Chi Bao, with crispy peas, small cookies, and a little water bottle on it. Chi Bao quickly shared the things with his brothers. The small stool was used up, so he moved it aside. Pippi Dog lay in his dog bed beside the sofa, looking sad and droopy. Last night, Cece left Pippi behind. He didn't come back all night, and this morning he went out again, and he didn't bring Pippi along. Should he be mad at him? He wanted to run to Big Fatty, to leave home. Chi Bao ignored the dog and kept playing, occasionally poking its tail with his toy car. Grandpa led the third grandpa and Chen Guangxing and others into the house. Seeing the three kids kneeling and scolding, he shouted, "Why are they still kneeling? Don't hurt the kids. Jean, quickly help your brothers and sisters up. Big brother, why are you here?" Grandpa smiled and went out to greet them. He didn't tell the kids to get up. Even Lien Zhan didn't dare, and didn't have the courage. Only Chi Bao knelt there, wandering around the room like he was playing a game of pretending to be hurt. One touch and he would fall, and someone would help him up. Grandpa was bumped by Chi Bao and hurriedly picked him up. He didn't feel pain himself, but he felt sorry for his granddaughter. He glared at Lien Zhan. "Hurry up and take your brothers and sisters out to play." "Yes, sir." Lien Zhan saluted awkwardly, picked up Chi Bao, and was about to take him out. Just as he stepped over the threshold, Grandpa called out again. "Xiao Zhan, don't go out to play now. It's chaotic outside. Go call Boss Xiao. We have something to discuss." Grandpa hurriedly asked, "What's the matter, big brother?" The older grandfather didn't answer and sat down in a seat. "People get old and can't fight anymore. Second brother, is Little City here?" Grandpa looked surprised.
Yes.
"Yes," he shouted loudly. "Little City, come down quickly. Your great-grandpa is looking for you." He thought Lien Cheng was upstairs resting, but unexpectedly, Lien Cheng came in from outside. "Grandpa, great-grandpa, third grandpa. What is going on?" "Little City, sit first." The older grandfather pointed to a nearby seat. Lien Cheng sat down beside him. The older grandfather's eyes filled with tears. "Little City, I want to ask you a few things." "You must tell the truth." Lien Cheng nodded.
"Yes."
"Grandpa, go ahead." "Last night," the grandfather gestured with his hands. "Where did you learn those moves from?" Everyone could easily accept that he had special abilities. Lien Cheng hesitated for a moment and said, "It's a long story. I met a master. He taught me."
"But he
is hard to find. Of course, this master was made up by Lien Cheng. Can you teach others your skills or abilities? Well, Lien Cheng looked troubled. These abilities aren't something you can just practice and get. Seeing Lien Cheng was unsure, Chen Guangxing added, just teach a few young men from the Lien family. We don't all have to learn it. Lien Cheng looked around at the uncles, cousins, and relatives in the room and sighed. It's not that I won't teach, but learning this requires talent. Some people are born with it and can do it naturally. Others might spend their whole lives trying, but... Sigh. It seemed no one here had that talent. Grandpa understood. It's like being a good person. Some are naturally upright without needing to be taught. Others, no matter how much you try to teach them, can't become talented. Grandpa patted Lien Cheng's shoulder and asked, "Little city, do you think you can protect our village?" Lien Cheng was silent. Grandpa, worried, quickly added, "Big brother, that's serious.
Little city is still so young.
He hasn't even started a family. He can't bear such a responsibility." Chen Guangxing shook his head and said, "Lien Yi, it's not about whether we can take responsibility. You don't understand the current situation. Now, everyone is looking to Lianqing. Tian Wang, you tell us what you saw down the mountain." The young man called Tian Wang was about to speak, but his eyes filled with tears first. Lianqing probably already knew what was happening without needing much explanation. In this world of chaos, where the strong eat the weak, cities are scarred, blood flows, and chaos reigns. After Tian Wang finished speaking, everyone in the room lowered their heads. They were glad that Lianqing helped them fight off the disaster last night, but they also worried about what to do next. Tian Wang wiped his eyes and continued, "After we went up the mountain, we saw a vehicle following us. We don't know what it's for. We set up 3 roadblocks on the mountain and embedded iron nails in the road. The vehicle probably can't come up easily. But I'm worried it might come again, just like last night. Last night, many refugees came down the mountain. The news about Brother Ing being captured has probably spread. If the disaster group wants to save people, they will send someone to talk to us. If they don't want to save anyone, then even if they come back, it will take time. The refugees just want some food. They're not on our side and are afraid of dying." "That's right." Chen Guangxing nodded, looking at Lianqing with hope. "So, why are we bringing everyone here?" Lianqing was silent. Grandpa's eyes filled with tears. "I'm old now. Whether I live one more day or one more year doesn't matter much. I just want to protect my children and grandchildren. Their lives are still long." Hearing this, Grandpa couldn't sit still. "Big brother, don't talk like that. As long as I'm alive, my nephews and grandchildren won't lose a single hair. Yes, old uncle still has us. We're willing to risk our lives to fight with them." The Lien family is not full of cowards. Lien Fan and Lien Rong came in, walking in sync, never making a mistake. The hearts of the elders were the same. To fight against fate, people have to pay a price. But if their loved ones are willing to risk everything, then what's the point of all this? Shibao was still young and could hide in the space. If the world is going to be overturned and order rewritten, Lianqing suddenly felt passionate, clenched his fists, and hit his thigh.
All right.
Let's go all out. Since we can't change it, we might as well control it and have the final say. He wasn't trying to save just this village, but also to help his entire family and himself, who was gradually becoming numb in this end-of-the-world situation. When Lianqing said this, the people in the room showed some faint smiles. Then Lianqing changed his tone. "But we need to be honest first. Since we are all in the same boat, we must work together and follow orders. I am not anyone's bodyguard. I have the right to decide who to protect and who not to. Death and injury are unavoidable. Usually, each family looks after itself in the village, but sometimes sacrifices are necessary. Absolute fairness is impossible, and I hope everyone can understand this." This reminded everyone that not all villagers were united. Some people were thinking only of themselves. In critical moments, some would treat others as cannon fodder while they enjoyed the benefits. For example, widows like Widow Wang. Such people are not allowed in this group, because their existence is the greatest unfairness to everyone. Grandpa, trembling, stood up. "I want to make my stance clear. Even if only Lianqing and his sister are left, Our old Lien family won't be defeated. Xiao Cheng, you're a smart kid. Do you understand what grandpa means? Sometimes sacrificing family members is not so easy. Grandpa patted Lien Cheng's shoulder and continued. Just go ahead and do what needs to be done. You have grandpa backing you up. If I am gone, you still have your cousin and brother. They are all here today. Everyone, do you understand? Understood. The Lien family members replied in unison. And true to grandpa's words, those who could stay were the Lien family members. To keep the old Lien family's legacy alive, they were willing to fight to the end. Some villagers from other families also responded. Lien Cheng, everyone understands what you're saying. You lead us, and we're ready for the worst. No matter what happens, we support you. Some people visibly lost hope. Lien Cheng stood up. Don't be discouraged, everyone. I'm only talking about the worst-case scenario. If we work hard, maybe we can get through this. Just hold on until next year's harvest. After August next year, the official army will start consolidating forces and taking control of this area. It might not be the final salvation, but it will be a turning point. After various disasters, famine was almost certain to happen. For the mountain village, the most urgent matter was to prepare for the end of the world. Everyone was talking and discussing loudly. Lien Cheng asked, "Where is brothering?" "According to your plan, he's chained up. Last night, he was freezing over by the water reservoir." Chen Guangxing suddenly remembered. "Oh, I forgot about him. We can't let him freeze to death." "Don't worry. He won't die," Lien Cheng said with a smile. Just as they finished talking inside the house, Qibao, a small child, tugged on Zhao Qinggong's fingers and ran into the house. "Grandpa, Uncle Shu is here." Qibao brought Uncle Shu. "Oh no, I just tripped and fell." Fortunately, Zhao Qinggong was quick and caught Qibao. Qibao barely steadied herself and eagerly ran inside again. Lien Cheng picked up the little one, poked her tiny nose and muttered, "Little rascal," talking to himself. He was just flattering himself. He glanced at Lien Zan and Lianin behind him, both smiling mischievously, and felt very speechless. When Zhao Qinggong arrived, Grandpa immediately took his hand and said, "Boss Zhao, you're a good person." "A really good person." Zhao Qinggong's mouth twitched. This opening sounded a bit like a criticism of him. It was like when he scolded Li Yaowen for being stubborn. But luckily, this awkward topic didn't last more than 2 minutes. Grandpa then changed the subject. "Boss Zhao, with so many children, it's hard to take care of them all. The Lien family doesn't have much, just a lot of bachelors. If you want to adopt some children, what do you think?" "Grandpa Lien, I understand what you mean, but those children are my brothers who entrusted me before they died. During this special time, I do find it hard to take care of them. If everyone wants to adopt, I don't oppose it. But we need to agree that once adopted, the children must be well cared for. If anyone doesn't want to raise them anymore, they can return them to me. Absolutely no mistreatment of the children. Our Lien family lacks girls. We treat the children like our own, with love and care. Rest assured, we won't mistreat them." Zhao Qinggong. No need to emphasize that. In the entire mountain village, no girls were seen. He knew girls were in high demand, but there were also several boys. Zhao Qinggong cleared his throat and said, "That boy is also good, like Xiao Tian. Several young boys are hardworking and more sensible than most adults." Lien Cheng. How did it come to this? Is this the true nature of a businessman? After sending the children for adoption, I still consider myself their godfather. I will visit them from time to time. Those who are worried their own children won't find a wife or are planning to raise a child bride can forget about it. Zhao Qinggong joked, easing the tense atmosphere a little, then added, "I will review the adoption applications. Families with too many children are not suitable, over 50 years old is not allowed, and households without women can't adopt girls. Widowed households are recommended to adopt boys. That's settled for now. Those who meet the criteria can come to my house in a few days." Lien Cheng silently nodded in approval of Zhao Qinggong. They say all businessmen are cunning, but watching Zhao Qinggong's sly face feels strangely satisfying. After discussing the matter, Zhao Qinggong began handling Li Sua's affairs. In special times, everything is kept simple. The location was chosen by Sun Qitian. Uncle Koi said this world will eventually return to clarity. He wanted to see it, and Sun Qitian remembered that. So he chose the highest spot on Wanshou Mountain, where a telescope could overlook the entire northern Anhui city, the place he fought for all his life. Zhao Chenggong subtly mentioned the adoption to Sun Qitian, but the little troublemaker replied that he has parents. Although he acts as if he doesn't, if he must be adopted now, he only wants to go to second grandpa's house and won't accept anyone else's adoption. It has to be said, the little troublemaker is confident because he is a special ability user. He was long regarded as a divine being by the villagers. Some even offered high prices to adopt him, but Zhao Chenggong refused. He asked Lien Cheng for his opinion. Lien Cheng had no problem adopting Sun Qitian. It was just an extra layer of security for Qi Bao. But Lien Cheng still asked Sun Qitian, "Why insist on coming to my house? Because you, Sun Qitian glanced at Qi Bao, who was running around at his feet. You can lead everyone to dispel the darkness and regain the light. He is not a shining hero either, and he doesn't know where this little brat got those lines from in some anime." Lien Cheng feels overwhelmed. However, compared to him, Sun Qitian seems more suitable to inherit Li Sua's mantle. Lien Cheng hands over the police badge left by Li Sua to Sun Qitian and pats his shoulder. "Little brat, do your best to bring light back to this world." Sun Qitian clenches the badge in his hand, as if making a firm decision. He looks serious and nods earnestly. Yes, Sun Qitian was originally going to be registered under Uncle Lien's name, but when everyone was dividing up the responsibilities, the small child refused to accept it. Qi Bao insisted on adopting Sun Qitian. What does adoption mean? Little Xia Bao doesn't even understand. His biological brother was too exhausted to comment. In the end, unable to persuade Qi Bao, Grandma and Grandpa decided to keep Sun Qitian at their home. After a simple memorial service, the crowd gradually dispersed. Qi Bao carried a small bear backpack and helped Sun Qitian add soil to Li Sua's grave. Zhao Chenggong was smoking a cigarette with Lien Cheng by the side and offered him one. Lien Cheng hesitated for a moment but took it. Zhao Chenggong exhaled a faint smoke ring and said slowly, "I saw your fourth aunt's family at the foot of the mountain." "And your fourth uncle too." Lien Cheng choked on the smoke and coughed violently. What do you mean?" Zhao Chenggong took another puff and replied, "Last night's events probably have something to do with them." Lien Cheng was speechless, feeling like a curse was stuck in his throat. Truly, if you don't eliminate the snake, it will leave trouble behind. He shot a glance at Zhao Chenggong, recognizing his cunning nature. The situation became clear. Everything was unraveled. The apocalypse would require bases and food supplies. Yang Zhenjin wanted to vent her anger, and this pointed them in the right direction. Fortunately, Zhao Chenggong kept some things hidden. Otherwise, the villagers would blame his family again. Lien Cheng took a deep breath. "Next time we meet, we'll go all out. Don't hesitate." Lien Cheng's attitude was firm, and Zhao Chenggong didn't say much more. Then he mentioned the number 499. Zhao Chenggong looked at Lien Cheng. "Do you really not remember this number, Lien Cheng? What's so special? Why does he need to remember?" Zhao Chenggong saw Lien Cheng puffing clouds of smoke, looking more thoughtful than him, and after a long silence, he continued, "That's the last digits of your dad's police badge number." Lien Cheng was slightly stunned. He really had forgotten about this. Not because he wanted to forget, but because in this life and the past, so many things filled his mind, and he didn't want to remember all the fragmented images. Because thinking about it makes his heart ache faintly, including that man. So over time, everything about his biological father became blurry. It was only after Zhao Chenggong reminded him that Lien Cheng remembered that it really was his dad's police badge number. His father was a military officer who joined the police force. When he was young, he vaguely remembered his father laughing at his police ID like a fool, then bragging about it, saying that the badge number represented a very special meaning. His father liked to use pinyin input, and it just happened to spell Lone Warrior. That was his father's favorite old song, and maybe a kind of belief in his life. So, did Li tell him to remember this set of numbers for what reason? Lien Cheng looked at Zhao Chenggong. Zhao Chenggong looked up at the sky. "Just consider it a keepsake your dad left for you." He didn't know much more. Qibao played happily and ran over. Sun Qitian followed closely behind. Qibao, be careful. There are many stones on the mountain, don't fall. Qibao tilted her little head and looked toward her older brother. From far away, she pinched her nose and called out, Guogua, Chiu Chiu. Don't be naughty, Liancheng.
Whose little troublemaker is this?
He didn't want her anymore. Seeing Qibao come over, Zhao Qinggong quickly put out his cigarette. Liancheng also threw the half-smoked cigarette on the ground, stomped on it twice, then pointed at Qibao. Little troublemaker, come here. If you dare to dislike me, Grandma's not here. Watch me spank your little. Qibao twisted her small body and turned to hug Sun Qitian's thigh. Sun Qitian picked her up. Qibao hid in Sun Qitian's arms, disliking her brother seriously, continually waving her little hands, her eyes occasionally glancing at Liancheng. Guogua, Chiu Chiu. Chiu Chiu. So naughty. Is she planning to find a new supporter and break away from him? Liancheng was disliked by Qibao all the way. Sure enough, smoke is not a good thing, better to quit. In his past life, he was actually a heavy smoker, couldn't help it, the pressure was too much, but in this life, he hadn't smoked for a long time. Liancheng went to bother Qibao again. Being mischievous isn't just Qibao's thing, his brother also does it. The brother and sister played around and went to the water pond. Watching Eagle Brother's situation, they happened to meet two villagers bringing food, so they fed him some porridge, just to make sure he wouldn't starve. It was very cold outside. To prevent Eagle Brother from freezing, it took a lot of time and effort to dig this ice hole. Eagle Brother was frozen on the ice, only his head showing. Frost covered his beard and eyebrows, making him shiver. Fire element powers are definitely different, and with the blessing of spiritual spring water, Eagle Brother surprisingly endured the night. Maybe afraid he would freeze to death, the villagers put a cap on him, encouraging him to be kind and good. Liancheng patted his cheek. Hey, wake up, wake up. Eagle Brother seemed to wake, but also seemed not to. He let out a loud cry, like a hungry wolf's howl. Qibao, curious, ran onto the ice and, imitating her brother, patted Eagle Brother's cheek. Where's the fireball? Where did it go? Liancheng grabbed Qibao's little bear backpack. Brother is doing serious work. What are you causing trouble for? He handed the kid over to Sun Qitian, then asked, I want to ask you, what is your relationship with Yang Jinjin? Eagle Brother shivered. What? What relationship? Playing dumb with me? Do you know Liancheng? Eagle Brother was silent, frozen overnight at -20 degrees, yet still able to stay rational. It wouldn't be easy to get him to talk. Liancheng showed a mischievous smile. It's okay, if you don't tell me. If you can survive tonight, I'll ask you again tomorrow. You little brat.
You.
Let me go. Liancheng snorted and turned to walk away. Wait for me. Eagle Brother finally compromised. She's my first love. Anyway, it's nothing serious, so he just spat it out, haha. I didn't expect you to be so sentimental. Was it her who made you do last night's thing? Well, it's quite that kind of thing. If you say it's not, then it's not. Liancheng paused for a few seconds and asked Zhao Qinggong next to him for a cigarette to light for Eagle Brother. How many people do you think are in the Apocalypse group in Wanshou Town? Eagle Brother took a deep drag on his cigarette and ignored Liancheng's question. Liancheng was patient and waited until Eagle Brother calmed down before taking the cigarette away. Suddenly, a cold expression on his face turned into a smile.
Hee.
I don't know exactly how many people are in the Apocalypse group. Wanshou Town, Wannan Town, Tanan Town, Longwu Town, all the nearby towns are under their control. They have plenty of guns, ammunition, and heavy weapons. Kid, if you're smart, you should let me go. With your skills, maybe I can help you get a decent position in the Apocalypse group. Oh, you can help me get a good position? Looks like your status in the Apocalypse group isn't low. Liancheng stroked his chin. This morning, he went down the mountain to check. Instead of armed vehicles, there was a signal-blocking vehicle parked halfway up the mountain. The people from the Apocalypse group are afraid that news from this side will leak out. If the surrounding area is full of their armed forces, and they are holding so many civilians hostage, what are they afraid of? It can only mean either Eagle Brother isn't that important, or the Apocalypse group is currently in trouble themselves. Liancheng chuckled softly. What if I told you that I could exchange you for 100,000 jin of grain. Would they agree? You're a dead brat, I'll bite you to death. Just say what you mean, no need to get angry. 50,000 jin is also fine. Eagle brother squinted and looked at Lianqing. Now, grain is more precious than life. The armed forces of the Apocalypse Group at the foot of the mountain are searching for food every day. Besides what they give to their superiors, they only have enough for about 10 days. Not to mention, the group doesn't have 500,000 jin of grain, and even if they did, they wouldn't use it to exchange for his life. This little brat. Since you're not wealthy, stop pretending to be a big shot. Lianqing chuckled softly and extinguished his cigarette on the ice. Seeing Brother Ing playing tricks on him, he couldn't get any real information. Lianqing lifted his foot to walk back. Zhao Qinggong was smoking by the water pool, one cigarette after another, never stopping. He seemed a bit troubled. Lianqing noticed and asked carefully, "Uncle Zhao, do you have any problems? Maybe we can all help solve them." Zhao Qinggong stubbed out his cigarette and said, "It's nothing serious. The kids we saved have high fevers. Some slight pneumonia. Dr. Lee said there's no medicine, and I don't know if they'll make it. It's like saving a stray cat. If you don't save it, it might die outside. But if you do save it and watch it die, it feels bad." Zhao Qinggong rubbed his face, trying to wake himself up. "No medicine?" Lianqing frowned and paused. "The most valuable trades these days are food and medicine. Haha. You little rascal. You're quite clever." Zhao Qinggong patted Lianqing's shoulder, acting carefree again. Lianqing was about to move, but Qibao hurried over to the ice, lifted Brother Ying's hat, tugged his ears, pulled his hair, and searched everywhere, still couldn't find a spark. The fireball must have been taken away by his brother. Hearing Zhao Qinggong call Lianqing a little rascal, the small person eagerly ran after him, pointing at Lianqing with his tiny hand. "That little troublemaker. This thing." Lianqing chuckled and scolded softly as he hurried with Qibao to the rented small courtyard at the Zhao family. Sun Qitian still lives nearby because he couldn't bear to leave the 10 or so children rescued by Li. The first 3 young girls rescued are no longer in danger of dying. The 8 others Zhao Qing brought back are all under 7 years old. The youngest is about Qibao's age. 5 of them have caught a cold that caused pneumonia and are isolated in one room, while 3 slightly older children, mostly with frostbite but no serious issues, are separated in another room. In a dimly lit room, 4 girls and 1 boy lie in a large bedroll, arranged in a row. They are separated with simple plastic sheets. Lianqing took out a bunny cup from his pocket and handed it to Qibao. The baby understood immediately. The siblings had a good understanding. Qibao held the cup and leaned against Sun Qitian's foot. When no one was paying attention, Qibao reached inside with a tiny finger, and the empty cup was quickly filled. Sun Qitian subtly turned his body to block everyone's view. "Little baby has a cold, needs medicine." The little one holding the water cup was about to run around. Lianqing pulled him back. "Little doctor, where are your gear?" Qibao scratched his head. Yes, I am a doctor. I need to cover Hugo's injury. Hugo has a cold, so I need to. His older brother had taught him last time. He took out protective clothing, a mask, and small gloves from his bare backpack and handed them to Lianqing. Let Lianqing put them on. Bao was wrapped tightly and busy working. The adults thought the little ones just loved to play. Qi Rufeng even took out some children's vitamins from home and handed them to Bao. Now Bao was even more eager to help. 1 pill each time, don't get confused. She poured the vitamins into her small hand one by one and then fed them to the children, giving water afterward. The little ones were responsible and diligent. Lianqing was chatting with Zhao Qinggong and Zhao Yan while glancing at the little one out of the corner of his eye. He couldn't hide his smile. This little thing was quite useful. Zhao Yan and Qi Rufeng kept taking care of the children. De Peng and Xiao Tsong came once, took the 3 healthy children and Zhao Ziyu to stay temporarily in the warehouse. This was also Dr. Li's instruction. The village was simple, with no ICU, and only 2 sets of protective clothing, which were given to Qi Rufeng and Zhao Yan. After Lianqing finished chatting with Zhao Yan, Bao had completed her task. Chi Rufeng took Bao's water cup to disinfect it and changed the straw inside. Lien Cheng took off Bao's protective suit, washed her little paws, and wiped them with disinfectant wipes. Then he took Bao and Sun Qitian home. As soon as they entered the yard, they saw Widow Wang standing there with a basket, smiling warmly. Lien Cheng frowned and asked, "What are you here for again?" Widow Wang looked at Lien Cheng and showed her white teeth. "Lien Cheng, thanks to you last night. This is a little gift from me." She reached out to give him the basket. Lien Cheng glanced at it briefly. It was a basket of duck eggs. These days, ducks hardly lay eggs anymore. This basket must have been stored for quite some time. Lien Cheng pushed her away. "Take it back. We don't need it." "Lien Cheng, please. I didn't know yesterday. That's why, Lien Cheng." He didn't know if she knew or not. But he knew that Widow Wang had probably heard some rumors. People like her, with no vision or strength, only have narrow minds and a loud mouth. Not worth his time. Lien Cheng didn't even look at her and carried the baby inside. At first, Lien Cheng ignored her. Mrs. Wang then used her usual tricks, crying, making a fuss, and throwing a tantrum. "Don't let me live. Then I won't let you all have a good life either," she said, frowning as she saw Sun Qitian following Lien Cheng. Her voice paused briefly before she continued shouting, "Why? Why is it that the children are all raised by old Lien's family? I want to adopt too. I want to." Sun Qitian impatiently pushed Mrs. Wang away. "Get out of my house." It was simple, direct, and full of authority. Mrs. Wang staggered a few steps, facing Sun Qitian's young but serious face. Her throat involuntarily swallowed hard. She originally wanted to take this young man back home to look after the family, but now she realized she couldn't control the situation. Embarrassed, she left. But soon, she remembered someone, Eagle Brother. With her old stubbornness, she went to the neighbor's house again. She was good at handling bad situations. She could always win over someone troublesome. Chen Guangxing naturally didn't agree. Unable to escape Mrs. Wang's persistent trouble, he had no choice but to go talk to Lien Cheng. Mrs. Wang wanted Eagle Brother. Lien Cheng didn't oppose, but he insisted they do the handover in front of the whole village. If anything went wrong, Mrs. Wang would be responsible. Mrs. Wang had some difficulties earlier, but when she saw Eagle Brother frozen into a block of ice, she suddenly felt confident. The experienced one waved his hand.
Fine.
"No problem. Take him to my house." Once they subdued the bandit leader, the group of refugees wouldn't dare do anything to her. Mrs. Wang was quite proud, thinking everyone else was just fools. It took a lot of effort for the villagers to chip Eagle Brother out of the ice. They used a large oil barrel, as usual, to keep him frozen inside, then carried him to Mrs. Wang's house. When they entered the slightly warmer courtyard, the ice in the barrel melted into water. Seeing this, Mrs. Wang thought, "This person is quite useful after all." Widow Wang thought she was very clever. She negotiated good terms with Brother Ying and rescued the person from the water. Brother Ying's injuries were not fully healed. His hands and tendons were torn, and his arms were still dislocated, so he had no fighting ability. Only his spiritual power was active around him, warming the entire yard instantly. A smile gradually appeared on Widow Wang's face. Soon, news spread throughout the village. The villagers close to Widow Wang gathered at her house. After all, saving some firewood during the cold winter was a good thing. Lien Cheng's mischievous smile grew more obvious. Chen Guangxing didn't understand what Lien Cheng was up to and asked, "Xiao Cheng, if Widow Wang messes around and this person runs away, what will we do? Run?" "I'm afraid he won't want to run." Lien Cheng happily shook the small bottle in his hand. With Brother Ying's current physique, even if he fully recovered, he would only be good for keeping warm. If he wanted to run, the first thing to do was deal with Widow Wang and her group. It would be better if there were casualties. The goal was to be sneaky and effective without bloodshed. Lien Cheng thought Widow Wang was more difficult to deal with than Brother Ying. Brother Ying could be caught once and then caught again. But Widow Wang and her group were like mice in rice. If not cleaned thoroughly, he wouldn't dare to attack. Lien Cheng slept during the day and went out at night with Qi Bao to scout. To avoid alerting them, He bypassed the signal-jamming vehicle on the hillside and sneaked into Wanshou town in the dark. There was a roadblock at the town entrance. About 10 armed guards were hiding in a small snack shop nearby. A jeep was parked on the curb not far from the entrance, and a few survivors were chatting. "How's the situation below? How much supplies did you confiscate today?" We haven't even completed half of the tasks assigned from above. Today, we encountered that terrible guy again. Several brothers were injured. Luckily, those refugees helped us, or I might not have made it out. Same here. This work is getting harder. The soft targets are all gone, and only the tough ones remain. Brother Ba, you wouldn't believe it. Today, the people from League of Heroes stole a lot of our goods again. The man called 8 Brother, about 30 years old, was dressed in a fur coat. He angrily threw his cigarette onto the ground and said, "What, these League of Legends? Think we're just playing games? When are we going to take our brothers out to see real action?" That's because 8 Brother has Eagle Brother backing him. He's unbeatable everywhere. In front of Eagle Brother, even heroes have to bow. A young man from the community, full of flattery, was fawning over 8 Brother, while another nodded in agreement. 8 Brother snorted and said, "I heard Eagle Brother took Little Six and the others out somewhere. I haven't seen him in days." "Really? No way? This is Eagle Brother's hometown. Maybe he's out having fun with someone special." "Forget that. Are all the brothers back? Get in the car. We need to check the goods that arrived today." As 2 heavily armed pickup trucks approached, 8 Brother cursed softly and got into the car, starting it up. Their words confirmed that Eagle Brother held a pretty high status in the end-of-the-world gathering. But was someone hiding the news of Eagle Brother's disappearance? Does that mean the end-of-the-world group isn't planning to attack Gaoshan village for now? Lian Cheng frowned and stepped out from the shadows. He could guess with his toes that the barricade at the snack shop's entrance was open, allowing the pickup to pass. 8 Brother followed behind, rolled down the window, greeted the people inside the snack shop, and entered the town. Lian Cheng slightly bowed and hid in the shadow beside the car. When the people inside the shop weren't paying attention, he slipped in like a gust of wind. Sitting in the passenger seat, 8 Brother glanced in the rearview mirror and saw a face. In a blink, the face disappeared. Could it be that too many people have died and restless spirits are seeking revenge? Thinking of this, 8 Brother shivered and touched the back of his head. "Drive faster." The car felt cold and eerie inside. Lianqing quietly followed behind the car. Almost everyone in the town had been driven to the foot of Wanshou Mountain. The streets were dark and silent, with signs of destruction and explosions everywhere. Lianqing drove through 2 main streets before reaching a smaller alley near the Wanshou Town Police Station. This alley was lively, unlike the dark and cold outside. It looked very busy. But beneath the busy surface, there were sounds of card games, drinking, shouting, and even men's screams and women's crying. All kinds of evil were happening here. At this moment, only 2 dim lights shone inside the police station at the end of the street. The people inside ignored everything happening outside. This was the main base of the End Times Society in Wanshou Town. Most of the houses on both sides of the street belonged to members of the End Times Society. Roadblocks blocked the entrances at the street corners. Every corner, on the street at the end, and under the houses, was guarded by fully armed followers. Anyone who showed themselves would be quickly taken down. Although Lianqing was a supernatural, he didn't dare to act recklessly. His pickup truck and Bega's off-road vehicle entered the alley. In the middle of the street, there was a small supermarket connected to 2 houses, turned into a large warehouse. The members of the End Times Society had moved all the supplies they gathered during the day inside. Behind a collapsed low wall at the street corner, Lianqing peeked out now and then to check the situation. Just as he was about to leave, suddenly, a fleeting figure was rushing toward him in the dim street. Thinking it might be an attack, Lianqing activated his powers. He shifted slightly, and in a split second, his palm flipped and a wind blade formed in a cross shape, slicing through the air. "Brother Chung, it's me." A familiar voice called out. The wind blade missed and hit the walls of the houses on both sides of the street. With a loud crash, the walls shattered, drawing the attention of the guards at the street corner. A spotlight shone toward the corner. Lianqing quickly pulled back his head, and the person behind him also hid.
Hey.
Don't overreact. It's probably just some refugees trying to sneak out at night to get some supplies. Keep the gate secure. Don't let the dogs in. Someone shouted, and the guards immediately retreated to their posts. Lianqing let out a long breath and looked at the person behind him. Why are you here? Lianqing had forgotten that the first-floor lounge had been turned into Sun Qitian's bedroom. Since he was also a supernatural ability user, it was hard not to disturb him when going out. Sun Qitian hesitated and said, "It's so late. I don't feel comfortable bringing Qi Bao out." Before he finished, Lianqing made a silent gesture, covering Sun Qitian's head and quickly slipping behind some broken stones. Four pickup trucks drove out one after another from the side street. They were all loaded with supplies, even more than when they first went in. They were still equipped with heavy firepower. They sped out of town towards the outskirts. Lianqing frowned. Where were they planning to move the supplies? He patted Sun Qitian on the shoulder, and the two followed behind. The pickups drove about 10 kilometers into the mountains outside the town. They reached a mountain hollow, also heavily guarded. There was an abandoned air raid shelter, and the people from the End of the World group had moved the supplies from the trucks inside. So, was this their backup plan? This spot allowed them to support Wensho town at any time and retreat into the deep mountains if needed. Not to mention the police. Even an army might not be able to wipe them all out here. Lianqing silently thought about these things as he led Sun Qitian away. They climbed Wensho Mountain, bypassed the signal-blocking vehicle, crossed 3 roadblocks, and only then did Lianqing slow down. He walked toward the mountaintop, while gently stroking Qi Bao's little head. Sun Qitian caught up, panting, walking side by side with Lianqing. After a long silence, he hesitated and said, "Brother Cheng, in the future, don't take Qi Bao with you for these kinds of things. If you want to know something, you can ask me or let me find out." "Oh, you want to ask me?" Lianqing stopped walking and looked at Sun Qitian. "What do you know?" Sun Qitian watched Qi Bao's small actions with a hint of sadness and said, "We stayed at the foot of the mountain for more than half a month. Uncle Koi was unconscious. I thought there was medicine in the cave, so I observed for 2 days and risked going in once." "How did you go in?" "I sneaked into a cotton pile when no one was paying attention. I was brought inside. Hee lucky you didn't get caught." "Not really lucky. When I came out, a foreigner saw me and beat me up, treating me like a vagrant." "Well, you're quite lucky not to have been hurt badly, Sun Qitian." Suddenly, he felt this person was hard to communicate with. He didn't hope for him to be caught or beaten, just wished he would stay safe. The person responsible for trading in the end times is someone wearing a pig mask. He's been hiding in the Wensho town police station. After saying this, Sun Qitian continued walking toward the mountaintop. "That's a possibility I won't rule out," Sun Qitian replied casually and quickened his pace. "Hey, don't go. Let's chat for 5 more cents worth. I've said everything I need to say. Let me play with you for a bit, then we can talk more." Sun Qitian hesitated. Lianqing took the initiative to gently hold Qi Bao's little paw and waved at Sun Qitian. "Sun Qitian, if I had a sister, I would take better care of her than you do." Out of nowhere, he said this. Was he hinting at him bringing Qi Bao down the mountain tonight? Lianqing looked helpless. "Qi Bao is your sister now. You adopted her." "Yes, I know." Sun Qitian looked at the sleeping Qi Bao. "But Qi Bao doesn't like me. At night, she only wants you. At night she only wants me, and during the day she only wants you? I'm not jealous." Lianqing suddenly realized this little troublemaker was after the little girl from Lian's family. "Qi Bao has secrets, I know. But I won't tell anyone. I just want to cure my illness." Sun Qitian kept walking casually, speaking nonchalantly. Lianqing slapped his forehead. He had forgotten about this matter. He hurriedly chased after Sun Qitian's back. "Your illness will take time to heal. Strengthening your body isn't something that happens overnight. I can't wait." "Why not?" "I want to save more people." Lianqing's face froze. He suddenly remembered that this person was the second son of Li Su. The older brother brought back by the little girl, let her save herself. When they got home, it was already around 4 or 5 a.m. The rooster in the yard had already crowed once. Lian Cheng was lying in bed, lost in thought. Although signals on the mountain were blocked, Qin Guangxing had already made a distress call. No one responded, which meant the emergency system had completely collapsed. Various groups were quickly taking action, just in the town of Wanshou. This was obvious. Lian Cheng confirmed that there was more than one civilian group in the area around Wanshou town. At least 2 factions were involved. He wasn't sure what role the police station played in all this. In his previous life, at this time, was he still doing game live streams in Wanbei City, or was he fighting in the official base? He couldn't remember clearly. He hadn't kept up with current events, after all. Lian Cheng drifted into a series of memories and gradually fell asleep. Qibao had already woken up in Lian Cheng's arms, but her brother was still not awake. Qibao waited and waited, but her brother still didn't wake up. This morning, he didn't prepare milk for her either. The little girl was pouting, twisting her little bottom, sliding down from the bed, barefoot, and walking downstairs with a little patter. Using her hands and feet, she climbed over the stairs corner. Just as her grandma was about to step upstairs, she called out, "Grandma." Grandma's eyes lit up, and she quickly went upstairs to pick up Qibao into her arms. "Oh, my good girl, you're awake? Why aren't you dressed?" Qibao rubbed her eyes, looking a bit wronged. Guogua is a lazy thing. The village had organized a patrol team. They took turns on duty 24 hours a day. Lian Cheng was the leader. He must have gone out last night. Brother was out doing important things last night. Grandma explained to Lian Cheng, but to Qibao, it sounded like brother went out to play last night and didn't take her with him. Grandma didn't realize she had stirred up a hornet's nest. She dressed Qibao in a small hat, clothes, and shoes, then prepared some milk and took a beef patty. After eating and drinking, Qibao burped happily, patted her little belly, and wobbling, she headed into the yard. Pippi, her little follower, was circling around her feet. Woof, woof, woof. "Qiqiao, where are you going?" Upon hearing Pai Pai's words, Qibao got angry and pinched the dog's ear. "Gogo is just playing. Why are you barking so much for no reason?" "Pai Pai, I am innocent. I am barking loudly. You sleep like a little piglet, and when you go out for a walk, you don't even realize it's me barking?" After hearing Pai Pai's explanation, Qibao frowned slightly. Someone has to take responsibility. Pai Pai was speechless and started howling sadly. "Go find your unkind older brother. Don't bother the dog." Qibao straightened her back, took a small step, and headed toward Uncle Air's house. She wanted to borrow some fire. In just a few seconds, the little one was pulled out by Lianzan, who gently tapped her nose. "Qibao, why do you want to borrow fire?" Just want to make a sound." Qibao held a firecracker in her small hand, pouting and fiddling with the fuse. Instead of worrying about Qibao hurting herself playing with firecrackers, it's better to light them first. Lianzan thought for a moment, then chuckled. "Fourth brother will help you set it off." Qibao happily handed over the firecracker. Today, Qibao seemed especially easy to talk to. Lianzan specifically went to find the empty milk powder can Qibao had finished. She wanted to hear the sound, right? Then let it roar through the sky. Lian Cheng lit the firecracker and threw it into the milk powder can. The whole mountain village shook. Are the refugees coming? No. The basin didn't make a sound. While everyone was discussing next door, Qin Guangxing loudly shouted in the yard, "Lianzan, what are you up to?" "Brother Sheng, how do you know it's me?" Lianzan replied casually, "Hey, you little rascal, only you in the Lian family could be so reckless." It turns out he was just labeled. Lianzan rolled his eyes, then was handed an even bigger firecracker. "Qibao, where did you hide it?" One firecracker shocked everyone nearby, another one, and it would be. Before Lianzan's idea could fully form, his mother's rolling pin came flying. "Oh no, Mom, listen to my explanation." "Explanation? What explanation? We're all grown-ups now. Always wasting time on trivial things." Lianzan was chased away, running around chaotically. Qibao was still holding a firecracker in his small hand. Seeing Lianzan's unlucky situation, he looked a bit pitiful. He shyly moved to the side. Lian rubbed his eyes and came out of the house. "What happened? Qi Bao smoothly shoved the firecracker into his hand. Lian Un. He quietly whispered in Qi Bao's ear. Qi Bao, you can't set off firecrackers at home. Later, we'll go dig out the wild rabbit's burrows. Qi Bao didn't expect that. Instead of scaring his older brother, he woke up his little brother and Tian Gij. Sun Qitian staggered to sit under the eaves, watching the smoky atmosphere in the yard. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if he was showing the innocence that suits his age. After the older brothers finished breakfast, Qi Bao, full of energy, hurriedly pulled Lian and was about to go out. The family didn't allow them to go out, but if they timed it right, they could still sneak away. This wild rabbit would come out of its burrow to find food, and sometimes fall into the snow pile, making it perfect for hunting. Lienzan was scolded enough by his mother, and was squatting by the wall. He saw the two little ones sneaking out. He wanted to call out to them, but then he thought they had stayed at home long enough. With no love from Dad and no affection from Mom, it was better to go out and have fun. So, Lienzan also secretly followed. Behind the three of them, there was a tail, but no one noticed. With the older brother taking charge, Lian had no choice but to follow Lienzan, heading to a slightly warmer mountain hollow. The three hid behind a big rock, peering over the withered, grass-covered hillside. Qi Bao, small and anxious, asked, "Where's the little rabbit?" Almost, the little rabbit will come out soon. Be patient a little longer." Hearing this, Qi Bao's excitement faded. His legs went numb from squatting. They waited a long time, but saw no sign of the rabbit. Instead, a few friends from the same village arrived. Encouraged by his friends, Qi Bao stood up, took a step forward, and was about to join a game of fighting. Suddenly, a rustling sound came. Qi Bao's small ears twitched slightly, and his bright black eyes widened. Little rabbit. Before everyone could react, Qi Bao's little feet quickly ran up the... Sure enough, there was a rabbit, a big rabbit leading a group of medium-sized rabbits. As soon as Qi Bao got close, the mother rabbit suddenly darted into a burrow, followed by 3.5 young rabbits. Qi Bao, with her round little body, lunged at the burrow and caught a small one. Wow. Little bunny, you are so cute. Hee. Lienzan ran over, twitching his mouth. He thought his sister was even cuter. Why was she catching a medium-sized rabbit? They couldn't even take care of themselves. Qi Bao quickly handed the little rabbit to Lienzan, took off her tiny gloves, and stretched out her small arm to reach into the dark hole again. Her chubby little hand only grabbed a handful of mud, nothing else. There were many holes on and they didn't know which one had rabbits. Lian asked Lienzan to borrow fire and lit a stick of incense. Qi Bao, lend me your firecracker. Hearing Lian say that, Qi Bao immediately took out a handful of firecrackers from her pocket, about 4 or 5, and handed them to Lian and took the firecrackers, lit the fuse with incense, and threw them into the hole. If there was movement, it meant there were rabbits inside. If not, no rabbits. Lian and a few friends found 2 rabbit holes one after another. They were experienced hunters, so they used nearby straw to light the fire and stuffed it into the holes. Afterward, they covered the fire with nearby soil to put out the flames. Thick smoke billowed out of the rabbit holes. Qi Bao, stay at the entrance, Lian said, but then he realized his words were a bit unnecessary. Qi Bao pouted her little bottom, her tiny head almost going into the rabbit hole. To avoid suffocating the rabbits inside, they needed to leave 1 or 2 entrances open so the rabbits could escape. But after waiting for a while, Qi Bao didn't see any rabbits come out. It was just Lian and blowing up the rabbit holes. Qi Bao also wanted to play, but Lienzan wouldn't lend her fire, and Lian wouldn't lend her his incense either. The little girl was very upset, huffing and stomping around the rabbit holes, clutching a firecracker in her tiny hand but unable to use it. She was very anxious. It would be great if she also had a fireball, like the bad uncle's fireball. Qi Bao fantasized about it, pinching with small hands, rubbing his chubby fingers. Suddenly, a small flame appeared on his second finger. Wow! Qi Bao immediately got excited. His big, round eyes looked around quickly. When no one was watching, he secretly lit the fuse of a firecracker and pushed it into a rabbit hole. Hearing the explosion, Lienzan was startled and exclaimed, "Wow. Qibao, where did you get the fire?" His silly older brother still thought it was his own fault for controlling fire poorly and started to confiscate the incense from Lianen and others. Qibao giggled like a mischievous kitten, not asking Lienzan to borrow fire anymore, and played by himself. While Lienzan turned his back, Qibao lit another firecracker. Everyone was shocked and looked at Qibao with wide eyes. This time, Qibao was also frightened, not because of the firecracker, but because the small flame on his second finger couldn't be controlled anymore.
Roar. Hand.
Hand is on fire. Qibao jumped in a panic, pointing his little finger at the ground. The dry weather caused the grass to catch fire, creating a dangerous situation. "Run!" Lienzan shouted loudly and ran toward Qibao. They had caused a big problem now. Qibao sat down suddenly, sliding down the hillside quickly. He ran faster than anyone else. The fire kept burning, and some people were already trying to put it out. It was Sun Qitian, secretly protecting the little ones, and Lienzan also joined in. The noise in the mountain attracted the villagers' attention. Liancheng was the first to arrive. Hearing that Lienzan and the two children went out to play, he instinctively felt something was wrong. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the mountain valley and saw that half the was on fire. Qibao slid down the hill and bumped into a clump of dirt, falling face first into the mud. Feeling the spiritual energy fluctuation, Lianqing picked up a dirty, tattered cloth doll from a pile of grass. Qibao, with a funny little face, sneakily glanced at his older brother, showing a pink tongue like a puppy, and softly coughed. Lianqing looked nervous. "Are you feeling unwell?" Qibao was very unhappy with his brother's way of grabbing him and twitched his little feet twice. Then he pouted and made a sound. "Huh?"
Oh. Huh.
"Oh." The tone was playful and cute, with a little bit of humor. Lianqing checked again and again, but there were no big problems. This kid was just pretending. "Oh." He patted the grass bits on the little cub's body and said through his teeth, "Be good." Qibao held a firecracker in her small hands, fiddling with the fuse. Now, they were caught red-handed. Lianqing looked at Qibao and stared at her dark little nose. He poked it and said, "Be honest." Qibao clenched a firecracker in her hand and looked at her older brother. It was hard to explain what she was doing. She opened her small right hand, looked at it, and rubbed her thumb and index finger together. Lianqing glanced at the firecracker in his hand. Was he about to surrender? He picked up Qibao and looked toward the hillside. With Sun Qitian, a water element ability user, there, the fire was quickly put out, and a few exhausted wild rabbits were saved. Sun Qitian and Lienzan let a few people down from the hill. Seeing Qibao's actions, they all shouted, "Quick, throw it." Lianqing looked down. This kid was just messing with his mind. His older brother never expected that the firecracker fuse was lit. In just 0.01 seconds, there was a loud in the air. "Lian Qishi." Lianqing's hand froze. Then he shouted angrily. Qibao struggled to stand up. Her little feet landed smoothly, and she ran away with a few quick steps. Her little bottom was about to catch fire. There was no time to run now. Qibao ran straight home, using her hands and feet to jump over the threshold and hide behind her grandma. "Good granddaughter. What's going on?" Grandma picked up Qibao and asked. Lianqing returned with a dark face, followed by Lienzan and Lian and sneaking behind him, and Sun Qitian looking serious. Grandma looked at Qibao and hesitated before asking Lianqing, "What happened this time?" "Lian Qishi, you're so naughty. You learned to set off firecrackers and scare your brother, huh? Now he's sad." That kind of comfort didn't work. Lianqing went straight into the house, not talking to anyone. He looked very withdrawn. Qibao's face turned pale. This was really bad. What if my older brother ends up starving himself again? Qibao tiptoed down from Grandma's lap, chasing after Lianqing's back and shouting, "Guagua, rice fried guagua." Rices. Oh, listen to the sound. Lianqing ignored her. This time, he wasn't fasting but was withdrawing into himself. No matter what Qibao said, He pretended not to hear. Shibao took out small firecrackers to set off, but he didn't care. Ermu pulled out a tiny flame to tease Lianqing. Lianqing was stunned for a moment, then looked around at his family, who were also surprised. His older brother was deeply shocked. His family's child had awakened a fire-type special power. But he kept a calm face, not showing any emotion. Having seen Brother Ying's out-of-control fireball attack, the family quickly accepted that Shibao had special powers.
But she was still so young.
Grandma carefully reached out to touch Shibao's chubby finger with a tiny flame. Shibao quickly pulled back her chubby finger, saying, "Gua gua, so stingy." Her brother went out to play last night and didn't take her along. She wasn't even angry yet. But now she was upset and decided not to be friends with her brother anymore. Shibao quickly went to find Lianzhan, pretending to be a little doctor, healing the small rabbit they rescued from the mountain. During nap time, Shibao didn't bother her brother. She climbed onto her small bed confidently, her chubby back turned to Lianqing, muttering softly, "Shibao, play by myself." So angry I want Guagua. I want. Lianqing was lying on the bed, also resting. When he heard her words, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his lips. He closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Soon, Shibao couldn't hold her feelings anymore. Her energy waned, and she looked like a little deflated ball. Tiredness hit her. She secretly turned her head to peek at her brother. Is he asleep? Shibao, with its round body, leaned back and lay on the small bed, checking for any signs of danger. After confirming that brother was already asleep, Shibao reached out with small hands, opened the wooden fence, and with a little wiggle, slid down. Clumsily, it crawled onto the big bed beside brother, snuggled into his arms, and habitually rubbed its small face against his chest. The steady sound of breathing came from him, as if the air was filled with a gentle, comforting scent. Lianqing's smile grew wider, and he couldn't help but gently pinch Shibao's chubby little arm. That night, Lianqing slept very soundly. When he woke up, Shibao was already playing happily outside in the yard. Proudly, it puffed out its little chest. Seeing its older brother, it pouted and said, "Humph, little pot. Enemies are coming. Let's go." "Oh, little sister. Be more careful." Lianin quickly grabbed Shibao's chubby paw and tried to run away. Lianqing grabbed Shibao's collar and said, "You're rushing? Where are you going? You change your attitude after sleeping. Are you a troublemaker? Where are the firecrackers? Hand over all the firecrackers." "Firecrackers are gone."
Gone.
"You little liar." Lianqing gave 2 gentle pats on Shibao's bottom. Before Shibao could cry out, Lianqing picked up the little one and went upstairs, closing the door behind them and placing Shibao on the small bed. Lianqing stood in front of the bed, crossing his arms and looking down at the tiny person. Shibao made a few sounds on its small hand. The big villain is about to deal with the little one. "Are you scared now?" Lianqing's lips curled slightly, then he turned the tone serious. "Bring brother into the space." Shibao's eyes sparkled as it looked at Lianqing, then suddenly disappeared from sight. Why didn't it catch the little one? Lianin, with reinforcements, went upstairs. Grandma knocked on the door, but got no answer. She listened carefully at the door, wondering if they were practicing martial arts. Lianin, holding her, said, "You little rascal, lying about the situation. Go do your homework." Lianin still wasn't convinced and shouted loudly, "Sister, Shibao, are you being threatened by the big villain?"
Say something.
Lianqing. He used to dislike the idea that good people come from bad circumstances, but now it seems. It's the truth. I saw Pai Pai lying at the foot of the bed. Lianqing picked up the dog and petted it. Suddenly, he tightened a band around the dog's neck. "Little troublemaker, if you don't come out now, Big Brother will." Pai Pai looked confused. Is it really turning into a dog?
Hey.
Brother, are you serious? The dog, Wang, wants to run away from home. Wang wants to find a pang. Sure enough, people's hearts are all tricky. Qi Bao suddenly jumped out again. Her little feet just stretched out and then pulled back. She pointed forward with her tiny hand. "Let go of Pai Pai." Lianqing quickly grabbed the little puppy. Pai Pai barked loudly and ran away. Chi, you do your thing. Don't drag Wang into it. Qibao huffed and shouted, Pai Pai, you're a traitor. Haha, a traitor. Little troublemaker. Now you can't run anymore. Lianqing grabbed Qibao's chubby little face. Gua. Qibao used her usual trick to persuade, wiggling her finger. Give me a good thing. Is she trying to bribe him after failing to cause trouble? Lianqing held Qibao's collar with one hand and spread the other. What is this? Let me see. Anyway, today he must surrender or face trouble. A round, shell-covered object was smashed into Lianqing's palm. A yellow and white substance oozed out. It was obviously meant to disgust him. Lianqing's lips trembled slightly. Is this
A raw egg?
Where did you steal it from? It's too cold, and the chickens and ducks in the yard have stopped laying eggs. Grandma has been shouting to kill them all for meat. So, where did this egg come from? Lianqing thought of a possibility, which was soon confirmed. The siblings entered the space. Since things were urgent, Lianqing hadn't come in to tidy up for over half a month. The space seemed a little bigger, but it was dirty and messy, almost unbearable to look at. Chickens and ducks were flying around chaotically. They looked bigger than normal chickens and ducks. Lianqing suspected that if he kept them, they would keep growing. The duck couple is now fighting to take over a group of hens' territory. In the chicken coop, there are about 10 scattered eggs, with 2 crushed by the ducks. There are only 7 chickens, 6 of which are hens, and they probably laid eggs just a couple of days ago. Qibao's small home has grown so big that the pig pen is almost too small to hold it all. Lianqing estimates that it weighs at least 300 or 400 jin, about 150 to 200 kilograms. The most important thing is, one of the pigs is a female. As for how Lianqing knows, he sadly discovered that the female pig is pregnant. So, it's best not to make it too obvious. Newly sprouted sweet potatoes, and vegetable seedlings have all been eaten. The main culprits are those 2 annoying ducks. They must have escaped the enclosure. There's duck droppings still in the fields. No need to ask, it's definitely because Qibao was indulgent. Or just lazy and didn't watch them. Qibao also brought in some tired-looking rabbits. Lianqing can almost imagine the future scene. The tomato plants have been topped, and a few green tomatoes are still hanging. As soon as Qibao enters the space, he stares at the reddest tomato, drooling. Lianqing reaches out and picks it. Qibao almost cries, feeling wronged, and keeps circling at Lianqing's feet. Lianqing checks the spiritual spring again. The little milk baby is still sensible and didn't let the ducks mess with the spring. The water from the spring has probably been used by the little milk baby to do good deeds. Compared to before, the water level has dropped a bit. This kind of financial shortage makes Lianqing quite anxious. But the little milk baby isn't taking action, and his older brother can't do anything either. He just gently taps Qibao's small forehead and says, "Take good care of the water. If it runs out, I'll cry for you. Go.
Gua.
Buh. Qibao pulls on Lianqing's pants and shakes. Lianqing scoops some water from the spring, washes the tomato, and says, "Eat your guagua, then practice hard." Qibao pouts his little mouth, looks serious, nods his small head, and raises his little hands eagerly. Next guagua.
Show off.
Lianqing handed the tomato to Qibao and casually poured the spiritual spring water from the ladle into the big fish tank. It's multi-purpose. Adding the spring water makes the fish grow bigger. Qibao grabbed the tomato and eagerly took a bite, worried her older brother might eat away. She ran far away to see her little rabbit. Her snacks and toys were scattered under the shelf. Lianqing started tidying up. He not only cleaned the shelves and the chicken, duck, and pig pens, but also found all of Qibao's hidden firecrackers, packed them into a small box to take away. Oh, firecrackers.
Bad pot.
Let go of the firecrackers. Qibao jumped and stomped her feet, her little chubby body trembling. It was okay for her brother to scold her, but not to take her firecrackers away. Firecrackers were for blowing up bad guys for keeping. Firecrackers. Wah.
Grandma.
Both. The firecrackers are so strong. Oh. Suddenly, Qibao disappeared into space, her small voice crying out for Grandma. But this time, Grandma didn't help her. She had to look at her brother's face. Who made her do wrong? Qibao refused to give up. She sat on her brother's foot, hugging his little leg. Let go of the firecrackers, she demanded. Liancheng rolled his eyes. Little rascal, let go of my leg. But she held on tighter. Liancheng was at a loss and bargained with her. You can play with firecrackers. Before he finished, Qibao suddenly stood up, wiped her face, and stretched out her chubby paws. Firecrackers.
But
Liancheng patted her small hand. You must obey orders and listen to commands. Qibao understood immediately. She straightened her little body. Qibao listens to orders. Good. Now there's a task. Go to the shed. Liancheng pointed toward the chicken and duck coop in the yard. Qibao received her order and ran over quickly. Liancheng followed, helping her put the eggs from the space into the chicken nest, disguising them as eggs laid by the yard's chickens. The animal shed was warm and cozy, and the smell was quite intoxicating. Grandma had installed an old-fashioned heating device for the animals, so it wasn't surprising if a few eggs were laid now and then. Liancheng suddenly had an idea. Qibao, let the chickens and ducks out of the space and swap them with the ones in the shed. Qibao's little face froze, with a few stray chicken feathers stuck on her head, looking a bit messy. Can't her brother just be a normal person? She doesn't know these little monsters well and feels scared. Little Xiaobao, isn't chasing dogs and chickens your special skill? Liancheng picked up a chicken and handed it to Qibao. Quick, capture these enemies. Let your little friends out. Her little friends come out. To play with her? Qibao's eyes immediately lit up. She secretly glanced at her older brother, feeling braver. She opened her tiny paws, bent her little carrot legs, and went after the chickens and ducks. But just as she was halfway through her task, holding a duck neck, she was about to put it into the space when her grandma's voice rang out. Liancheng, what are you doing in the livestock shed? I was checking if these chickens and ducks laid eggs. Did they? Liancheng answered smoothly, yes. Really? Grandma stepped closer and looked into the chicken coop. Hey, they really laid eggs. Looks like your effort wasn't wasted. Her good grandson's daily egg custard is finally assured. Liancheng gave Qibao a silent look, but said nothing. Grandma was pleased and checked the corner where the high-power heater was, just as she saw Qibao holding a duck's neck inside the duck pen.
Oh.
Good granddaughter. What are you doing here? Just now. That duck had been mean to her. Qibao pouted her little mouth, huffing and puffing as she shouted, Stupid duck. Meat. Liancheng wanted to laugh, but held it in. This little one is really good at fooling people. Qibao's words made this duck's life seem to be settled. But Qibao also completed his task. He swapped the chickens and ducks in the space with those in the shed. Grandma, with her poor eyesight, didn't notice. However, Auntie saw it. After feeding the chickens and ducks, she quietly looked at Liancheng. Liancheng touched his nose. Qibao's face will eventually be exposed, but no one asked, and he didn't want to explain. There are many villagers around, and resources are scarce everywhere. If the family shows too much, it might cause trouble. Liancheng held a box of firecrackers and was walking the little one around the yard. He noticed a faint green under the thin plastic film in the vegetable garden. Grandpa, Grandma, the potatoes are sprouting, Liancheng shouted. Everyone gathered around to look carefully. Really? I wonder how the harvest will be. Grandpa looked at Liancheng in surprise. No wonder he received advice from a wise person. He managed to grow crops even on this day. Liancheng pretended to be casual and smiled. When I bought these potatoes and sweet potatoes, the shopkeeper said they were cold and drought-resistant improved varieties. I didn't believe it. But now it turns out the shopkeeper really didn't lie to me. Oh, really? Grandma also got excited. Are there more like these? Liancheng took out a basket of sweet potatoes and half a basket of potatoes from the basement. These were left over from planting in the space. Qibao huffed and puffed, carrying a big sweet potato, eager to show Grandpa and Grandma. These were all grown by the little one. The little one is amazing, almost stepped on his own little foot. Liancheng quickly pulled him back. Why don't we all plant some? Uncle suggested. Grandpa took a puff of dry tobacco and said, I think that's a good idea. The family immediately started working. They planted the potatoes right in the yard and around the walls outside. Now that there's something to do, Qibao stopped insisting on playing with firecrackers. He sat next to Lian and, watching the adults busy themselves, occasionally helping a little. A villager passing by asked, Old Lian's family, it's so cold today. What are you doing? Planting potatoes, Grandma replied casually. Our family is short of food, so we have to think of a way. The visitor shook his head and said, Oh, with the current situation, planting anything is useless. You might as well focus on eating and maybe last a couple more months. Soon, rumors spread in the village, saying that the old Lien family's life was about to become very hard. In the middle of winter, they were thinking of digging food from the ground. Others didn't think much of it, but people close to the Lien family felt very sad. They knew they still had to rely on the children of the Lien family to protect the village. So, the Lien family and their friends shared some of their grain and sent it to the Lien family's home. Of course, these are later stories. The grandparents, uncles, brothers, and aunts didn't realize yet that what they planted might be hope for many people. Lien Chung was more eager than anyone for a good harvest. Only if they produce enough seeds could the village survive next year's drought and famine. After planting potatoes and sweet potatoes, Lien Chung went into the yard. In the main room, Qi Bao was holding her little hands, tilting her head up, looking at a small box of firecrackers on the shrine, and shifting her little feet from side to side. I want to play. Her brother's hand reached out from behind her. Qi Bao watched as the firecracker box fell into Lien Cheng's hands. Gugu, oh, listen to the paper crackle. It meant, brother, is it time to set off the firecrackers? Qi Bao grabbed Lien Cheng's pants, tiptoed, and stretched her little arm to reach. Lien Cheng held the box, took out 2 incense sticks from the shrine, and pushed Qi Bao back gently. Just 2, I'll teach you. Qi Bao hurriedly followed, saying, Qi Bao can. Qi Bao has fire. Suddenly, Lien Cheng stopped and looked down at the small stool beside him. Fire must not be used carelessly. If you cause trouble, you'll get a spanking. His eyes were serious, and his words sounded warning. Qi Bao instinctively touched her little bottom. She pouted her lips and continued to follow Lien Cheng into the yard. The brother and sister sat together at the wall. Lien Cheng pointed at Qi Bao's small hand. Can I borrow some fire? Fire? Qi Bao rubbed her chubby fingers, and a tiny flame flickered to life. She was eager to grab the firecrackers from the box. Lien Cheng patted her small hand and quickly took the box away. Little kids can't play with fire. You can't use your small hands to light it. Lien Cheng immediately lit a stick of incense. Like this. Put the firecrackers on the ground. Use the incense to light the fuse.
Whoosh.
Run quickly. Qi Bao followed Lien Cheng for few steps. Qi Bao stumbled slightly, almost falling, but Lien Cheng caught her. If you fall or can't run fast enough, hide in the secret base. If it explodes, you'll get hurt and it will be painful. Qi Bao nodded vigorously. Giddy up, giddy up. Lien Cheng handed the incense to Qi Bao and gave her a firecracker. Qi Bao stuffed the firecracker into a pile of dirt beside the vegetable patch, lit it with the incense, and ran away quickly. Lien Cheng only then saw what Qi Bao was doing. Suddenly, there was a loud. Lien Cheng had already run far away. Grandma just came out of the house, covered in dirt on her head and face. Her old eyes twitched as she spotted Lien Cheng under the eaves. Then, a shoe suddenly fell from above. Lien Cheng sidestepped quickly. He almost had a close encounter with Grandma's shoe. He even doubted himself. Could Grandma also have special powers? It was really unpredictable. Lien Cheng looked helpless and explained, Grandma, it's your good grandson. Your good grandson set off the firecracker. Qi Bao was crouched on the other side of the eaves, still holding the incense in her small hand, shaking it, sparks flying. No matter how she tried to deny it, she couldn't. Grandma looked at Qi Bao, then turned her sharp gaze at Lien Cheng. If you didn't teach or encourage her, what can a little kid like Qi Bao do? Lien Cheng rolled his eyes in reply. She's quite capable after all. Anyway, it's all his fault now, right? Qibao cleared her throat twice, nodded her little head in agreement. Hum. Grandpa taught me. She looked moody again. Really wanted to give her a good smack on her little. Lienzan and Lien and stuck their heads out from the second-floor balcony to watch the joke. Just a wall apart, Sun Qitian silently flipped through the book in his hand, watching everything. Big brother is just there to take the blame, right? After dinner, the sky gradually darkened. Chun Guangxing organized the self-defense team. Today was their first patrol, and uncle and friends all went out. Sun Qitian was about to go out too. It was agreed that he and Lien Cheng would take turns patrolling at night. Qibao also wanted to go along. Anyway, her brother ignored her. She decided to break up with her brother. She packed her small bear backpack, picked up her toy gun, and shouted loudly, "Tion Gogo, nap nap sister." Qibao wants to leave home. Grandma's gentle policies didn't work. Qibao twisted her little body and rushed outside. Sun Qitian dodged the chubby figure rushing at him. Using her special power, she ran away very fast. The wind made the half-open door creak. Watching Sun Qitian's quick disappearing figure, did her big brother also abandon her? Grandpa and Grandma looked at her with smiles. Her most loved grandma poked her little forehead with her finger. "You little rascal, does no one love the baby anymore?" Grandma went to see the chickens and ducks in the yard. Aunt was knitting a small sweater with a long needle. Second Aunt put down her half-knit socks and pulled Qibao. "Don't want to sleep?" "Come, write little words with Second Aunt." Qibao twisted her small waist, not very obviously. She didn't want to write little words. She had finished today's study tasks. She wanted to go out and play. To patrol. Uncle and friends all went out. Lien Cheng poked Qibao's little bottom with his toe. "Little rascal, aren't you planning to run away from home? Go ahead."
Oh.
"I want to leave home." Qibao swallowed a small spit. She was scared alone. She looked up at her dear brother. Her brother teased her. He didn't seem to want to keep her at all. Qibao took a deep breath, hugged her toy gun, as if gathering all her courage. "Qibao is leaving, Go-Go. Don't think about stopping me. Didn't you say you're breaking up with your brother? He won't want you." Lien Cheng crossed his arms and leaned against the doorframe, looking down at the little one. "Guogua, Qibao is leaving now." Qibao pushed open the door slightly and peeked outside. "It's so dark. Mama Luo might take Qibao away." "Guogua, I might start crying. Hee little troublemaker. Take care, I won't see you off." Qibao turned to look at her older brother, trying to step outside with one small foot. She closed her eyes tightly. If she fell, she would fall. Lien Cheng moved slightly, reached out with his long arm, and caught the chubby little ball in his arms. Qibao opened one eye slightly. Did her attempt to sneak away fail? She secretly looked at her brother's face. Lien Cheng smiled faintly, not really smiling. "You ran away from home at just 2 years old. Haha, I'll see you off." "Wow."
Grandma.
Guogua is being mean to me." Qibao struggled with her hands and feet. Lien Cheng picked her up and kept walking outside. Today, he had to teach this little troublemaker a lesson. Grandma came out of the animal shed. "Xiao Cheng, it's already dark, and it's so cold outside. Where are you taking Qibao?" "Anyway, I can't sleep. I'm taking her out for a walk." "Grandma, you all go to sleep first, don't wait for us." "Mom, Xiao Cheng knows what he's doing. It's cold outside. Come back quickly," Aunt called out. Although Qibao was still young, she was also a gifted person. Compared to these people, she was much stronger. Her family's Huan left because she couldn't handle the mental and physical stress. Qibao was destined to walk a different path. So, no matter how Lien Cheng scolded her, she never complained. Caring for her grandmother's overprotectiveness was also a very difficult task. Lien Cheng and Qibao left without looking back. When they passed the village entrance, they heard laughter coming from Wang Guafu's yard. Lien Cheng slightly curled his lips. He heard Lienzan say that Wang Guafu always took good care of Eagle Go, feeding him well, and even doing business collecting firewood fees. No matter how close or distant, they should show some respect. After all, they shouldn't go to her house every day for nothing. But how long could this business last? Who knew? Outside Wang Guafu's yard, a strong wind blew, hitting the gate with a loud clang. "Who is it?" Wang Guafu's eldest son opened the gate and looked out. Wang Guafu called from inside, "Who could it be? The big villain is sitting in our house, so no one dares to bother our family leader." Then there was laughter coming from inside the house. Lien Cheng kept walking, following the winding mountain path downhill. Along the way, he saw some defensive structures, like barriers, iron nails, and ropes to catch horses. These are not very useful against modern armed forces, but they are better than nothing and can help against wandering refugees. Right now, Lien Cheng was thinking about quickly arming a team. At least then, if they encounter small groups of fighters like those in the end-of-world scenarios, they could fight back instead of being helpless like last time. Last night, Sun Qitian mentioned trading ammunition in the end-of-world group, which gave him this idea. He thought about it for a long time and decided to go down the mountain again today to try his luck. On the way, he met some villagers. He greeted them briefly and then hurried down the mountain. Qi Bao, with big bright eyes, looked a bit confused. Where is her brother taking her? She glanced at the dark cliff and felt cold inside. It seemed like she was about to be thrown into the valley. Pouting her little lips and starting to cry, she said, Go. Qi Bao wants to go home. She wanted to be brave and not let her brother look down on her. She rubbed her face with her elbow, almost poking her toy gun into Lien Cheng's face. Lien Cheng patted Qi Bao's little bottom and said, Be good. Put away your gun. Didn't you want to come out yourself? Why are you crying now? He put the toy gun into his space pocket. Qi Bao pursed her lips and looked at him with innocent, sad eyes. Are you being good now? No more fussing? Brother will tell you if you don't listen again, brother will. This little troublemaker was tough from all the beating. Lien Cheng didn't know how to discipline her for a moment. Qi Bao blinked her starry eyes, tears welling up. Just throw me into the valley? Wah! Lien Cheng was surprised. She wanted to run away from home, and now she was crying because she was scared. He wiped her little face and said, Who said I want to throw you into the valley? The village is noisy. Big Ghost and Little Axe are talking. They say, Baby Qi is brave, running fast, trying to throw Baby Qi into the mountain valley, but Baby Qi is no pot. Ma Lao Axe took him away. Baby Qi's eyes are filled with tears, crying softly and trembling. Lien Cheng feels both amused and a little sad. Is Baby Qi talking about Zhang de Kuei and Zhang Xiao, who from Widow Wang's family?
Yes.
Yes, Baby Qi whispers softly. When did Baby Qi start hanging out with them? My Baby Qi has many brothers. That explanation doesn't seem quite right. Lien Cheng pats Baby Qi on the back and then continues, Your big brother loves you very much. How could he throw you into the mountain valley? What if another brother picks you up? Baby Qi's crying turns into sobs. With tears on his small face, he kisses Lien Cheng on the cheek and says, Baby Qi loves Dad very much. Yes. Big brother loves Baby Qi too. You must listen and behave. No more running away from home. Look outside. It's so dark. Children shouldn't go out alone. Baby Qi quickly nods. He sniffs his nose. Finally, they make peace. Don't play with De Kuei and Xiaohu anymore. They're not good kids. Lien Cheng kisses Baby Qi on the small face again and again. Our Baby Qi is the best, smart, strong, brave. His praise makes Baby Qi feel happy. Baby Qi nods vigorously, his little feet also moving with effort. But Lien Cheng suddenly changes the subject. Baby Qi freezes. Why is there a but? He looks a little wronged. Can you be less naughty? Lien Cheng pinches Baby Qi's small nose. Big brother has a secret mission to do. It's very dangerous. Baby Qi, listen carefully and follow instructions, okay? How could you refuse? Baby Qi looks determined. The siblings change their gear. Baby Qi becomes a kangaroo baby, obediently hanging on Lien Cheng's chest like a little backpack. Sun Qitian suddenly appears out of nowhere. Why is Baby Qi crying? The brother who found the baby is here. Lien Cheng wraps Baby Qi's little chubby arm and says, It's okay. After a moment of emotional tension, I need to leave the mountain. I'll stay, you give me Qi Bao. As soon as Sun Qitian finished speaking, Qi Bao let out a small cry. Join the pot with Guogua. Sun Qitian sighed. Then, should I go with you? Lianqing thought for a few seconds. Even if they were discovered, he and Qi Bao could both escape safely. Going with them might just be a burden for Sun Qitian. No need. Your main task now is to improve your physical strength. Your heart isn't strong, so you need to get it used to the spiritual energy fluctuations quickly. Breathe out, absorb, relax your mind and body, let the spiritual energy spread through every nerve ending, then gather it in your dantian. Based on experience, Liancheng simply gave Sun Qitian a few tips. As Liancheng explained, Sun Qitian slowly started to breathe out, feeling the spiritual energy moving inside his body. Qi Bao also started to imitate, panting loudly. He hadn't learned to gather energy yet, so he was drooling everywhere. Lianqing gently poked Qi Bao's playful little face. Qi Bao immediately grabbed his brother's down jacket and buried his small head inside. Lianqing took out a pre-prepared thermos from his pocket and handed it to Sun Qitian. With spiritual spring water blessing, practicing becomes twice as effective. Train well and guard the mountain pass. Sun Qitian nodded seriously. By the way, where are the elders? They hadn't seen anyone from the family along the way, so Lianqing asked casually. Sun Qitian pointed to a valley on the other side of the mountain. They're training over there. Brother Guangxing said if things get too dangerous, they'll retreat into the woods. Lianqing nodded. Chun Guangxing is a military enthusiast. Training soldiers should be manageable. However, Liancheng has his own ideas about the self-defense team. He gave a quick signal and soon went down the mountain. He didn't activate the signal jammer vehicle. Instead, Liancheng headed to the nearby air raid shelter where supplies are stored for the apocalypse. His goal was clear, preferably military supplies. Liancheng moved very quickly, passing through a pine forest and hiding behind a spruce tree about half a meter in diameter outside the air raid shelter. The entrance to the shelter was slightly higher, in the mountain hollow. Surrounding it were tall trees, with all the lower branches trimmed, leaving only the treetops covered in silver threads, just enough to hide the entrance. Liancheng looked up. The blast door at the entrance was tightly closed. The perimeter was guarded by about 20 fully armed soldiers with night vision goggles, all equipped with silent rifles used by reconnaissance troops. At least 2 unprofessional snipers were on the hilltop. Why unprofessional? Because no one would be smoking during their shift. The snow-capped peak is incredibly bright, especially for Lianqing, who has special abilities. At the entrance, there are 2 infrared sensors that occasionally scan the forest. Under these defenses, ordinary people can easily be detected by infrared and shot on the spot. Lianqing's wind ability is fast, so as long as he doesn't stay in the infrared detection range for more than 3 seconds, he won't be caught. When he senses the infrared scan, Lianqing instinctively shrinks behind a tree. Seeing his brother acting sneaky, Qi Bao is curled up in his brother's arms, feeling a little nervous. So, he grabs his small hands and takes out his pacifier, holding it in his mouth. His brother is on a mission. Qi Bao, with bright black eyes, is also looking around, but he's been waiting for a while. His brother's warmth makes him drowsy, and his eyelids droop. He almost can't hold his pacifier anymore. Lianqing has figured out the terrain and the patrol schedule of the post-apocalyptic guards, just about to leave. Suddenly, a convoy approaches from behind, the wheels crunching over ice, making a crisp, creak sound. Qi Bao shivers. Lianqing's figure flickers as he tries to dodge diagonally behind. The clothes in his arms are tugged, and Qi Bao points to the 10 o'clock direction with his small hand, indicating there's movement over there. Lianqing's ears twitch slightly. Listening carefully, he hears faint gunfire approaching from afar, getting closer to the air raid shelter. It's really a coincidence. There's no way to avoid the narrow space he has left. He can either retreat quickly or use the cover of night to slip into the danger zone. Lianqing hides behind a large tree. As the blinding beam of light sweeps over, swaying and shaking, it passes through the branches of the tree. 6 pickup trucks arrive one after another. Delay. Open the door. The infrared sensors are temporarily turned off. With the voice of a middle-aged man, the air raid shelter's door slowly opens. The convoy slows down. Lianqing seizes the opportunity, making a light leap and jumping onto the last pickup truck. The cargo shifting causes a slight noise. Lianqing squeezes into the gap between supplies, raising a package of unknown contents to hide himself. A burly man with a machine gun on the roof looks back.
But he sees nothing.
Fortunately, there were no mutants. Lianqing let out a long sigh, but he didn't dare relax for even a second. At this moment, Lianqing couldn't help but curse softly. Why does all the good luck always go to Sun Qitian? That little brat is just poking at a pile of cotton. Is he digging a deep well? It's cold and hard. It's hurting him. He also had to protect the soft, squeaky little cub in his arms. Perhaps sensing that his older brother was a bit weak, Qi Bao automatically took him into the space. The cargo dropped down. A big man on the roof shouted, "Lazy guy, be careful. The cargo is all jostled loose. Can't you stand up now? You're hopeless, idiot." Laughter came from inside the carriage. With a quick press of the accelerator, they sped into the underground bunker. Qi Bao unzipped his down jacket and slid down from his brother's arms. "Gogo, are you hurt?" Qi Bao was worried. He transformed into a human-shaped scanner, tilted his little head, and carefully circled around Lianqing twice. Today, the little cotton-padded jacket turned into a warm little sun. Lianqing couldn't help but pinch Qi Bao's chubby little face. But when he pinched, he suddenly realized his hand was pitch black. The bag probably contained charcoal. The world was frozen, and charcoal was a rare resource. Dirty Gogo, he wiped his little face. The charcoal dust smudged. Now he looked even more like a coal miner.
Lianqing, awe.
Anyway, whether he washed or not didn't matter. The urgent matter was more important. Under the dim yellow light, less than a third of the cargo on the truck had been unloaded when suddenly someone shouted, "Brother Sang, the people from League of Heroes sneaked into the woods and got into a fight with our guys." "What? What are you doing?" A man wearing a pig mask appeared in the view of the space. They were probably still on those two pickup trucks, so only Brother Sang's pig head was visible. Brother Sang grabbed the messenger by the collar and threw him aside, then raised his automatic rifle, chambered a round, and said, "Grab your gear, come with me." Brother Sang led a group of people outside. Gunfire rang out around the air raid shelter. Qi Bao was so excited she almost jumped up. "Gogo is fighting." "Fighting?
Hurry.
Hurry." Lianqing grabbed Qi Bao. "Little treasure, you like watching fights so much." Qi Bao lazily rolled her eyes at her brother. Fighting means someone is stealing things. She was too small to grab the main food, but if she could get some scraps or leftovers, that was good enough. This is the experience of a child in the end times. Her spatial view could only rotate 720 degrees in place, not move around. Qi Bao looked around. Suddenly, she appeared from the space with a whoosh. The siblings reappeared on the pickup truck. Lianqing hadn't yet put the baby back into his down jacket, but Qi Bao was already acting. She took a few bags of charcoal from the truck and threw them into her space. Lianqing quickly stopped her. "Don't take those useless things." He turned and jumped off the truck, waving to Qi Bao. Qi Bao understood, climbed over the snakeskin bag, and crawled to the back of the truck. Lianqing hugged her into his arms. Lianqing crouched behind the truck's shadow, hiding. Qi Bao wrinkled her little nose and sniffed around. Lianqing peeked out from the front of the truck, saw no one, and was about to go out. Qi Bao shook her little feet and struggled, pointing her chubby finger toward the warehouse near the explosion-proof door at the back of the truck. She couldn't stay quiet without her baby. Lianqing hesitated for a second, then tucked Qi Bao under his arm and headed straight for the warehouse door. Everyone at the air raid shelter entrance had been called out by Brother Sang. Only a middle-aged man was left, boredly flipping through a register, along with 2 armed guards. Lianqing hid behind the fire hydrant, pressed against the wall, walking very quietly. "Old Bai, how much cargo did we get tonight?" a guard asked. The register clerk, called Old White, grinned and said, "Don't worry, we're all brothers on the same team. You'll get your share." After saying this, the clerk turned and went into the break room behind him, followed by 2 guards. Lianqing took the chance, quickly walking to the warehouse door. He pinched the external lock with one hand and gently applied force. He spun around and entered, closing the door behind him. The warehouse was about 200 square meters, filled with messy daily supplies. Qi Bao moved her hands and feet a little. Quick, put the baby down. The baby is about to start working. Lien Cheng had no choice but to set Qi Bao on the ground. He pinched her little arm and said, "Be quiet. Hide immediately if there's danger." Qi Bao nodded and, like a small eel, quickly slipped into a pile of miscellaneous items. In no time, she gathered a bunch of small snacks. Lien Cheng's mouth twitched. He finally understood. The little girl was here to add to her snack stash. It's not about having a lot of supplies, but about quality. Lien Cheng picked some rice, salt, oil, and other essential items for Qi Bao to store in her space. He didn't touch anything else. Just as Lien Cheng was about to take Qi Bao away, suddenly, a loud gack sound. The explosion-proof door of the air raid shelter was opened. There weren't many people or guns from the League of Heroes. They had just encountered a convoy from the End-of-World group and had a small fire in the woods. They quickly grabbed what they could and ran away. Brother Sang and his team hurried back. At the same time, 5 mercenaries arrived, led by a white man speaking broken official language. "Big brother, have we gathered all the supplies?" "Yes, food, salt, vegetables, meat." Sango was about to open the warehouse door. Seeing the lock drop, he hesitated and shot a sharp look toward the door, which just happened to cross with Old White's gaze. Old White looked away, touching his nose nervously. Lien Cheng held Qi Bao's small hand and pinched her palm. Qi Bao immediately took Lien Cheng into her space. Lien Cheng pulled Qi Bao into his arms. The brother and sister sat in a stacked position, observing the outside situation. "Is there a problem, Sang?" the white leader asked.
Oh.
"No, don't worry, Mr. Peter. The deal is fine." Brother Sang immediately put on a smile and led a few people into the warehouse. The warehouse was very messy, and Brother Sang quickly realized that supplies were running low. But he didn't lose his temper. Instead, he opened a hidden door nearby and dragged out 6 metal carts filled with freshly slaughtered poultry, weighing at least 2,000 pounds. "We just took over a farm, and all the supplies are here. Mr. Peter, where are our goods?" Peter waved his hand. Behind him, a mercenary turned around and left the warehouse. Soon, he led Brother Sang's men inside, carrying 6 large metal boxes. Peter opened each box and picked up an automatic rifle, handing it to Brother Sang. 100 automatic rifles, 20,000 bullets. "To show our good faith, I'll give you 5 boxes of grenades."
How about that?
Is this enough sincerity? Hearing this, Lien Cheng frowned slightly. Could it be that the end of the world is connected to the crazy shark gang? Brother Sang took the automatic rifle without looking and threw it into a box.
All right.
"Mr. Peter, you're straightforward. Old 8. Count the supplies and load them onto the truck for Mr. Peter." Brother Sang ordered nearby, then patted Mr. Peter on the shoulder. "Mr. Peter, let's go. Have a couple of drinks inside." 2 drinks. Mr. Peter made a drinking gesture. Imported unlimited. Mr. Peter loved his drinks. Brother Sang had long figured out this old white guy's personality. He signaled to Old 8, and they walked off arm in arm with Mr. Peter. His 4 men followed closely. Mr. Peter had done business with end-of-the-world groups before, and he knew he would do it again. So he was very relaxed. Old 8 closed the warehouse door. He didn't touch the items inside, but went to the neighboring warehouse to move supplies. In the end of the world, many deals were mixed with tricks and shady deals. But Lien Cheng always felt something was off. Mr. Peter was too trusting, almost like giving things away for free. With chaos everywhere, the world plunged into fighting and riots. Gun dealers kept raising prices. 2,000 pounds of meat plus scattered supplies exchanged for a whole team's gear. This clearly didn't match the value. Could Mr. Peter have taken a kickback? Or was there some hidden motive behind this batch of weapons? Qi Bao tugged her small bear backpack and eagerly slipped out of the space. Staring at the 6 large boxes filled with guns and ammunition, Qi Bao tiptoed and reached out to touch them. Lien Cheng gently tapped her small hand. First, put everything into the secret base. No touching, no playing, and definitely no lighting fires. It could explode.
Boom.
Your little hands are gone. Qibao pouted, feeling wronged, rubbing her tiny hands. Just stay still. Her brother was mean and scared her. Qibao pouted and was about to put the items away. Lian Qing took out a gun, looked at it, and hesitated, feeling a bit shocked. All of these were legitimate military products from the Allied system, but they were being smuggled and sold by American arms dealers. He suspected that Americans were stirring trouble among the Allied nations and supporting armed groups to cause chaos. Suddenly, Lian Qing had a new idea. He looked down at the small stool nearby. Qibao, take brother into the space. Qibao stored the large boxes of weapons into the space and also brought her brother inside. Lian Qing tinkered inside the space, swapping the coal and weapons Qibao had accidentally stored, hiding them with guns and bullets. Then he asked Qibao to move some big boxes outside. Qibao didn't understand what her brother was up to. After leaving the space, Qibao hurriedly ran around with her small bear backpack, swinging the plush toy on her zipper. No dog hole for you to crawl through. Hide first. Lian Qing grabbed her to pick her up. Huh?
Huh.
Hey. Her bear backpack got caught on a nearby basket. Qibao pulled hard and stored it in the space. She tightly hugged her brother's neck with both small hands, afraid he might drop her. Lian Qing put Qibao back into her down jacket, then easily climbed onto the ceiling vent pipe over the scattered objects on the ground. Qibao watched her brother's actions. So, the dog hole was above. She could climb high too. She could do it. Lian Qing crawled along the vent pipe to the next warehouse. He squatted inside the pipe, looking outside. He pinched Qibao's little chubby cheeks. Do you see that big basket filled with vegetables? My brother will go down later, and we will use a basket to go out. We can't let anyone see. Understand? They could actually go out through the ventilation duct at the top, but there are people above, so they might run into them. If he causes trouble or tries to stir up conflict between Sango and Peter, he might get caught. Qibao's special powers can't move objects, but she can connect with people or things outside. As long as it can carry them, she can help take them away.
So,
Lian Qing plans to give Peter a ride. Qibao nods her little head. She understands. She will sit on it and hide, no problem. Lian Qing opens the vent. Not long after the workers leave, he jumps down smoothly and lands steadily on a pile of cabbage. The cabbage makes a crisp sound as it's pressed. At the same time, Qibao and Lian Qing instantly disappear from the spot. Outside, the guards hear the noise and rush in. What's that sound? Cabbage fell. Probably a mouse. Likely, they carry the basket of vegetables out. Lian Qing and his sister then start their investigation in the space. Sange has settled Peter, drinks half his wine, and walks quickly from the room deep inside the air raid shelter to the registration desk. He leans on the desk and asks the clerk behind it, Old Bai, how long have you been working with me? Sange, no, it's not me. I didn't touch anything in that storage room. The clerk stammers. Are you sure you didn't touch anything in the storage? Sange pulls out his gun and presses it against the clerk's chest. Old Bai sweats coldly on his forehead. I did move some things, but I didn't touch anything in that storage. Before he finishes speaking, a gunshot rings out. Old Bai's chest is hit, and he collapses with a gurgle. Immediately, Lao Ba comes out of the clerk's lounge, holding a shopping basket. Found it. Brother Seng searched inside, finding only some cigarettes, alcohol, instant food, and a few medicines. The amount seemed suspicious. He frowned slightly and quickly looked at the two guards who had been on watch earlier. Brother Seng, we didn't take anything. We just received some benefits from Old Bai. No supplies. Yes. We didn't touch anything in the camp. No. The two guards stammered nervously, unable to speak clearly. Just as Brother Seng was about to raise his hand, Lao Ba stopped him. Brother Seng, Eagle hasn't come back yet. It's a good time to use people. Don't. Brother Seng lowered his gaze slightly and put down his gun. Who else is coming tonight besides you two? He asked. No one, the guards replied. A flash of anger appeared in Seng's eyes, and the guards suddenly stopped talking. Mr. Peter was also here, another guard added. Immediately, Baga kicked the speaker. Think before you speak, he scolded. If Peter heard this, it could cause trouble. At that moment, Sang suddenly turned around and headed toward the weapons storage. The door was pulled open with a click. Sang went inside, followed closely by Lao Ba. Just then, Peter was passing by, looking a bit tipsy and mumbling. Brother Sang, where did you go? Half the wine is gone and you're not here.
Well,
Wine is good. If you don't stay with me, I'll go back and drink alone. Outside the door, some men came in and whispered to Sang. Mr. Peter took a box of wine from the storage and is planning to leave. Sang waved his hand to dismiss the men and then opened a metal box loaded with weapons. He grabbed a rifle and pulled the bolt, but immediately noticed something was wrong. He checked the bottom of the box. All charcoal. Old White Don tricked us. Chase after him. Meanwhile, Peter had already left the underground bunker, got into his military pickup truck, and just started the engine. Sang was right behind him. Peter and his group were at the back of the convoy. The Chinese mercenary driving the lead vehicle pressed the accelerator, and the car sped off like an arrow. Get in the car and chase him. As Brother Sang finished speaking, people from deep inside the underground bunker rushed out, all rushing to get into vehicles and chase after them. Peter's convoy had only just started moving when they heard a loud sound from behind. Bullets hit the metal of the car, sparks flying everywhere. Someone's chasing us from behind. A mercenary in the pickup truck grabbed an automatic rifle and fired a burst. Who's there? Peter stuck his head out of the window and looked back. Peter, are you still drunk? Who else could it be besides Brother Sang? Sang. How is that possible? Peter was stunned. Have these people gotten bolder? Do they want to take our supplies? Although selling weapons in China was part of his job, he had principles. For example, he rarely sold top-tier technology weapons, usually just old automatic rifles or grenades. And he never sold weapons to just one buyer. If one company dominated, how could they fight effectively? Peter's identity was similar to what Li Yanqing thought. He was actually an international spy. When disaster struck, the world's power structure was reshuffled. Peter's mission was to divide the Asian alliance, create chaos inside, and help NATO gain an advantage. Through connections with the Poison King of the Shark Gang, he quickly got in touch with Brother Sang. Brother Sang was just one of many strong armed groups in the apocalypse. But Peter couldn't understand why Brother Sang suddenly turned against him. At this moment, inside the space, Qibao heard gunfire and got excited again. His little hands wanted to touch a gun, but his older brother stopped him. He pouted, feeling a bit upset. He had taken the gun back, so why couldn't he play with it? Li Yanqing, in a stacking pose, held Qibao tightly in his arms. Brother Sang didn't intend to kill him outright. He fired a few shots to try to stop the military pickup truck. But Peter ignored him, crossing the dense forest and rushing onto the rural road. People like them value their lives very much. Without full confidence, they wouldn't dare to stop. The military pickup swayed left and right, looking like an earthworm emerging from a hole. Peter took out a special phone, tuned the frequency, and made a call. Soon, Sang's voice came through. Mr. Peter, we've agreed on the price. If you have any objections, you can say so. But what does hiding charcoal in the box mean? Trying to trick me, Sang? Do you think you can leave Wanshou Mountain, Peter? Oh. Sang, I swear on my conscience I was trading guns. Guns? You have a traitor inside. Peter glanced at the Chinese mercenary and driver beside him, continuing to negotiate with Sang. You go back first. Think it over. Find that rat. If they let Peter go, it might be hard to get the goods back. But if they didn't, he didn't want to tear things apart so quickly. While Sang hesitated, an explosion sounded from the direction of the bunker, followed by continuous gunfire. The accomplice in the car took out a high-powered telescope and looked into the dense forest behind them. It's the League of Heroes. Could it be the other side luring us away? Peter might be in collusion with the other side, or it could be coincidence. Sang didn't know. But now, the backyard was on fire. He had to go back and put out the fire first. He ended the call, then shot a few rounds at the military pickup, shouting, "Fall back. Quickly fall back." The mountain road was slippery. The pickup suddenly spun around, almost flipping half of its body off the road. Are you driving a roller coaster? Sang cursed inside the truck. In the rear-view mirror, Sang's convoy disappeared into the distance. Peter let out a long, heavy breath. This Sang is really a lunatic. We're partners. After hesitating, he turned to the Chinese mercenary beside him and asked, Joe, what do you think about all this? What else can I say? Sang just wants to steal our goods. These troublemakers have no rules. Peter carefully observed Joe's expression, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. His main goal was to cause chaos, and his secondary goal was to stockpile military supplies. But these mercenaries... Mr. Peter, where are we going next? Back to the base. Count the supplies. The mercenary called Joe didn't realize he was already standing on the edge of a cliff. Inside the space, Lien Cheng heard Peter mention counting supplies and immediately became interested. Illicit goods are better kept than left unused. Maybe before space abilities appear, we should stockpile some? Suddenly, Lien Cheng was very upset about the little one in his arms and said fiercely, Good baby, brother will take you to do something big. Chi Bao's little face darkened even more. This overwhelming love comes so unexpectedly. She twisted her little head and struggled free from her brother's hand, blinking her eyes and saying, Big brother? Jidao Liao, big mess, Lien Cheng. Guess I'll just go with the flow. About half an hour later, they arrived at the neighboring Wannan town. Lien Cheng put Chi Bao back into his down jacket, but Chi Bao seemed to dislike being restrained and was especially lively tonight. She stretched out her little arms and legs. Go, 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 go. Chi Bao is going to run. So exciting. Let's go. No. Little one, you must follow instructions. Chi Bao scratched her little head, feeling a bit troubled. She was a good baby who listened to commands, but she didn't want to be the little one anymore. She wanted to be the boss. Every time they played war games, the villagers' uncles and friends made her go last. She wanted to rush to the front, or it wouldn't be fun at all. Chi Bao is going to run. Baby runs so fast. If she doesn't follow this little clever girl, she'll cause trouble again later. Lien Cheng pinched her little nose and said, It's too dangerous. We'll see how things go later, and brother will let you down. That's more like it. Chi Bao pouted her small, obedient face and nodded seriously. Peter's convoy stopped outside a hot spring guest house. The surroundings were dark, even darker than an air raid shelter. Places like this usually have backup generators. 2 low-wattage energy-saving lamps hung at the entrance, looking like 2 devil's eyes, making the atmosphere even creepier. This place gives off a strange sense of familiarity. Although called a guest house, it is actually a high-end private club. In his previous life, he seemed to have come here with some mercenaries. There was indeed weapons inside, but also some unsavory activities. Lien Cheng didn't know that Peter's main base was actually here. Now, he wasn't sure whether to bring Chi Bao inside or not. Chi Bao tugged at Lien Cheng's sleeve. Her brother hadn't moved at all. She even wondered if he had fallen asleep. Gua, big things are happening. Lien Cheng pinched Chi Bao's little face. Don't worry. When they take us inside, Chi Bao, you should close your eyes, okay? Chi Bao was confused. Lien Cheng pinched her chubby little cheeks again. Chi Bao. Why is brother pinching my face again? It seems easy to pinch. Chi Bao stretched out her little hand and rubbed her chubby cheeks a couple of times. Nothing special. Then she squinted her eyes slightly, showing a tipsy, innocent expression. A group of casually dressed young men came out of the guest house, carrying supplies from a pickup truck inside. A basket of vegetables was also lifted away. Peter was the first to enter the guest house. The view inside followed the basket as it moved. After passing through a dark little path and crossing the courtyard gate, they arrived at a relatively bright and lively Chinese-style courtyard. In the middle of the courtyard was a small to medium-sized hot spring pool. Around the pool, there were neatly trimmed holly trees, arranged like a fence. Outside the holly trees was a corridor, where some mercenaries in camouflage with automatic weapons stood. 2 young men carrying vegetable baskets seemed to deliberately take a detour, passing by the hot spring pool. What's going on? One of the guards approached, blocking the view of the hot spring. Oh, Brother Hai, we're here with supplies, just moving them in. Brother Hai is probably a boss. He looked at the two young men with a faint smile and said, hee hee. The two young men put down their baskets. One of them automatically stepped back a few paces to stand guard nearby. The other handed Brother Hai a cigarette and asked cautiously, do you have time later? Want to have a drink? Sure. You guys have worked hard outside. Brother Hai took the cigarette and the young man eagerly lit it for him. He lit his own cigarette too. They leaned against the corner wall, smoking and chatting. Behind them, the hot spring pool was visible. Lien Qing gently covered Qi Bao's small face. His eyes looked almost numb as he gazed through the dappled wintergreen leaves at the scene in the hot spring pool. 4 middle-aged men, shirtless, were playing and joking with 8 young women in swimsuits. They were really playing, really joking around. Laughter and crying mixed together. Outside, people were cold and hungry, but these people's lives hadn't changed at all. Lien Qing didn't let Qi Bao watch, but Qi Bao became more curious. He tilted his head and kept tugging at Lien Qing's finger. Lien Qing looked down and softly scolded, Qi Bao, don't peek. Qi Bao pouted and made a little whimper, saying he was busy with big things for the baby. He wasn't allowed to watch, so Qi Bao twisted his small body, swung his little arms, and protested his brother's strictness. Fortunately, they didn't stay in the courtyard for long. The young man finished his cigarette, stomped out the ash, and looked toward the hot spring pool. Just watching isn't enough. It's boring. Let's go. Brother Hai hummed softly, holding his cigarette, leaning against the wall with a lazy expression, glancing sideways at the direction the young men left. The basket of vegetables was quickly thrown into the storeroom, which was already filled with various supplies neatly arranged on shelves. People kept coming and going, stacking things continuously. After about 15 minutes, everything finally became very quiet. Lien Qing gently squeezed Qi Bao's small arm. Chubby, let's get brother out now. Qi Bao pouted his little face. Let me down. Has he really learned to negotiate with his brother now? Lien Qing clenched his teeth and smiled. It's so dark outside. Are you scared, Qi Bao? Qi Bao pouted. Not afraid. Qi Bao is brave. Anyway, she didn't want to stay hidden inside her brother's clothes anymore. Lien Qing's back molar ached. He could only strategically put her down. Qi Bao shook her little arms, broke free from her brother's hand, and ran away quickly. Suddenly, she disappeared into the space. Lien Qing was stunned for half a second, then shouted angrily, Lien Cece. Hearing her brother's furious roar, Qi Bao paid no attention. She held a cabbage leaf on her tiny head, sticking out from the cabbage basket. Her big, rolling eyes looked around, seeing nothing unusual. Qi Bao then crawled out of the basket using her hands and feet. She looked through the things in the storage room, mostly vegetables and grains. All the babies had these. She wasn't interested. Qi Bao hurriedly wandered around the room. There were no dog holes underneath, and none above either. The door was locked. She couldn't get out. Her brother should be able to fix it, but her brother was grounded. The little brother said that someone who is grounded can't move, so she had to rely on herself. Lien Qing was inside the space, anxious like an ant on a hot pan. What if someone suddenly came in and found Qi Bao? Those people are cruel and ruthless. They wouldn't let her go just because she's a baby. His dear sister didn't think his worries were unnecessary, but she didn't listen to him. Outside the space, Qi Bao was already acting. She tiptoed and deliberately knocked over bottles and jars on the shelves. The door couldn't be opened from inside, but it could from outside. Lien Qing was completely confused by her actions. Was she afraid she wouldn't die fast enough? At this moment, Lien Qing deeply regretted bringing Qi Bao here for such a big task. If her little life depended on this, he might as well not be alive. Suddenly, footsteps sounded outside the door. Qi Bao whooshed and hid behind the door frame, holding a cabbage leaf to cover her face. Did she think she had well? Lien Qing slapped his forehead. He felt like dying. The wooden door was pushed open. 2 mercenaries carried guns and shined flashlights into the storage room, then stepped inside. Lien Qing held his breath, afraid to look, worried they might turn around. Qi Bao crouched at the base of the wall. Seeing the backs of the 2 men, Her tiny feet quickly darted out with a whoosh. The two mercenaries suddenly turned around. What's that? A mouse. It's normal to have mice in the storage room. Hearing their voices fade away, Lianqing couldn't think clearly for a long time.
His nerves were tight.
He watched and listened carefully, occasionally whispering a reminder. Qi Bao moved smoothly along the shadows at the wall's base, darting around freely. She would cling to the window frame, stretch her neck to peek inside. When she saw a locked door, she would press close, listen, and sniff. She reacted quickly and moved fast. If someone came near, she would hide in a corner like a cat. Qi Bao's big eyes kept turning, calm and unafraid. Lianqing suddenly realized that in this end-of-the-world world, children had a natural instinct to seek safety and avoid danger, sometimes even stronger than adults. She lacked a sense of security and was afraid of being abandoned. So she desperately wanted to do something to prove her worth. Maybe he shouldn't restrict Qi Bao's independent thinking, nor should he crush her ability to survive in this harsh world. Lianqing shifted his gaze, following Qi Bao as she kept moving forward. Occasionally, mercenaries passed by, seemingly with eyes on top of their heads, not bothering to look down. Even when they looked down, it was just darkness. Qi Bao's courage grew bolder. As long as there was no light, she wouldn't hide. She tilted her little head, watching the abstract faces in the night, clutching her small hands, carefully moving forward. She just wanted to avoid falling or bumping into anything. It was almost like sneaking into a room. From an outsider's view, Lianqing's heart was like riding a roller coaster, up and down, very intense. Qi Bao also made mistakes sometimes, stumbling with her left and right feet. But she didn't cry or make a fuss when she fell. She got up, patted herself, and kept running. Lianqing's lips twitched. This was a test of his endurance. Suddenly, loud noises of fighting and shouting came. Lianqing's pupils shrank sharply. Why the heck are they back at the hot spring pool again? He forgot that there were many people by the hot spring pool. Qi Bao loved to join the crowd, especially since there was a barbecue going on. Did he think they were playing an adventure game? He decided to take back his earlier thoughts. He still needed to set some limits. Just as Qi Bao pushed aside the holly bush to get closer to the hot spring, gunfire rang out from the neighboring yard. Qi Bao quickly turned and ran over, crawling into a flower bed to peek at a narrow door. Someone was being pulled out from the door. It was the Chinese mercenary who had gone with Peter to the air raid shelter. Hearing the noise, Brother Hai ran over with his gun and blocked the corridor. What's going on with Mr. Peter? Peter used his pistol to lift the chin of the Chinese mercenary. Hi, your people are not clean. The mercenary was clearly no longer breathing. Brother Hai's face showed tense veins. The people below are not clean, but Peter's actions were a bit too harsh. Mr. Peter, you should have told me first. I should handle this. You want to tell me? Peter poked his gun into Hai's chest. Hai, get your position right. Know who the boss is. Your job is just to organize the people here. Stay out of business matters. Hai took a step back when poked, making way. In this messed up time, unless survival was impossible, who would want to work for foreigners? He also had a family to support. He couldn't afford to lose his job. Hai said nothing more. Since someone is gone, pay according to the contract. Do your job well, and stop causing trouble. Peter waved his hand and, with two white mercenaries, carried the Chinese mercenary's body away. Hai was silent for a long time, then turned to the people nearby and said, Tell the brothers to behave for the next couple of days. These foreigners are causing trouble. Before Hai and his men could leave far, Qi Bao couldn't wait and jumped out of the flower bed. Hai's sharp senses kicked in immediately. He spun around quickly, holding a gun in one hand and a flashlight in the other. As the bright light shone, Qi Bao had already vanished. No one here. Hai, don't be so nervous. Let's go. Let's go. Time for a couple of drinks to relax. Brother Hai frowned as a fellow Chinese mercenary pulled him away. Qi Bao, with a dark, dirty little face, looked like a tiny mouse being grabbed by the collar and lifted up. Qi Bao flailed his arms and legs in the air, but his brother caught him. His small arms and legs drooped down, and he made a sound like, ah?
Ah?
With a sad face. Lien Qing gently pinched Qi Bao's small nose. Got you, didn't I? Where do you think you're running? What do you want to do? Little kid, how dare you hide me? Go home and get ready for a scolding. Qi Bao was so scared he twitched and instinctively tried to put his fingers in his mouth. Lien Qing quickly grabbed his hand. Look at your little claws, so dirty. Can I still keep them? Qi Bao froze, rubbing his two tiny, black, chubby hands together, then opening them up. Are they really that dirty? He looked up at his older brother. His face was all dark, but his bright, clear eyes still shone. No wonder those mercenaries couldn't see him. Lien Qing put a pacifier into Qi Bao's mouth. When we go out later, stay close behind me. If there's danger, hide in the space right away. This isn't a joke. If you don't listen to me this time, I'll really get mad. Qi Bao. Is that not being angry enough? His face looked sour, like he had eaten something bad. Qi Bao blinked his big eyes, trying to play tricks again, and act like he was pretending to be obedient but actually being disobedient. Lien Cheng's face darkened as he saw through everything at a glance, and he and Qi Bao stared at each other with wide eyes. Qi Bao pouted her little mouth but quickly gave in. The brother and sister appeared outside the space, in the corridor next to the narrow door. Lien Cheng was about to head to the armory on the other side, based on his memory. Qi Bao squatted at Lien Cheng's feet, tugged at his pants, and pointed at the narrow door. There was a loud noise just inside. There must be something good inside. Lien Cheng hesitated for half a second, then tentatively pushed open the narrow door. His instincts told him it was dangerous. The room inside was large and empty, dark and looked like a big storage room. Lien Cheng didn't have time to think. Qi Bao had already squeezed through the door. She took just a few steps forward. A red glow flickered over her. Mechanical sounds echoed around. Lien Cheng's special abilities suddenly flared up. He grabbed Qi Bao and rushed toward a hidden corner like lightning. In a flash, they both hid inside the space. At the same time, the fully automatic smart defense system activated. Dark gun barrels suddenly appeared from all sides. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless bullets formed a dense net, covering every part of the room. In an instant, smoke and dust filled the air. Lien Cheng and Qi Bao couldn't see clearly outside the space. The smoke system was triggered, and several ceiling panels fell, splashing water like a light rain. The smoke gradually cleared. Footsteps came from the side door. Dozens of fully armed foreign mercenaries emerged one after another. They formed a defensive line back to back, searched around, then reported. Report to Mr. Peter Chase. Haiga didn't come rushing over this time, but stayed by the pool. Once he left, the room was empty. Lien Cheng looked at the uneven ground, where bullet marks could be seen even in the corners. This was a dangerous situation, almost certain to be injured or worse. He gently patted Qi Bao's small head. Fortunately, they had this treasure space. Last time, it was just an empty room, and the defense system was broken. But today, Lien Cheng looked at the side door on the right wall, where a faint yellow light shone through. The thing he wanted was inside. He lifted Qi Bao's chin and said, "Little troublemaker, let's go." Sibao carefully looked outside to check for danger. Only after confirming it was safe did he go out with his brother, worried about triggering the security system again. Lien Cheng pressed against the wall, a gust of wind blowing into the corner door, which also made a creaking sound. Someone peeked out from the basement, looking up. Lien Cheng hid in the shadow of the triangular area, not daring to move because there were guards below. Sibao immediately pulled Lien Cheng into the space. An armed mercenary held a gun, cautiously walking upward, with occasional breezes coming from the hallway. The explosion-proof door isn't closed. Vincent is getting more unreliable, the mercenary muttered, putting away his gun and closing the door. Just as he was about to go downstairs, Lien Cheng suddenly appeared behind him, grabbing his neck and applying a little force. His Adam's apple broke with a snap. The mercenary didn't even have time to struggle before Lien Cheng gently laid him down. Sibao appeared at Lien Cheng's feet, looking down the stairs. Lianqing quickly changed into the mercenary's outfit. The guards downstairs weren't Chinese. They were bigger and wore clothes that looked too large on him, so he knew he couldn't fool them. But he didn't plan to deceive them either. Sibao hid in the hallway, while Lianqing strode confidently downstairs. The rooms below looked similar to the ones above, with about 100 metal boxes stacked along the walls. In the center was a table, with 4 foreign mercenaries playing cards. 2 of them leaned against the boxes chatting, and another stood at the hallway entrance smoking. There was also a narrow door beside the hallway. Lianqing quickly assessed the scene inside. The mercenary at the hallway entrance sensed something was wrong at first glance, but didn't have time to draw his gun or speak. Lianqing moved like a gust of wind, striking swiftly. The mercenary fell straight down, unconscious. The others inside hadn't reacted yet. Lianqing's movements, combined with his quick close combat, caused 7 mercenaries to fall like dominoes with a sharp swoosh. There was no sound at all, not even a drop of blood. Lianqing quickly slipped into the narrow door by the corridor. Inside, no one was there, only a backup diesel generator and 2 barrels of diesel nearby. Lianqing came out through the side door. Qi Bao hurriedly crawled down the stairs on her hands and knees, making loud noises. Lianqing easily picked her up and brought her down. The siblings stood in a row, looking at a wall of metal boxes. Qi Bao wrapped her small arm around her brother's leg and said, "Go. What good things are inside those boxes?" She was curious and eager. "Brother, open a mystery box." Lianqing gently patted Qi Bao to comfort her. Quickly, she opened several boxes. Most of them contained automatic rifles, large guns, hand grenades, bullets, and bulletproof vests. There was also a rocket launcher, 2 grenade launchers, and matching shells. It was clearly Peter's arsenal. Although all the items were outdated from the Alliance, they were enough for now in this tough environment. Lianqing patted Qi Bao's small shoulder and said, "Little treasure, your task is to empty the enemy's weapons cache." Qi Bao showed a cute, understanding expression. She liked this. She started busying herself happily. But after only half of the items were collected, Qi Bao frowned and stopped moving. The secret base was too full. Seeing Qi Bao's sluggishness and tired look, Lianqing smiled and asked, "What's wrong?" "Qi Bao? I want to put everything away." Qi Bao looked up at her older brother. It was hard to explain this matter. She grabbed her brother's hand and took him into the space. Looking at the messy things inside, Lianqing felt helpless. He rubbed Qi Bao's fluffy head and said, "Little treasure, you need to focus on practicing. Now we have to get rid of some extra stuff." Qi Bao scratched her tiny head. "What is considered extra?" She tilted her head and looked at her brother. Lianqing. His expression. Could it be that he understood her the wrong way? They had too much junk food and toys stored. Lianqing directly carried out several large bags. "All these need to be moved out. Her little cookies, crispy snacks, and jumping candies. Each one was her favorite. She has her guns, her little car, and her." Qi Bao's eyes are filled with tears, almost crying out. "This is in the enemy's hideout." Lianqing quickly comforts her. "We took so many things from Uncle Bad. Shouldn't we leave something behind? Didn't the teacher teach kids to share?" Qi Bao nods. "Yes, Teacher Ching taught her. But she still can't bear to part with them." Qi Bao pouts and throws 5 bags away, then stops moving. Her little mouth puffs out, and she looks up at her brother with shining tears, as if saying, this is her bottom line. If she can't keep them, she might have to throw her brother away. One step back. Is her brother also reasonable? Lianqing gently hugs Qi Bao and secretly takes 2 bags of junk food with her, then leaves the space. Qi Bao also collects about 20 metal boxes. Lianqing even asks her to put away the generator and diesel. There are about 20 boxes left. Lianqing can't do it all. These guns and bullets could harm ordinary people. Although he's not a saint, he doesn't mind doing small things like this. This basement is air raid level protected. It can't be destroyed from outside. It can only be blown up from inside. Lianqing strokes his chin, staring at a box of grenades. Qi Bao also mimics her brother, touching her little chin. Before Lianqing can say what to do, Qibao's chubby little paw already reaches into the box. This cannon is big. It should be loud. Liancheng quickly holds her little hand. Little ancestor, you can't play with this. Qibao stomps her little feet and moves closer to Liancheng. She pulls out a fragrant stick. Fire the cannon. This thing is fragrant, but can be lit. But it doesn't stop her brother from fooling her. Liancheng takes the fragrant stick, grinning. Right? It would be such a pity to throw the cannon away. You throw away your trash. Little snacks, little toys, and put the cannon in. I'll show you. Qibao lowers her head, glancing at the grenade, then looks at her brother. Not throw. Qibao hungry. What to do? What about those two bags? Nestled in a small, cozy space, staring at a grenade, she wanted to see its power. After bargaining with Liancheng, Qibao agreed to trade a big bag of toys for 2 boxes of ammunition. The space was packed full. She and Liancheng could barely squeeze into the nest. Liancheng asked Qibao to take a barrel of diesel from the space, poured half of it onto a metal box, searched a guard's pocket at the corridor entrance for a pack of cigarettes, and took out a few. Little Xiaobao, can I borrow a fire? Now she felt involved. Qibao happily rubbed her little fingers. A small flame started to burn. To be safe, Liancheng lit 3 cigarettes at once, carefully placed them on the metal box. Then he picked up Qibao, grabbed a mercenary from the corridor, and ran upstairs. Liancheng opened the mercenary's eyes, unlocked the explosion-proof door with a fingerprint scanner, and quickly retreated. They moved along a dark corridor, through a row of small houses, to another corner of the yard, where they could exit from the stone path. But there was still a storage room here, holding a group of girls with blank, numb expressions, the same scene as last time.
Gogo, bao bao, bao bao.
Don't make noise, Qibao muttered and fidgeted, not being obedient. Liancheng made a shushing gesture, quickly took out the guards in the corridor with a flash of light, and unlocked the door. He didn't show himself or make a sound. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Not far away, alarm sounded, followed by continuous muffled explosions. The ground seemed to shake. Patrolling mercenaries were drawn to the noise. Suddenly, gunfire erupted. Is this another internal fight? Liancheng was thinking about whether to increase the effort. The iron door creaked open, and the girls in the storage room sneaked out quietly. Liancheng and Qibao hid on the roof. Qibao was reluctant to leave. Liancheng climbed up the short wall at the corner of the yard and helped her up. Qibao clung to the roof ridge, showing her fluffy little head. The little agent looked at the distant flames, her big eyes filled with excitement. When she heard the explosion, she was so excited she almost jumped. The roof was sloped, and if not careful, they could fall. Liancheng protected Qibao with one hand, looking down. The fleeing girls were about to leave the yard along the short wall when they encountered the mercenaries. It was just about doing good deeds, sending these girls away. Liancheng told Qibao to fire the grenade launcher, loaded a shell, and aimed at the hot spring pool. A grenade with bright sparks tore through the night sky. In the courtyard of the inn, it exploded loudly. Qibao didn't shout. Did he not look cool enough? Liancheng turned his head. Qibao was holding a grenade, and suddenly squatted down and fell. Liancheng reacted quickly, grabbing Qibao's small arm. Little rascal, what are you doing? He looked at the grenade in the little one's arms. His heart was in his throat. Qibao pouted. Fire the cannon. Liancheng. You little one just wants to play. If not, it can't just explode on the spot, right? Liancheng grabbed the kid and the cannon, and quickly moved away, to the other side of the roof. The team of mercenaries in the yard heard noises on the roof. They aimed their guns upward and scanned quickly, but saw no one. A call came through the earpiece. The hot spring is under attack. Under attack. Support quickly. Everyone go back. The lead mercenary fired 2 shots at the ground in front of the girls, then turned to leave. Little rascal, change the cannon. Liancheng patted his submachine gun. Qibao hugged a grenade and made 2 sounds, then realized what was happening. He quickly changed the weapon and ammunition. Just as the courtyard gate was locked, a few mercenaries hadn't gone far. Liancheng lifted his rocket launcher, aimed diagonally. With a loud, the explosion was deafening. The gate, the wall, and the mercenaries were blown away. The girls held by the wall ran outside. Gunfire rang out, bullets flying everywhere, but it seemed they missed their targets. Lian Cheng balanced on one foot on the roof ridge, looking down at the scene in the courtyard. Qi Bao's small mouth formed in, "Oh," and she imitated her brother, placing her little foot on the roof ridge. "Wow, this cannon is so powerful," Lian Cheng was about to boast, but he caught a glimpse of Qi Bao hurriedly grabbing another grenade. "Little rascal, from now on you handle the grenades and pass the medicine, and I'll focus on firing the cannon, okay?" Qi Bao made two sounds again. Wasn't she already holding it? Her brother was so talkative. While Lian Cheng was speaking, he quickly loaded another grenade. Taking advantage of the confused mercenaries, he fired another shot toward the guest house entrance.
Boom.
The wall was shattered, and the guest house entrance lit up. People inside the guest house ran out in all directions. The mercenaries protected the injured and moved toward the main building in the courtyard. After the first explosion, Qi Bao handed him another grenade. Lian Cheng. Suddenly, mercenaries emerged from another courtyard. Lian Cheng didn't have time to think and fired another shot. Qi Bao squealed and jumped around, almost flying into the air. Lian Cheng had to shield her. His position was exposed. Some Chinese mercenaries crouched behind the courtyard wall. They were just trying to survive, not really wanting to fight. They occasionally fired cold shots, but it was too dark to hit anything. "There's a traitor. There must be a traitor." Peter stood outside the destroyed armory, turned around, and fired two quick shots, killing the Chinese mercenary who was rushing to support him. His trusted allies quickly raised their guns and started to act. Peter urgently activated the drone, and the searchlights on the ground also turned toward the night sky. Lian Cheng was on the roof, taking advantage of the lack of high ground nearby. If appeared, he might be in danger. Hearing the drone, Lian Cheng reached out to hold Qi Bao, but Qi Bao pushed a small projectile back at her brother. Her big eyes blinked rapidly. Not playing anymore, Lian Cheng quickly picked up Qi Bao along with the projectile. Qi Bao, small and stubborn, crouched in the air, holding a small missile and poking forward. She was afraid she might accidentally herself up. Lian Cheng swiftly jumped down from the roof. About 10 foreign mercenaries formed a defensive line, emerging from the armory and quickly finding cover. Little Qi Bao last shot, then run after it explodes. Her brother snatched the missile before she could fire it, then nodded and said, Okay. Staying would only get them hurt. While her brother was reloading and shooting, Qi Bao quickly ran to the wall base. Lian Cheng pulled the trigger. Boom! The armory, already just a shell, collapsed loudly, revealing a large underground pit. The mercenaries, not afraid of battle, quickly counterattacked. Bullets shot toward them. Lian Cheng looked down at his feet. Where was Qi Bao? He tilted his head slightly, and a bullet grazed his face. Qi Bao, Lian Cheng growled softly and used his special powers. A strong wind suddenly swept over everything. The bullets veered off their paths. The frontline mercenaries' hands, faces, and clothes were torn, and they cried out in pain. Some were unlucky and got cut across the neck by wind blades, falling to the ground immediately. Peter was last, feeling the danger, so he quickly bent down and avoided the attack, narrowly escaping. Over here, the little one was making a muffled sound like a small container. Hearing her brother's voice, she turned her head to look back, then kept working hard. The dog hole was frozen shut. She needed to clear it. Lian Cheng looked behind him. Why did the little one crawl into the dirty water ditch? Only her round little bottom was sticking out. Lian Cheng hunched over and moved closer to the wall, his toes twitching uncontrollably. He poked at the little one's tiny bottom. Little Zha Bao, let's go. Zha Bao's chubby hand reached out and scratched her head. Lian Cheng thought she was stuck, just as he grabbed her little hand. How did she get into the space again? He frowned. Little Zha Bao, you don't listen to commands again. Run, where's not listening? She just finished exploding and ran away, isn't that fine? Zha Bao pushed herself out with effort. Her older brother understood this move, but actually, they could stand and go out. In northern Anhui, flooding is common, and drainage ditches are bigger than in other places. a small person can easily pass through. Compared to her previous life, Jia Bao was wearing too many clothes, and her body had grown quite a bit, so squeezing out was especially hard. But at least she managed to get out. Jia Bao peeked her little head out of the drainage ditch, looked around, seeing no one paying attention. She used her small hands to hold the edge of the ditch, puckered her little bottom, and flipped her tiny feet upward.
Hee hee.
The baby was out like a little mouse rushing out in a hurry, took 2 steps left, 2 steps right, then retreated when someone appeared, running back and forth, just for fun. She wasn't running properly in place. Lian Qing took a deep breath. Jia Bao, let your brother out. I'll take you for a run. Jia Bao's face froze, very serious. Jia Bao runs super fast. He knew she was fast, almost like an adult. Do you know the way? Jia Bao scratched her little head. Yes. Jia Bao took the car here, looking for the way. Suddenly, loud gunfire sounded behind the wall. Bullets embedded in the wall. Jia Bao was so scared she jumped up, hugged her brother tightly, though she disliked her dirty little sister's messy appearance. Finally, she was out.